Thank Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show here for our Saturday Showdown. A little bit of a different Saturday Showdown this time around as we're celebrating the new crop of LCK talent making their way in. Not necessarily a fight at the very top of the stand.
Yeah, not every Saturday Showdown has to be, a top 3 matchup. We are excited to see what these two teams are going to do against each other because they're both fighting to avoid 10th place as well. Our two youngest rosters in the LCK going head-to-head here. I think it's going to be a close one. Most people on our side of the camp predicting Kwangdong Freaks to take it, but anything could happen in a match like this.
No, exactly right. And these are a lot of players that have been facing off against each other quite a bit, especially talking about Bulldog versus the rest of Nongshim that they played together in Challenger last year. And yeah, it's the rookie battle, and the spiciness of Nongshim definitely is heating up, as I think a lot of people have been pretty impressed with Kwangdong and their performance over recent weeks.
Yeah.
And Nongshim, I think, came out of the gates a lot stronger than a lot of people expected.
I completely agree with both of those takes. I also think that Nongshim has had some of those weird series recently where they've been able to take games or make games very close when teams are kind of just going, all right, like it's Nongshim, let's prepare for the other team this week. They've become kind of a trap game. They've taken some important games away from teams like T1.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I could say that I'm most happy about with Nongshim so far is their tenacity is so insane. And even in losses, they look really happy. It's not a team that's going to get depressed or down based on where they are in the standings. It's kind of like that Tyrion Lannister quote, like, know who you are. I think Nongshim know they are a bottom 2 team in the LCK. They're not afraid to accept it and grow and learn and change.
And it feels like that is a similar kind of situation on the side of Kwangdong as well. Another extraordinarily young team, an average age of 20 is making me feel exceptionally old. Wolf, I don't know about you, 19.4 on the side of Nongshim. And it's only Dudu really that's coming into this entire matchup that has more than a handful of games played here in the LCK. He's about to crest, that 200 mark, I think sitting on about 160 at the moment, but the rest of the players certainly with far less experience, and it's just really cool seeing what the LCK is going to look like in the future, because we've seen so many generations.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, here it is, 166 for Dudu. Outside of that, no one really getting that far past 40.
I like this term, though, the future of LCK, because these are the players that we will be talking about probably in 5 years' time, right, as veterans. And players like Bulldog, Taeyun, and June that have already been pretty big standouts here early on in their careers in the LCK, you feel good about where they're going to be. Dundun, Sylviu's had a great start to the season. Fiesta, a little bit of a rockier one. He's come back in. Vital, we've seen before. Peter, of course, kind of a mainstay for Nongshim when Effort was having some struggles last year, so he has quite a few games played himself. So, I look at these 10 players and I think maybe they are 9th place, 10th place players at this moment in time, but give it 2-3 years, maybe these are some of the best players in the LCK.
No, I 100% agree. And we've had very clear generations here in the LCK as well, right? You think all the way back and you've got your Pumandus and things like this, very veteran players, and then you've got sort of the era of Faker's beginnings, you've got Ambition, Impact, Sunday, all of these players that are continuing to play now, and then you've got what feels like a gap until the Griffin, Damwon era, right? Where all of these new players started to come in, and it was at that point where we were starting to doubt, is the heyday of Korea running thin? Where is the talent going to come from? And what we're realizing now is that there is a really, really good infrastructure around building up this new talent, and I think it's fantastic to see that is continuing now with teams like Nongshim and Kwangdong.
Not every player has to be as hyped as Zeus or Birdall when they come into the scene. Not every player has to be the #1 solo queue guy, the guy everyone's talking about in scrims, and everyone's like, oh god, it's going to be Zeus, right? It doesn't have to be like the hype that we saw from Birdall, right? Could be a little bit more muted. Bulldog comes in with some hype, right? His laning has been amazing. He still has a lot to work on, but just because you don't come out of the gates as a best player ever and you're not on a top 3 team doesn't mean that you couldn't become a top 3 player. Some of these players can actually rise above these teams, and it's like, okay, well, Bulldog could be a cheap option for a top 4 team next year, maybe, if he improves his play a lot, right? So I think a lot of the newer players who've looked better, like Zeus, he went straight into T1. You're going to look better on a team like that than you are on this Nongshim roster or this Kwangdong roster where you're coming in and still trying to build up synergy. These players don't have a lot of experience.
Yeah, but they can look fantastic, and let's go in and have a look at them looking pretty good right now. Nongshim versus T1 managed to actually take a game, which is absolutely huge. I don't think Dundun should ever get Cassante, and I know Cassante plays always come with a grain of salt. The guy I don't know, man. He makes me happy to watch K'Sante play, and that is no mean feat.
This game with Nongshim and T1 is my favorite Nongshim game because T1 just kind of were like, all right, we're going to play Twitch, we're going to disrespect you a little bit, and then Peter and Vital just popped off on that Varus and Karma and really showcased their skills. Another one of these games where you can just see again, when it gets down and dirty, Fiesta's down to skirmish, this team is really strong. I just want to be like honest with you guys and tell you that there's still a lot of work to be done. Like, we're not trying to sugarcoat this or overhype this, but these players do have a lot of potential, and you can see it in these particular small moments, these like trap games we're talking about where T1, Gen G don't respect them a little bit. There's some bite back for sure.
No, absolutely. And we can have a look at Kwangdong Freaks as well in some of their moments, of course. Being able to take that 2-0 over KT, I think for any KT fan, absolutely understandable and expected. But for anybody else, I don't think anyone was expecting this level of performance and this kind of pop-off from a Kwangdong Freaks that honestly looked like they hadn't really started at all up until this point where they really start making that resurgence.
Bulldog, I think, you know, some of his more famous plays earlier before this were on the Victor, right, and his laning, but this is the game where he just said, no, you guys are not going to be able to blind this Kassadin, and this is going to be all about me. This is my Tristana game. Bulldog, Bullfrog action here with all the resets here, and that was another game where you're like, okay, like, some people now know who this guy is because he had that one sick Tristana game, and that's just kind of how it goes when you're a rookie player.
No, exactly right. And I think that this team full of not challenger talent, it's not like the Nongshim roster that have just come through after winning challenger in that game 5 with Dudu's 0-7 Jax or anything like that. This is a team that's just full of a lot of young talent that didn't really have their time to shine. Young Jay, for example, on Gen G, sitting behind players a lot of the time. Dudu as well. Having a great season last time around, but on a team that was struggling a fair bit. There's a lot of players here that are very early in their career, but have a lot that they want to get off their back and want to be able to actually stand in front. You know, Taeyeon and Jun have also had their little time in the LCK, but not necessarily been able to thrive, and have been together for a long time, looked great on DRX. And Jun, I think, has come into his own now that he's back on the squad and able to shot call for this team.
We've already seen what Paze has been able to accomplish very early on in the season too. I mean, we have so many new shining stars here in the LCK this season, and when you look at Taeyeon and June, they have a little bit of extra experience, right? But the shot calling aspect you mentioned of June is definitely shining through. Like, the team looked completely different without him. When he rejoins the roster, they've looked up and up. And I think part of the reason why we actually heavily favor Kwangdong going into the series is that recent form ever since June came back into the starting lineup.
No, I agree. Let's have a look at the damage distribution here for these teams. Kwangdong Freaks, no surprise, do lean on Bulldog a little bit more than any other team, but I'm looking at that 23.2% on the top side of the map, and I'm thinking, Dundun, oh, reliable, doing a quarter of his team's damage almost. Oh, man.
Also, Vital doing a significantly larger amount of damage than his counterpart Taeyeon here. Definitely being very gold efficient with what he's doing in his damage. And one of the big standout players for me, like the one matchup where I go, I think clearly this is the only matchup where Nongshim you go, this player is better in the role, is actually Sylvie in the jungle role. He has 1% higher damage. That's not the significant part of this, but I think his jungle play has been much more aggressive. He's gotten his laners ahead way more often. I think Sylvie is the one shining light when you look at all 5 matchups here directly, where Nongshim should use their jungler to try to get these lanes ahead.
Yep, exactly right. And we are going to cover that jungle matchup a lot more, but I want to look at mid lane because this Fiesta was not considered the greatest part of Nongshim, right? But he actually came out and was playing far better than most people expected when he debuted here in the LCK. And Bulldog, I mean, he's just amazing. He's just really, really good. These stats don't really do him justice. I think that Bulldog has really shown a level of proficiency that we haven't seen out of new players here in the LCK for quite a while.
You can see the Challengers match record as well, looking Bulldog favored. The guy has just had a lot of mid laners numbers in terms of what he did in Challengers. Fiesta, rougher start here, right? His signature Syndra pick hasn't worked out for him just yet.
And here are our predictions. All of us pretty united when it comes to the Kwangdong Freaks prediction. Over on the other side, though, we do have Helios, Pony, and Captain Jack all going the way of Nongshim. So it's not just a clean sweep for Kwangdong this time around, but I think a lot of us were pretty affected by the Kwangdong 2-0 over KT and really felt like that pushed them ahead.
I think that for the side of the Koreans over there that did predict Nongshim, they're looking at some of those games that Nongshim almost took against Genji, right? Some of those big comeback wins against T1. Maybe that form is where they're looking at. I always have to trust Pony though, because he seems like he's like one step ahead of the trend. So maybe he's seeing something we're not seeing here.
Yeah, it's definitely not me. So the fact that you've predicted the same thing as me is a worry here. Let's check out some of the coaches' comments, Irian and CV Max. Let's see which team of rookies improved more. Defeating Kwangdong is a piece of cake. Not sure about that. Our team has a lot of room for improvement, and there is no such thing as an easy match. We'll focus up and try our best for a good outcome. And of course, this is coming off the back of CV Max treating all of spring like it's practice, like we're still building. And I think for a team like Kwangdong that does have so much elasticity when it comes to improvement, performance, and growth, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know whether elasticity is the right word, but still kind of made sense to me.
One of those coach comments was a lot more humble than the other, let's say.
Yeah.
I would kind of like CV Max's attitude towards this. Maybe Irene is trying to just be confident, make sure his players, when they see that comment right before the games, they feel confident too. But I think it's going to be a tougher matchup for Nongshim this time around.
I think so too, but I think confidence is always a good thing. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into it. Let's go to the intro and then the casters and get into our first series of our Saturday Showdown.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK.
Kwangdong Freaks as well, they've taken on CV Max.
Sinton, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown. It's me, Valdez, with, of course, Cronny Cackler, as we are here to bring you Nongshim versus Kwangdong Freaks. This one is, as the pre-show very nicely handled, the future of the LCK. The new guys, the young guns coming up, and they have to go head-to-head to avoid 10th place. It's a lot of pressure on both teams, Chronicler.
It really is, and we've seen both teams deal with this pressure in their own way. We have seen individual performances. Sylvie, Bulldog were already mentioned. And we have also seen the resilience of Nongshim, because they aren't really bothered by how much they're losing. I shared an elevator ride just after they lost, I think, against T1, and they were like, yeah, we're fine. It was
fun.
a
good loss.
We got a win. You know, we beat T1. That's amazing, and that's the right attitude to have, because there are not going to rack up a lot of wins, either of these teams, but what's important is from week to week to see the progression, and for both of these two teams, I do think that's what we're seeing.
We definitely are. And, you know, the scoreline, it is what it is, right? They could say that they are nearly tied with DRX, a bunch of veteran players, but yeah, certainly these guys are just up-and-comers. They're still developing, you know, CV Max's attitude about it all. You know, spring is a scrim, essentially just trying to say that everybody's still practicing on this roster. Everybody's still trying to get better. They're not at their tippy-top form just yet.
And 10th upon defeat sounds unfortunate, but it does mean that for both of these two teams, this must feel like a very manageable goal. We have seen that they are able to take individual games more and more. Nongshim have been doing that for a while now. Kwangdong have been doing it recently, especially since June has come back on the roster. And this is a big one. If you want to have dreams of possible miracle runs down the line, this is where it starts, which I'm not going to count on as Dun Dun versus Dudu.
Guys, the double D matchup is finally here. Can we just just bask in that for just a moment? Dun Dun versus Dudu. If you turn the ends upside down, it turns into a U. This is actually going to be a big matchup, featuring Dun Sante versus Du Sante. Both of these top laners, I think, have, you know, due to a little bit towards the end of last year, but also Dun Dun coming into the LCK this year, have impressed more than we expected, I think.
Really have, and when it comes to the jungle, which unfortunately for the top laners a little bit more relevant overall, that is, as the desk was talking about, the one angle, the one advantage that Nongshim do have. Sylvie, even though he's had some subpar games, overall has been a very consistent player, able to find a lot of early aggression, as
oh boy.
Unsurprisingly, yeah, that makes complete sense. I think it's a very even matchup today. We all lean towards Kwangdong, but you do see that the Korean desk a bit more split, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like Wolf was saying, you know, Pony's ahead of the curve. He was the only one who voted for KT instead of D+ out of all of us, including all of the global casters and everything. So maybe he's just got the read. Maybe he has the script. And we'll have to wait and see. I think, you know, as the fan vote has shown us, it is going to be a very close match. There's nobody who comes into this one as the favorite. And Nongshim could absolutely come in here and take the win tonight.
What's interesting to me is that they look a little bit more nervous than usual, which...
The pressure's on!
Yeah, it's interesting because there is never any pressure on them. They're the underdog in every single match, and even though we still consider him an underdog here, it's by no means in the same way as Lowell Park. Fortunately, still filled with a lot of fans for both of these two teams. Very excited to see young and up-and-coming players come through, and benefit of Challengers also showing there, right? If you have watched Challengers, then Nongshim in particular is a roster that is very easy to root behind or stand behind, as they have been just so fun, so lovable. But this Kwangdong team, especially now that June is back, have looked better and better every single week.
Yeah, these guys are really turning it on. I mean, June is doing a great job leading the team. He is also mechanically very gifted, as we have seen, as that is becoming more and more important in the support role nowadays in this meta. You got to play AD carries, you got to play Enchanter supports. You have to be very just flexible in terms of what you can bring to the table, and June brings all of that alongside of Bulldog, who has really impressed, and Dudu. I think that Youngjae and Taeyoon still need a little bit of time, but obviously have showcased some of their talent from time to time as well.
Hey, Taeyoon got a penta. That must mean
he did.
Yeah.
Wasn't he playing Zeri?
He was, yeah. He also, that was not necessarily a...
Still counts?
It counts. But...
That bunny is kind of scary, I don't know.
It's
about
red
to
eyes.
bite it, yeah.
Bit spooky, as looking at the key player matchup here, unsurprisingly, it's the jungle. As Sylvie, as long as he doesn't go back to his trusty Viego, which worked very well in Challengers when the pick was a lot better, should be fine here. Youngjae has been a bit more muted, has had some good games, but not necessarily the front runner when you think about individual performance of Kwangdong Freaks. And his main task for me today is going to make sure that Sylvie doesn't accelerate needlessly. You don't need to be the one making very proactive plays. I do think Kwangdong in team fights have been very strong and a bit more solid than Nongshim, who very much just group and disregard any form of side lanes and just try to 5v5. And if you can't do that from an advantage, then it's going to cost you a lot.
Yeah, definitely will. Dindin's always got a smile on his face. He's always hard chilling here. He's playing League of Legends. Dindin on the left, Dudu on the right. And I believe that is the same on stage. Yeah, it does look like it. As Dudu definitely, you know, the more veteran of the two, but Dindin has kind of impressed me a lot because I wasn't expecting a lot, you know, winning Challengers Finals with the 0-7 Jax. That's always the famous thing we think of. But the guy has slowly but surely, with his very calm attitude, kind of brought in some really solid play, consistent play.
Yeah, in his time in the Challengers, Dindin was behind. We loved him nonetheless, but he was behind players like Ilima, Thanatos, still in Challengers, Photon, living it up in the LEC. All these players kind of outshone him as an individual laner, but I've been really impressed by both him and Fiesta. Their ability to actually stand up to some of the greats in the LCK has been remarkable. One thing that I'm worried about here for Nongshim today is that their drafts have been very cookie cutter, and even though some of the drafts from Kwangdong have been very let's run it back and it doesn't go very well, we've also seen a lot of variation. The Bulldog coming out with the Tristana, right, are examples of picks that can really give you an edge, particularly into an opponent that isn't necessarily ready for these type of off-meta compositions, and that to me is a space where Kwangdong could be able to find a really big edge over Nongshim before the match has begun.
Yeah, draft going to be very important. We always talk about how everything is extremely set in stone in this meta, it feels like, but there's definitely some teams that are still trying to bend the meta by picking stuff that we do not necessarily see as very good. Nongshim has selected the red side, which means maybe they will be looking for a counter pick for either the top or mid lanes. I think that you could look for a counter pick for Bulldog so that he doesn't get to play Tristana again. That could be important for Fiesta to get a lead.
And in we go, Valdez, into the draft, and I agree. Not giving Bulldog too much space is definitely a good idea. Immediately.
Dusante is gone.
Yeah, no Dusante, no Dunsante. Not happening. Ashe immediately gone as well. So already we can kind of... We might actually get a balanced draft. Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Oh, how exciting would that be? We'll even get some new champions, maybe. Possibly.
Can't guarantee that.
Please. Nongshim.
I don't know about that. The J-Span, though, has been rising in priority. Definitely very flexible.
Yeah, Brutal yesterday was kind of insane on the pick. Jace, even with the changes to Eclipse, has still been able to be a very dominating laner and have a lot of utility. Also, the flex pick of Jace, even though some of our mid laners don't play it as well, has been rising and then has, when executed well, actually been working out very, very nicely, adding a bit of extra flexibility and playmaking potential to some of our top laners. And Lucian, now the obvious ban here for Nongshim, although the Varus will then remain up, and that seems like a no-brainer, so I can also say we're going to leave it open.
Also the Maokai available here, a great first pick for Kwangdong now that Elise is banned, so they might just want to ban that and trade bot laners. Could be the option here for Nongshim, but no, they're going to ban Sejuani instead, which I'm not sure about that one. The Maokai now very obvious here for Kwangdong.
For Nongshim, looking towards the Varus, I want to say it's Varus Lucian, but that's not happening. Well, unless Peter really is going to blow us away. With the Varus seemingly like a no-brainer, even though Lucian Nami is still very strong. Personally, the Varus to me is extremely oppressive from the early points in lane. Not going to be the case. Also, do take note, locking in together here to prevent some of the heists that we have seen where Nami gets pulled away, even though yesterday we saw a very successful example. And
Varus? Guys?
No, we're going to ignore him. Not happening. We're going to
Varus?
Zeri Lulu.
No?
Yeah, there we go. And then Wukong.
What?
Come on.
Vi.
Vi also fine. Yeah, Vi or Wukong. Those are your two options. What'll it be? 5 better into Zeri specifically.
How about a Kali?
I don't love it into Lulu and Maokai at all, even though
Yeah.
Fiesta is a big fan of the pick.
Rise.
I don't mind that as much.
Oh,
Okay,
It's-
back to 5.
He's like, you might want to ban these two things. By the way, Rise and Akali. I might play those. And he's just going to play Tristana or something. Let's see.
And we were hopeful that we could have a little bit of variation. We will not have variation in the first half. Maybe the second half will bring us what we want. Please ban Gnar.
Why? You don't want to watch an R?
No. No, I don't. That's a Silas ban. That's
They're really teeing up this Gnar blind pick for Dundon.
really are. I don't think Dunham will let us down like that. So, core of what we have right
I'm
now...
pretty sure he will, actually.
Yeah, no, he will. Come on.
When it comes to blind
me
picking
believe.
Gnars, we're really good at that here in this league.
Let me believe. As all the respect band there for Bulldog. Also,
Wow.
highlighting that Nongshim is going to pick Rise here in case that Kwangdong don't ban it. That is going to be the R4 pickup here. Rise is still very strong. Victor, one of the few picks that we've seen that actually has a very oppressive win rate into the Rise because Rise is locked in lane. Can't really go anywhere. So Rise ban to me would make sense, but that means Kassadin is open. And you can't blind Kassadin as Kwangdong. So in that case, Nongshim going for an R4 Gnar.
Guys? All right, well, we're just not going to ban anything. They're like, there's too much stuff to ban, so we're just not.
Yeah, always going to assume that that is a mistake. But now you have the ability to counterpick Kassadin. Kassadin's still open, you can't blind it because you can answer with... We've seen Yones, we've seen... Yeah, no, Bulldog, Bulldog? You were the one who showed us what happens if we do this.
Teams have been banning it more and more. I feel like they just think the power level is really high, and even though it has gotten counterpicked multiple times, and we here on the desk are not big fans of blind picking it, I'm not sure that our teams have kind of gotten through that phase yet, but they are going to pick Azir instead.
Yeah, now you R5 Kassadin is Nongshim. You're very happy. You're feeling good. Downside is your Vi won't have a proactive mid laner to play with, and you will be lacking priority severely pre-6. But the draft from Kwangdong is much more mid to late game oriented. You have Azir, you have Zeri, and Maokai. Yeah, there's a lot of power there. But
Yeah.
this should have been banned.
This feels pretty obvious. Well, instead of banning anything, they just decided not to ban.
Yeah, because Rise here is still good, but to me, Rise is not nearly as oppressive as the Kassadin will be. And Kwangdong have a draft that really starts to become very powerful. You have some okay 6 spikes, but when looking at Kwangdong, they're not going to be that speedy if Nongshim don't give the opportunity to. And there is a Kassadin waiting on the other end.
Yeah. It's going to get pretty interesting. I think that the Kassadin might struggle in terms of, you know, if he gets a bit behind, and yes, he's going to hit level 16, you're still dealing with, okay, there's a ton of damage on the side of Kwangdong Freaks who'd love if you just run into them. Also a decent amount of lockdown with, you know, Polymorph, we've got Maokai, stuff like this, so it feels like a good spot to get away with Kassadin. But I think it's also going to require a heavy amount of execution from the side of Fiesta and from the side of the team just to get him into position.
Just one. Where's the second do? Oh. Was waiting for it, Valdez. Didn't come through, and to me, for Kwangdong, it's about being able to...
Okay, now what is that?
I don't know. I was going to ignore it. To try and
That
play
is a frog.
aggressive early. This is adorable. And make sure that you don't let the Kassadin get to the late game without at least setting him behind. Once you hit your 1-item spikes, your 5v5 is incredibly strong. If you can snowball Zeri with some roams, which you will or should be able to have with the Azir having prior over Kassadin, there'll be plenty of opportunity.
That was Bulldog up there at the top. That's about my level of drawing as well, so don't feel bad. We can't all be artists
Very relatable.
like Chronicler.
I'm not an
He's
artist.
just talented in every single thing he does.
I don't enjoy this
guys.
game, Valdez.
We are just about ready to jump onto the Rift here. It looks like we are. In fact, let's go into game number 1. Here we go. Match 37. We're actually almost at the halfway point, guys. We are very close. I believe halfway through next week, we will be done with round robin number 1. And we will get into round robin number 2, where the teams will play each other once again. Near the halfway point of the LCK.
Always
Spring.
goes by fast. Yeah, spring. There's, of course, also summer.
Yes.
We got the cool new double elimination bracket. We got challenger playoffs, you know, after the split coming up as well. That's so very cool.
If you guys are free on Mondays and Tuesdays, Korea time.
We're not.
Yeah, and by you guys, I mean the viewers, because we are busy casting challengers, where you can see the up-and-coming rosters, players.
There's nothing that the internet likes more than being smarter than other people, so you can be that guy.
You could be
the guy that already knows everything that's happening. That can be. Oh, I knew this player was good 3 years ago. You know, when someone
just like Chronicler.
Exactly.
He's the guy that knew. The Val Bulldog.
And, I mean, you guys were invited as well.
Yeah, well, you were the one who knew.
Yeah.
Anything stand out here? A couple first strikes there on the side of Kwangdong.
Yeah, into the Cassidy matchup, I quite like it. Didn't catch, would assume that Fiesta also went for what we often see as tech into the first strike, picking up the bone plating, meaning that you will at least diminish the amount of gold that comes through from your opponent. And we have seen this matchup really change as we have gone deeper and deeper into it. We'll see Peter and Vital be pushed back here early on. Much more about the power level that the Zeri and the Lulu are able to achieve when they do it level 6. I think it was Viper that we heard talk about that yesterday, which really can shift the matchup. And then secondly, as I love this minigame, it's very satisfactory to see who predicts what the other person is doing.
It's pretty nice for our first matchup of Dudu versus Dindin as well.
Yeah, Dylan's Jax, as we have repeated endlessly, definitely a curious, as we get, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, 4-0, 5-0.
But relatively small sample sizes, and as mentioned, I personally like the non-shim drop. The downside is that they are getting shoved in every single lane, and for Vital and Peter in particular, I do expect it to kind of shift as they will hit level 3, and they should be able to pressure a little bit more. For Fiesta, that's not changing anytime soon. And for Dundun, same, really early on with the Grasp. The Fiora is just very, very spooky and different from normally. I actually wouldn't mind to see the junglers pay some attention towards the top side of the map. This matchup is notoriously snowbally, and even though by itself it might not be enough, as Dundun again winning the Dundun Dudu off for the first few trades.
Yeah.
There must be a catcher name in that.
There is. I'm not going to repeat it again. I had my one from the broadcast because the broadcast decided to use it as well. But I'm not going to say it again. So, yeah, I think, you know, that could be a nice idea. We have seen some junglers try to go to the top side. We might even see Youngjae try to dive mid before level 6. We saw him run through, but it didn't quite go too aggressively just yet. But it's been all about the bottom lane nowadays, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sylvie especially is like, well, the Jax can kind of handle himself. Mid lane is just, as we know, he's just going to be sitting there farming. So maybe I can just sit in the bottom lane and just make this 3v2, 3v3 kind of situation that we've been seeing a lot in this meta.
Wouldn't be surprised. Do now see Youngjae move over towards that bottom half of the map. And no backs have come through yet for either of the mid laners. Bulldog making sure that Fiesta is stuck underneath his turret. But for Fiesta, all he really cares about is just getting through. Right? As long as you can try and stay alive, don't get dove, and get to a ideally Catalyst and Tier, and level 6, then you're kind of chilling. You want to be really have to be worried anymore. Another side note is that in particular for Nongshim, could get a lot of value in terms of that mid jungle 2v2 from Merkfred. Wonder if we'll see Sylvie go in that direction. Just placing down some vision. Sylvie isn't going to spot it just yet.
Yeah, Youngjae has been pretty good about that. Dudu was backing, actually, even though the wave was crashing. Teleported back. That's going to be a second person that misses that ward. And it felt like both top laners didn't know where the enemy jungler was, and were both kind of scared. As we're going to take this first Drake. It is Chem Tech Drake.
Yeah,
it's very nice to get first. Just to stack it up,
so,
you know?
so we know it's not
yeah,
there.
and we know that it's not Chem Tech Soul, which, as we know, does not matter.
Hey, and we have some extra heal and shielding power for Peter.
Okay, it matters a little bit in this case.
No, it really is, as you were saying. You're mainly happy because it means you can't get it as a soul. The downside is, I want to reiterate, the Kwangdong draft skills very well. When you look at 5v5, when you take into account that Fiora in the side lane, if she can get a lead in particular, but in general is very hard to match. Although Dundun, if he doesn't fall too far behind, should be okay. But ideally against casting compositions, even if you can't punish him that hard in the first 6 levels, between like 6 and 11, he still doesn't really provide anything, right? You can't really kill him, but he also doesn't... Okay, Sylvie, there we go. It took third time's the charm.
Yeah.
But most importantly, he doesn't really do that much. So this is where I'd like to see Kwangdong go for aggressive plays, really try to contest, really try to look for maybe an all-in when Taeyoon and June hit level 6. Maybe try and rotate Bulldog over towards that bot side as well, because even though Fiesta at this point is tough to kill, need to be careful that I don't curse him. If Youngjae hits 6 and just throws an ultimate and he dies, then, you know, that'd be good for Kwangdong.
Fiesta's level 7 and has flash.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely.
But anything's possible.
Well, is it?
Here at Challengers, I mean, the bottom of the LCK.
Ooh, Dundun. It's fine.
It's okay.
Now.
It's going to drop a ward in the river here, as bottom lane Kwangdong going to stop this red buff from going away. And Sylvie is sticking around. I think he's going to get some good information that Youngjae could be on the top of the map here, as June just going to flash away. Level 6 for Sylvie hit, as Dundun not able to avoid this though, as trying to go in with the riposte was Dudu, but not going to hit it. But Dundun already used his flash, and that was not quite in the right direction. So first blood goes over to Youngjae on the Maokai.
And mistake from Dundun there. If your bot side is pushing very hard and you're vising the enemy jungle and you're not seeing the Maokai do anything, you don't see any saplings, you can have a reasonable inkling that he will be on the top half of the map. Is the case. Dundun gets punished appropriately. Nice gank there by Youngjae. And the one downside is that he's going to still try and go for this. They are a member up, so
yeah.
See Fiesta and Sylvie. Okay, they're
He's
going.
going to ult on the Bulldog. This is under the turret, but Bulldog is so low, he's going to hit Sylvie in, but I think Sylvie lives. And yes, he will. So they get the kill onto the Azir, but the Rift Herald did go for free to Youngjae, but still a nice kill to Nongshim at least.
It's a nice individual pick, and it accelerates your Kassadin. Both those two things are great, but you do lose the Herald, and you're already very far behind. So it's still, all things considered, not amazing. Dundun, unfortunately, unable. That flash was optimistic at best.
Also, he, as you mentioned, as we both mentioned, he should not have been there.
Yeah, shouldn't have been that far up. I love this type of explosiveness. I think this is a really cool play. You're identifying we can never fight the 3v3, so let's not fight the 3v3. Get a kill on Fiesta, but while this is happening, they're still bleeding gold. Vital and Peter are really struggling. Taeyoon and June showcasing that this matchup, when played well, can be very impressive. They've been in control of this lane, starting at level 1, and it hasn't really gone anywhere. And also, Fiesta doesn't have his
Dundun is really struggling here, but now he's got Sylvie up on the top side. You see Sylvie's like, I don't know, I don't really want to go in on this, but neither do Youngjae and Dudu, so they're just going to avoid each other.
Just going to let it go. Unless Youngjae has ult.
Unless?
No, just letting it go.
He threw a little alien dude. So here we go again, some fighting down on the bottom side. Hasn't been a lot of action down here. As you mentioned, it's kind of just been Vital and Peter taking the brunt of the bullying in the lane. And Kassadin picked up his rod already.
Yeah, the tier is going to be very late, and while the early rod spike is going to feel good, I personally am a bigger fan of getting the catalyst first, then getting your tier, and then finishing your Rod of Ages afterwards. Allows you to go into a little bit of the smoother spike, and a late Roa finish into Kwangdong and as Kassadin are fine. You get a lot of value of it regardless, even if you get it a little bit later. And might delay your Seraph's spike for Fiesta, so let's see when he is actually able to get that going. What we do see though is, as expected, the Kassadin really very, very aggressively starting to trade already with Bulldog, which is probably going to continue. Not like Fiesta's going to get any weaker. Level 11, another big break point where he will have a little bit more lethal power.
Top lane as well for Nongshim. After that first kill, Dudu is doing a good job of getting in here. He's going to miss the riposte on that one, but again, that is the little mini game that's happening. You can see the amount of pressure he's putting on up here. He's been getting lower and lower. He's about to hit his teleport at least. But if you're losing this side lane, that is not going to be an easy feel for Nongshim.
Additionally, the laning phase in general from Nongshim has been pretty lackluster. They are 20 CS down in both the bot lane and in the top lane. And as a result, they will be a little bit behind on some of the items. Now, if they can get this this dragon rather, that will be really big. Don't have Mandate just yet. Do have the Guild Force available. And they are going to start it up very quickly. But look, we just have both...
Vital up in a little bit of trouble here as he is just getting zeried right now. Now he has his Nami though. Taeun is going to pop the barrier for now as a lot of pressure around this dragon. Taeun's doing a good job of poking away already as Youngjae going to throw out the ultimate. They're trying to get on top of Azir as it's smited away by Youngjae, and the Wild Growth gets so much value onto Bulldog. Let's see if they can go on to Fiesta and Sylvie here though, as Fiesta did get polymorphed, but he will be able to flash on out, so... he's able to get out. Nicely done, June.
Big disaster there for Nongshim, and nicely done by Kwangdong. Because Taeun doesn't have his item yet there, Vital initially feels very safe. He's like, okay, we can kind of tussle, but he still doesn't win because, again, Taeun still has a level lead, is able to trade health very aggressively because he gets the jump on Vital here. So, yeah, they trade relatively even, but the heal has to be invested. Then Peter has to kind of peace out. And then here, we see again the value of the Maokai, right? This ultimate is incredibly tough to deal with, and Vital just gets zoned away, can't actually go for anything, and the Fiesta and Sylvie 2v2 on top of Bulldog this time doesn't work because there is plenty of people to help out.
Yeah.
Vital can't join the fight because he's already too late, and they don't even get the Drake.
I was watching Vital play that out, and to be honest,
yeah, it wasn't...
maybe not Lucian for the next game. I don't know, because he had his Nami right there. He could have at least forced Taeun to flash early by culling and like kind of get the Zeri out of the fight, so at least you're like trading 80 carry pressure in the fight, but instead he saved his culling. He used it at the end of the fight after getting zoned, and he hit maybe 2 bullets onto June, I think, after the fight was already lost. So you got to be a bit more proactive if you're playing this Lucian, and you need to use that ultimate to try to zone them away before the fight even begins.
Especially, even with Taeun getting a jump on you and his upfront burst looking scary, you have Guild Force, and Taeun at that point hadn't backed. He was sitting on like a Vamp Scepter and I think a dagger and a longsword, yeah. So, the Zeri, when you have the Nami with you, should be at least be able to zone them out. You need to really know kind of your damage thresholds, and even without Mandate, we think the Lucian could have pushed a lot more there. And these are exactly the type of mid-game mistakes that are going to make it very tough for very tough for Nongshim to keep a semblance of control of this game. Also, Sylvie going for the Kampong Chainsaw there. Not going to repeat ourselves too often, but obviously into just a Lulu. Not really the pick that you're looking for. Doesn't quite provide with a lot of the value of the item.
But the Maokai passive autos.
True. I actually thought about that,
value,
and I'm like, I'm not even going to mention it because it gives it
Shield bow for
it gives
Zeri?
it a false equivalency that I don't want to touch, Valdez. So unfortunate, unfortunate choices there. Now the tier is here for Fiesta, but Kwangdong are doing a really good job of snowballing, and they are also very clearly aware that Nongshim is going to just try and fight. And even if it's not a good idea, they have the members ready. And
both of these teams were forged in the fire, right?
They really
were.
were.
So many of these players coming up from challengers, they know what League of Legends is like down there. They have seen things that we cannot even imagine.
There was a quote, which is hilarious. I'm going to bring it up because we will have a little bit of downtime before the Drake gets taken. Vital gets his back cancelled, which always feels very bad. Which was Dundun talking about how he felt like he had a worse time playing against LCK Challenger tops than LCK tops. And the reasoning was hilarious because it was because Challenger tops don't care about what's happening on the map. They're just trying to 1v1 you. That's all they do. Because yeah, the LCK tops, they're invading, they're tracking vision, they're like keeping track of junglers, they're playing around with their team, and we don't do that in Challengers.
That's not a thing
That's
in Challengers.
not what we do.
By the way, if you guys want to watch Challengers Mondays and Tuesdays,
very fun.
Make sure you're tuning in.
If you're an honorable top laner and you also just want a 1v1, it's a great league.
Yeah. There's a lot of limit testing, ego checking, just crazy mechanics.
Questionable decisions.
Questionable decisions, of course.
That's a staple.
It's just kind of, goes along with it. The things we mentioned. As this lead is definitely ballooning for the side of Kwangdong, and they also got the Hextech Drake, so not only are they winning very early with Azir and Zeri and Fiora, but they're also stopping any kind of later game win conditions for the side of Nongshim. Fiesta is in a good spot, so that's the one thing you could say that's going well for Nongshim, but again, I don't think the Kassadin alone is going to be able to outscale the scaling of Kwangdong Freaks.
No, that's not enough. You're looking for a relatively slow-paced mid-game, and particularly the Mountain Soul, the Mountain Drake that we're going to be stacking here are terrible for Nongshim, because one of the win conditions that you'll have no matter what the game state will be is maybe you can catch Taeyun without June there, maybe June is off warding, you can catch someone, blow them up with Kassadin. But if you're facing a couple of Mountain Drakes, those resistances are going to make it a lot harder as... Ooh, Fiesta looking for the assassination here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to
still
find
fighting,
Bulldog, but Fiesta took more damage as they're now just trying to zone Dundun out of this one. They should be pretty successful at that. I'm not sure that Nongshim can stick around, to be honest. They're taking way too much poke damage. Dundun is totally zoned. Here's the culling. I mean, it's kind of okay.
I guess.
I don't really know what else to say. I have nothing nice to say. As here we go, the ult comes through and everybody's zoned. Even Peter is going to flash away. As they don't even think they can get out. The flash underneath the tidal wave as we see Youngjae is taking names and he is tanky. Keep in mind, they just got the Mountain Drake, so Youngjae is even tankier. As Dundun will get the kill, as I'm not sure about that divide, but it might not matter. As Dundun now on the run.
Wait!
He's even gonna flash on in and gets counter-striked and gets a bajillion shields, so he's totally fine. And now, Zeri and Azir are both fed alongside of the Fiora, and they got the Mountain Drake. Oh boy, Chronicler.
Yeah, what we saw there was also a perfect example of why Vi hasn't won a game into Maokai, because normally the big power of Vi is that you can start a fight on your footing. When you want to go, everyone can go with you. You can throw in the Vi ultimate, Jax can come up, you can have Lucian dash forward, but you're playing into Maokai, so if you press your R, then Maokai presses R. But that's why they can't do anything here. And if you don't go in, like they're doing here, they're getting out poked, and then Maokai still presses R. So the P1 Maokai working great here. Youngjae, cute mechanics there, flashing over the wave and then going for the W. And this TP in is that's very challengers, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Even with Dundun getting a kill, he uses his flash, another kill goes over, and if this is slightly more even, then that Jax flank can maybe work out, but it's not, and it doesn't, and the game state is rapidly deteriorating here for Nongshim and Kwangdong doing exactly what they need to.
Yeah, this is a 6,000 gold lead now, and the Mountain Drakes you mentioned already won a stake in here for Kwangdong. So if we're just taking stock of where the game is, like, yes, we do have the Rod spike, and this is exactly what you were talking about. Take a look at the finished Rod for Fiesta, everybody, and then take a look at how many charges he has on his Archangel Staff. It's very far away from being a Seraph, so he's not spiking both items at the same time. He is spiking a little bit earlier, in quotes, because of his Rod hitting level 10, but he's not like hitting his level 16 spike even, he's only hitting level 14, and that's not going to be enough of an early spike or a spike at all for him to be able to carry these fights at this point in the game. As now Taeyun is just frontlining here against Vital, who has not been able to do much in this matchup.
Maokai, man, what a champion. Like, Maokai and Lulu, when you're behind playing into it, is just...
Yeah.
Because in a situation like that, your win condition is picks. Well, how are you ever going to get a pick?
Remember when Blue Side banned Elise and then Nongshim on Red Side did not ban Maokai?
Yep, I remember.
I remember that as well. Yeah. And then Blue Side first picked Maokai. I remember that too.
The Maokai being very strong is one thing, but the Vi, particularly when seeing it now, that's just, we need to give that up.
Especially with Kempunk Chainsword.
Well, that's not even, it's, like I said, it's a suboptimal choice, and I know you're scoring some brownie points over there, but it's
I'm just, yeah.
I know.
I'm making fun of the outrage.
But because, as you point out with your joke, it doesn't matter. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's a bad state for Nongshim. Guangdong,
bruh.
this was nice. He knew. This is nerfed. Oh, actually, yeah, he got a little bit nerfed. Or is that on the next patch? It's hard to keep track with Maokai.
Maokai did not get nerfed.
Did not get nerfed
No.
yet. No, that makes sense. That's fun.
That was one of the, shocked Teemo moments from the patch notes where we were like, oh, I guess one of the strongest top-tier picks is not going to get nerfed. I mean,
yeah.
I guess they're giving him a little bit of time.
Even, well, as I was getting into, even on live where he is nerfed, he's still sitting at like a 54% win rate, and it didn't really do a lot. So
the tree is here to stay. His roots are very deep into the ground, and nobody's been able to chop him down just yet. As yes, thank you, Jonah Strong. He did miss the cannon. That is true. As we do have the push coming in here now, they're just trying to siege and being
on vision.
Yeah.
No.
I suppose Guangdong could go for the Baron here, but I think they just want to play it safe, and they're just going to wait. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, they're just going to wait for the Mountain Drake and stuff.
No, I was maybe they're showing us a Cassin 16 moment, but he was like 20% into level 15. So not happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
Sylvie, again, you're on vision. They know.
They know you're here.
They're
and
aware.
There's an Azir turret. Jonah Strong's like, dude, you can't do it. Our observers are like, come
not
on,
happening.
Guys. It's not going to happen. Now, I suppose that Nongshim are getting similar value across the map,
and
plus
there's
objective bounty.
Yeah.
But they're going to lose a free Drake.
Well, and it's a really good Drake.
Yeah. And it's one step closer to Mountain Soul.
Yeah. I don't see it, Valdez. I don't see the lines.
Yeah, Kassadin still seemingly miles away from his Seraphs, which...
He does have a lot of gold in his pocket, though. He finished this a while ago, and he got like a bounty.
True.
He's going to go back. Maybe pick up a rod. Don't know what he wants to go next. No, just keep on farming. It's getting closer.
Maybe he should buy a...
It doesn't matter.
Maybe he should buy a Magi's.
The zero stack Magi's, like if we...
That way it's
matter.
like, okay,
I like
the only way we win is if I get like 3 or 4 lucky kills somehow, and then I'm stacked.
Hey, look at that. Look what he did.
That's a stopwatch, not a Magi's.
Well, I thought you'd be proud of him nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, the stopwatch is nice, but... It's not going to help him too much in this position. Dindin, it's almost like he's he's like a bystander to the side lane. He's like,
he's just chilling. Oh, can get a pick on Dudu. He does have Hullbreaker.
This is a cool little play. Do they kill Dudu is the question, as Grand Challenge on a Fiesta says no. And Fiesta's like, okay. Never mind, sorry.
I'll just leave.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Dundun also gets the wave. I feel like you give that one to Fiesta.
Vital's
He's
doing
so
some
close.
damage. He's doing some work there.
Just take Nash, Kwangdong. You can
No.
you can take. You have
Scary.
Maokai. you have Maokai.
Because
Great turn.
every
have a winning side
Baron
lane.
in Challengers is just a flip. So they
all
know.
of them.
Almost all of them. So they're like, okay,
Like 75%.
we don't want to flip.
Yeah, but you can
even though-
also, when you're this far ahead, you can do
Yes.
Baron and not flip.
They're in such a position where you don't have to flip, but I'm not sure that Kwangdong have figured that out yet. I don't know if they have the technology.
It's happened.
Yeah, he is level 16. Fiesta is there. He still doesn't have Seraphs, which is just kind of sad at this point.
We knew, and yet here we are, saddened nonetheless.
Get him! You didn't get him.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. A little fight in the mid lane. We have a TP, and there's the Maokai ultimate. Vital probably going to have to cleanse this one. Nope, just going to dash. Gets that one up. And that's the Maokai ultimate down. Not able to actually capitalize a kill into Baron here. So maybe we'll just have to wait for the next Drake, which will be, of course, the Mountain Soul point. Well, Mountain Soul, if Kwangdong Freaks can pick it up.
Infinity Edge done for Taeyun. We have Bulldog going for a very damage-heavy build, which we love to see. Talked about this a lot. Gonna be strong into all the amount of health that is on his opposing side. But, hey, Infinity Edge is done. That's cool.
I think they both got a third item as well. So another interesting itemization point.
With Zeri, I love the early quick plates. That's my favorite. Feels very good. Feels very zooming. And we have seen that even though you're able to, the Infinity Edge spike second in particular doesn't feel nearly as good. It's good that you can. And there's 80 carries, like if you're a Snowball and Caitlyn, I still really like it. But if you are a Zeri, I wouldn't mind a quick blade second. But that's not, you know, that's we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go for the highest amount of damage. Fiesta is on a mission. He is alone, and it's not a safe mission, Valdez. This is one of those missions they make movies about.
He's level 16. I mean, there is a chance that he just jumps over everything that Bulldog has, and maybe he can just kill him.
Needs to start.
Yep. He's gonna. Oh, okay. The soldier's in the brush. I'm not sure that's gonna help Bulldog though. Fiesta going in on this one. That's the shuffle. As Fiesta gonna miss his E, but still going in. The stopwatch burned, and nobody's here to help him. Bulldog just gonna die. Even flashes. Has no way to get out of that. And now Fiesta's gonna bring the Maokai in. They have a way to turn this potentially. The Maokai getting a lot of value here. As Vital now gonna turn on to Taeyun.
Oh my god!
Gonna get counter-striked, and immediately down goes the Zeri. And now Dundun's on the chase here. You can see the rest of Nongsim looking for more. As you never know. You never know when the game is over.
Say what you want about Nongshim, but they're tenacious. This is how this team made a miracle run 2 times in Challengers playoffs. Oh my god. That's gonna line up for Drake as well. They can deny the soul. And they're getting they might get double bounty off of this.
Well, they're definitely going to run straight at this. Youngjae's getting the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, I don't think they can get it in time.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is on Vision too. I think Youngjae maybe can go for a steal, but he doesn't have Flash. Okay, they're just trying to poke it out though. Dundun a little bit low, taking a lot of damage from the saplings. Look at Youngjae, he's like a massive balloon as he will get wild growth, and you do see Dundun, or rather Dudu going in, looking for all the kills in the backline. They're all still so low. And Vital even is going to get chunked out here. Kwangdong Freaks, they have turned this around.
It's the turnaround after the turnaround. Never mind, we are back in Challengers.
It's the 360 no-scope.
They didn't see it coming. They had no idea. And now I guess the game is over? Or are they just gonna...
They're gonna go for the end. Or at least the inhibitor.
They're gonna get in here. We're still relatively...
No, they're gonna end. They're gonna end.
They're gonna try?
Yeah.
I think they can. They're still... The bounty's dropped. That's nice.
I think they got this. I think Kwangdong have the way in. Baron buff here for Sylvie, but immediately just trying to buy time as much as possible, but he will get swept up as a couple of ultimates are used, but the death timers are too long. Kwangdong Freaks with the turnaround of the turnaround. Turn this game into a game number 1 victory for the Kwangdong Freaks.
That was a roller coaster, Valdez, although it was a very, very long build-up and then a small drop, and then we went back up as Nongshim unable to get it done, even though it looked like they were revitalized. The Kassadin timer proving valuable after all, but in the end, the combined prowess of Dudu and Youngjae was enough, and they were able to turn it. Whew,
Yeah.
a game.
You see Bulldog's like, yeah, I know.
I know. Ooh.
It's rough. I mean, you know, you got to be careful against Kassadin in the side lane. I don't think his ultimates were game-changing either. Everybody has those days. Everybody makes mistakes. It's okay. Bulldog will come back. And he was able to play out some of those team fights at least decently well and win with the rest of his team. But man, I think this game was really a showcasing of just how strong a Maokai can get. It's really insane, especially with the Lulu. Did incredible amounts of damage, tanked up incredible amounts of damage as well, as we are going to take a look at this. Did nearly as much as Dudu in this game.
Yeah, Dudu and Youngjae, to me, the big heroes between the two. I would love to see a split vote. I think the value of the Maokai, very obvious. But also have to give a shout out to Dudu here. His side laning, impeccable from start to finish. And his play, an actual team fighting Fiora working out, was very impressive. And Youngjae able to, as we asked for, match Sylvie around the map. Was at every objective fight he needed to be. And
Yeah.
whew, exciting first game here, and let's not forget, Nongshim shows red side. And they got lost there. Not a good look.
Not a good look. Dudu being focused on big time this time around. And guys, Kwangdong get the first win. We're going to have a break, and then the space. We'll be right back.
이거 우리가 먼저 치면 안 될 것 같아.
아 천천히 해봐. 제리도 발치야 제리.
야 얘는 쓰레기다. 상대 쓰레기야.
이거 싸움 보자 그냥 우리. 파사딘 노플이야. 애들 맞춰서 싸움 보자 오는 거.
너무 깔아서 천천히 해보자.
얘네 많이 맞고 있어. 이거.
아, 가볼래?
가자. 야 마우스 본다 이거. 덱스 볼게. 덱스.
홍대.
소식해. 어때? 파이 잡았어?
괜찮은 것 같아.
파이 잡았어 일단. 간 중. 써봐.
나온다. 고고고고. 자. 루시안 노플.
루시안 내가 마무리할게.
덱스부터.
루시안 잡았어?
야 미드.
나 따라갈게. 내가 잡을 나
미드 탈탈 수 있는 사람 탈타라.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space where we're here to talk about Zeri and Lucian and Namis and Lulus and why one of them wins and one of them doesn't win, and we do that on repeat, don't we, Wolf?
Yeah, this draft, it left me wanting, Atlas. I'm gonna be honest.
Did you want an extra ban?
So we'll talk about that first. Like, you know, Atlas was kind of jokingly theorizing maybe they want to debate them into this type of composition here, but you always want to ban all of your champions, all 5, because this could have been a Jax ban, it could have been a Cassidy ban, it could have been a multitude of other bans. If you're missing bans, you really got to be rethinking about your draft prep, but I'm not going to go too deep on that rabbit hole. My main issue here is, okay, you've got the Lucian into the Zeri, you lost lane, so this is more about the play than the draft. You end up losing lane and losing control and just kind of getting dunked on overall, unfortunately, as Vital this game. Then you draft Kassadin here into a draft where you're playing for tempo leads early in a matchup where you're playing skill-based Jax because you blinded the Jax, you're playing into the Fjord, you still opt into the Kassadin. Like, you don't necessarily have enough control in this game to scale with the Kassadin. And I liked how he tried to build Rod really fast. Like, he sold his Doran's shield, got that early kill, and he was like, all right, I'm rushing fast Rod. But then, as the casters point out multiple times, didn't have his Seraph stacked because of it, because of his late tier. So just a really messy draft here, unfortunately, for Nongshim all around, where the identity, I think, was split between Lucian control that didn't happen and the Kassadin that scaled when you don't want to scale with the Lucian comp.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. And there is a rule with having a Lucian draft, and that is get mid-priority so that you can then actually fight, right? Then you can actually threaten, because otherwise, Lulu Zeri, we've seen, actually does fine in the 2v2. It's absolutely okay, but you can't actually make these aggressive culling plays. And then it leads to moments like this, because we haven't even spoken about the most egregious part, which is the fact that Maokai got through.
Yeah, Maokai just dominating this entire game. Those Fiesta's trying to prep his ults here on the edge. He's like trying to stack those up a little bit. Maybe I can come in here and carry, but my entire team is zoned out because Dudu actually zones Dun at the beginning of this fight too on the Fiora, so the Jax can't come in here. By the time Fiesta can do anything, he's already dead, he's already low. And the Maokai ultimate better than the Nami ultimate here. And you and I were talking about this a lot. I mean, this is not the most relevant thing in this particular team fight, but the fact that there's so much lockdown for this Kassadin too, between the Lulu that you have, the Maokai who could just root you in place. It's tough, and Maokai's win rate here in week 4, 5-1. Can't believe he's been played 6 times this week, and Maokai is 6-0 versus Vi this season. As it turns out, Vi hard to play when she can't move. She's rooted in the ground.
Yeah, and oftentimes we see Maokai's lose when the option of first pick was something like a Caitlyn in a good composition or an Ashe being picked up that's also extraordinarily strong. But if those are banned away and that Maokai gets through, it is just ridiculous. It doesn't stop Nongshim from having this wonder play. And in a side lane, Kassadin versus the Azir that he'd already managed to get ahead of is something that he's going to be able to win out on. This was just a little bit of a brief respite. You know, we went back to challenger mode for a little while. And this was actually well played by Nongshim.
I like that Fiesta
anointed Kwangdong Freaks.
I like that Fiesta identified like he's stronger than the Azir in the side and punished Bulldog super hard here. And Nongshim are very quick to capitalize, group up, and look for a Baron play right afterwards. So it was never really going to be a true 1v1 in terms of that side because everyone else is coming over anyways. I think Bulldog really beating himself up after the win, in fact, because of this play. Like, you could see it on his face. He didn't get out of his chair. I think he's a little bit hurt by what happened there on the side. He thinks he misplayed it. Even flashed after the death there, or flashed before his inevitable death there, so wasting that. But I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, you get outplayed. You know, you're not going to be strong on a side into this Kassadin. Ultimately, though, as we see here, it was the bit of a throw into a throw in a lot of ways. Like, Nongshim don't back after grabbing Baron. Their health bars are very low, and they end up losing the ensuing fight because they're still not quite online. They can win a 5v4 fight when they kill the Azir, but can't win the straight-up fight right afterwards.
And I think it was mainly because the sapling damage was absolutely absurd. So let's get Youngjae his POG, shall we? Here it is. Oh, it's Dudu.
I can't believe Dudu stole this away. This is actually a robbery. And Dudu, he did very well in setting up team fights. Yeah, he did very well in setting up team fights, but like, this is, by the way, a Youngjae highlight. Just putting it out there.
I mean, I guess it's a Maokai highlight. So like, maybe it's a lot of people, you know,
and then
it's like
what else
us
we get?
with our Cassante voters, and we don't like that as much.
I actually
Like, this is a Young Jay play. Like, the amount
Yeah.
of sapling damage he does is absurd. In
Well,
this fight.
it's also a Lulu highlight here as well, a little bit. You know, I mean, look, I get it. Dudu, he chased them and he killed them real good, but I think this is a bit of an egregious vote, if you ask me. I really think that was definitely a Young Jay situation. When media outsmarts the rest of them, that's when you know.
Wow.
It's a problematic situation, Atlas.
I think it's problematic. I liked the tree. I thought that Young Jay was very powerful in that game. But it is time to get into another one. We'll see whether the tree gets through and can find his retribution on the Rift. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, tree voters. We did also have one vote for Zeri. Not sure about that one. CV Max has a lot to say to Bulldog, as Bulldog's like, I'm just trying to focus. And, you know, I think that what they were saying on the space really does matter as well. Like, it seemed like a pretty big draft diff for game number 1, and hoping that the drafts can be a little bit more even coming into this game number 2.
We'll see what happens. I don't even know if I agree with draft diff. I do, however, believe in tree diff, and that was, to me,
That was a big portion of the draft.
Maybe that. Actually, you know
Yeah.
what? Let's
This was like
meet in the middle.
70% of it, yeah.
There we go. Man, now I'm glad we could find the middle ground. This time around, Nongshim do go for the blue side, so they don't have to ban Maokai. Maybe Kwangdong will. See whether they will actually go through with that, as Ash remains on the ban list here. We have seen a lot of teams also ban it on the blue side, not to be locked in, because if Ash is up, you really don't have a choice. And even the Maokai trade, we've seen that the Sejuani Ash combo is one of the very few things that actually trumps a Maokai. So overall, back on the 80 carry ban train. Lucian might as well go here for Kwangdong, and then
Yeah. I find often that the team that loses on red side that then picks blue always bans Ash Caitlyn. They just either not confident to pick those, they don't want to be forced to first pick it, they just don't want to deal with it at all. They have a set bot lane in their mind that they want to play. Usually Lucian, Nami, or Zeri Lulu. And I think that's going to be the case here for the side of Nongshim. I wonder if Maokai is left open, would they still go for a Lucian first pick?
no, you go for B1 Maokai.
I mean, I know, but does Nongshim know?
They should after that previous game. I want
I
to.
hope so.
We're going to put a pin in it because we have to talk about draft, but I want to draft the ultimate anti-Maokai comp after we're done. So let's think about that. I got Olaf and Morgana already on lockdown, but I think we can do better. As Lulu gonna be banned away here instead of, say, a Zeri or a Lucian. So now for Kwangdong, do you give over Lucian? Do you give over Maokai, or do you ban something else and take whichever is left? I think. Ooh, oh, well, Nongshim, you know what to do.
Yeah. The only issue is that with the Lu ban, the bottom lane duos are really getting pinched here in this draft. The Caitlyn, Ashe, Lucian, Varus all gone.
Hey.
So if you do take the Maokai, Kwangdong almost definitely will take the Zeri, I would imagine. Although, I don't know. Now with Lulu gone, let's see what they decide to go for. But the Maokai first pick seems pretty obvious.
Elise is a given in the current state. Wouldn't be opposed to an aggressive early game draft here. There are not a lot of 80 carries that could stand up to, say, a Draven if you lock it in here. Sejuani, a lot more team-oriented, not the aggressive power of the Elise, which even though she's been on the ban list a lot, is, in my opinion, one of the more... You can shy away from it and have it be fine, but that does mean that you need to make sure that you pick up something that goes well with this early on. And with all the S-tier 80 carries already taken away, I wouldn't be opposed to, picking solo laners. We've seen this a bunch of times where if all the 80 carries actually are gone, and there is no possibility for a Lucian Nami and Zeri Lulu handshake, that instead we have a heightened prioritization of the solo laners. Dudu gonna get the Cassante, also denying that from Dundun, which is big. This is a vital classic, has been extremely lackluster. Aphelios, the champion in general, thus far within the LCK. But you have Maokai, which already makes it better, like it does with with everything.
Yeah, I think the Aphelios is a good spot here, especially when you're playing into Sejuani and Cassante, just because they're going to be running straight at you. And now, I mean, you're providing even more of a front line for your Aphelios with Sion and Maokai.
I'm loving it. Loving it, Valdez. This is a comp that plays itself, which, if you're Nongshim, that's good. Do that. Two options here. Silas for the synergy with the Sejuani. Azir, all-rounded, just a very strong pick. But Bulldog did look kind of iffy on it in the previous game. Is going to be this Azir regardless. Will they ban Kassadin? They'll definitely ban all champions this time around. There we go.
Yeah. I like the Azir much more than the Silas. I think
Same.
going 3 melee into double tank Aphelios is just, you know, just go next. Like we don't even have to play game 2. It's like, okay, we don't need to see it. So Azir is going to give them some kind of leash, some kind of range to deal with the Aphelios. The Karma also banned, so that's essentially targeting yet another duo that you could see in the bottom side in Ezreal Karma, but also stuff like the famous Jhin Karma.
Hey, Atlas. Shouting with joy as
Yes.
if you really want to ban some of the more esoteric Aphelios counters, can also maybe go for a Twitch ban here. But my expectation is that we will be continuously pinching the support pool, and then as Nongshim, you're gonna lock in Nautilus. Kind of a no-brainer at this point. Works very well with the Aphelios, and it makes your comp even easier. Well, if you weren't sure yet, that Renata ban solidifies it, and then what is it going to be? Because it's going to, Ezreal does make a ton of sense. Ezreal is fine. It's not exciting.
Ezreal, Vel'Koz.
No, well, if we do that, we do Ezreal Xerath. But you know what the real pick here is?
Vel'Koz.
No, it's Brand.
Brand would be amazing.
Yeah, you're gonna play into like triple health stack.
Yeah.
It's a freebie, Valdez.
This is like some of the ideas that we come up with that pro teams just never do. You know,
Well, also because it might be bad. I don't
it's not
know.
scrims. They don't know. You know, maybe they're not practiced on it. Maybe they feel like it's not strong.
If they actually lock in Brand there, I'm going to lose my mind. It won't happen. It won't happen. Now, the one thing that you can pick up here, even though the laning phase is going to be somewhat lackluster, would be a Braum. Really good into the short-range composition that's already available here.
I thought you meant for Nongshim. I'm like, what?
Oh, no. Well, they locked in Nautilus.
The real Aphelios comp.
Yeah, Braum's great. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Oh. 4 melees and an Aphelios.
June is like shaking his head. He's
Yeah,
like,
you don't have to Leona this. They will engage, don't you worry.
oh, he's laughing. What does it mean?
It's Braum.
No, it's Brand. Oh.
Close. We got the first letter right. And the second one.
And the third
one! Oh, look at us go.
Wow. And then you turn that U upside down, it's an N. And then you just cut off one of the legs of the M, and then it's... Wait.
Something when...
You like attach it to the top.
I don't know. You're getting...
There's a way.
Getting out there. Valdez says
There's a way.
the Nongshim composition is... It's a Nongshim composition, what can you say? It is straight up team fighting. Very, very extreme amounts of hard engage. Into a comp that, as far as Kiteback goes, is actually quite strong. You have Braum, one of some of the best counter engage that you have in the game. You have Azir, you have Ezreal, but a single misstep, even with a Braum shield, is going to get punished so incredibly hard. And I don't know how you're really going to get through the health bars, even with Azir going for like Leandries into Void, into Death Cap, you know, as much damage as you can get. I still don't know if that's enough to get through Silas.
Oh my god.
And that's another scary one.
Yeah, bite it. That's their motto. For Kongo.
Okay, now we're both hiding. Weren't sure.
Yeah, that's the meta. You gotta hide.
Yeah, but... Oh, no. Still no. Okay. There we go. It's Beefy Boys and an Aphelios going up against the composition which, if they fall behind, I don't know how they're going to kill the tanks. Valdez, I don't know how they're going to do it.
Please build Leanders in this game.
He will. He will.
He will. Okay. Well, we've got that covered. We have game number 2 loaded up. Let's jump onto the Rift right now.
loud.
Wowzers.
I was genuine. I felt like you weren't.
Overall, I think my reaction
Nice.
was appropriate.
Who's dancing better?
I don't think it's possible for Sion to lose.
No. Bit of emoting as well.
Yeah, because I think Dudu used the Q but didn't hit him.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
The whole crowd gasped.
Loses their mind. Unbelievable.
How could you?
Well, Dudu at least was polite enough to then, when he accidentally slapped him, let him get a slap back. That's important.
Uh-huh.
That's courtesy. So, very quickly going to go over the compositions because it's important to note. Nongshim post 6 or the 6 spike incredibly strong. Do have an unreasonable amount of lockdown, as we see 3 unflinchings on the opposing team, which great choice, guys. Get those mercs in there as well, and maybe you'll be allowed to play the game. And the one downside that the Nongshim comp can have is if they do fall behind, you are going to be very low on sustained DPS. You have the burst from Silas, and you have your Aphelios, but that's about it. Whereas for Kwangdong, no, okay, well now they're allowed to fight, so it's okay. For Kwangdong, as mentioned, ideally you try and leverage the power of the Brom and the Sejuani in early skirmishes, ton of CC there as well. Do think that you can have a bit more upfront burst going, and if you can get your Ezreal ahead, or can most notably Bulldog ahead, you can get a lot done. But I wanted to ask you, fellas, what is the ultimate anti-Maokai composition? I'm talking as much CC immunity as you can get. Can we get
We're gonna have to wait on that one. Bulldog's probably gonna have to flash here, or he might just decide to take an immense amount of damage and try to walk it out. As, you know what? It works. He actually just walks away. They do not have enough here at level 3. Fiesta level 2.
Wow. Good for you, Bulldog. Very cognizant. Yes, just spamming a little bit of Teemo. Can't actually fight. That's not allowed.
Bulldog has
So-
biscuits. He's fine.
Yeah,
Right.
problem. Here's Flash as well. He's still chilling. So, we have Olaf in the top lane.
Uh-huh.
We have Morgana in support. Or jungle, if you're feeling that way.
Okay, well, we do have an engage here as concussive blows onto Peter. He is a Nautilus, though. Here comes Young Tae trying to get on in there. The E forward from Tae and really trying to force out a flash, but nobody is going to bite the bait on the side of Nongshim's bottom lane as we have a fight now as Bulldog goes back in. I don't think that was on purpose, as maybe the soldiers a little bit too close together, and he'll have to flash this time.
Fiesta doesn't, as when you're Nautilus, there's an instinct in you that says hook. Whoever is in front of you. If that target is a Braum, do not listen to that Fox. Don't do it.
Must hook.
Unless you're carrier, in which case I will trust you with my life. If you hook, I will. Everyone should follow. But yeah, we see there the power of Braum. That's not really going to change.
Remember Tom Kench?
That's not a champion.
Well, not anymore, but you mentioned Keria, and actually one of the first champs I thought about was Tom Kench. He was a great engaged Tom Kench.
He
Very
really was.
aggressive.
The best of them.
He was. Maybe one day we'll get that back. I'd like that more than just, you know, randomly picking support Twitch and feeding.
Can't believe you would do this. Veldas.
I mean, you know, it's just what happened, so.
Veldas here out asking for Kench back instead of fun picks.
At this point, Kench is a fun pick.
It is, yeah.
Only in the hands of Keria, though. Everybody else kind of just sit back and press Devour. That's not really...
That's not your vibe.
It's not the spirit of Kench, you know?
Carrier Kench. Carriench? There's something there.
Karench.
Karench? That's...
Crench.
No, I feel like Carriench is better. Crench?
Tom Keria.
Crenchia?
That just sounds like a country.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, Veldas.
Tom and Keria.
do like that. And Yumi's gone, so we can, you know, that is now free real estate.
True, yeah.
That naming convention. We can go back to that.
Which also is kind of,
Yeah.
we saw him and then we didn't.
Well, yeah, neither in-game nor outside of it.
True.
And I don't think we should. As Bulldog, that's a mana crystal, which means that at the very least it'll be a lost chapter item, which is nice. Hopefully. Right?
Right.
Bulldog? Right, early lost chapter. Very good. Don't
Right.
listen to the voices that tell you to out of ages.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to contest.
Level 4 might be able to get a smite in, but nope, it is going to go the way of Sylvie as, okay, Bulldog is gone. Just going to be 2v1. Just now they're 2v1ing Vital on the bottom side, at least able to trade a kill back as Kwangdong, but the early Infernal Drake goes the way of Notion.
Early Infernal Drake, very valuable. We also have the Mountain to come through. No, didn't.
Doo-doo?
Okay. We don't have mana, and this is a Cassante. I was very worried there for a second. But looking at the gain for Nongshim, you do get one of the best individual Drakes, very high value in that regard. Secondly, the kill goes over to your Nautilus, unfortunately, which not what you're looking for, whereas Taeyun is able to pick up the kill, but do lose out. And again, Bulldog getting focused there. Fiesta making his way up towards top lane.
Is this a mid laner roam?
Those don't exist.
Unless you're Chovy. I mean, people don't actually dive and roam and be proactive.
Zeka did roam yesterday, that was good.
True.
As bit disjointed here, Bulldog can't step as far forward as he thought. Really nice combo there between Fiesta and Peter. Nicely done. Unfortunately, Vital is alone, and even with Flash not going to stay safe, does get taken down on the back end there. A little disjointed from Kwangdong. I don't mind the contest, as mentioned, with Sejuani and Braum. Do think you have some serious fighting power to contest early objectives, but Bulldog didn't really have to die there and kind of continues a pretty lackluster day for the Kwangdong mid laner. Has been one of their shining lights, even in a lot of their losses, and today not looking quite as sudden. And we were talking about this backstage. It really feels like both of these two teams are actually playing with a lot more pressure on their shoulders, because like, well, this one we have to win.
This is the one game
We're not the underdog.
You're almost expected to win for both sides, you know? Like, if you're going to get another win, it's going to be against your opponent in this match for both sides, so.
Well, or DRX.
Well,
sorry I had to go there, but yeah.
You just had to go there.
It's true though. That's why.
It is.
I can shy away from the truth, Val, as painful as it may be.
Yeah. Well, Taeyeon's going to get a plate here, even though Youngjae is currently doing his own red. So, wasn't really in any danger in the bottom side. But either way, still, a plate goes to Taeyeon as Sylvie took the Rift Herald. So that's going to be double early objective to the side of the Nongshim jungler.
Can use that to maybe get yourself a second Drake. Would love an early Mountain Drake here. The Cyan going to benefit hugely from that, same for Maokai. Even Silas, with the amount of health that he stacks over the course of a game and how tanky he becomes, the extra resistances are very nice.
You know what we should have seen in this game was Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw as like the tank shredder?
Well, actually, no, I don't know. Maybe he would just die.
Vayne with Cleanse?
All right, here's Sylvie. There's another combo, but this is Silas as kind of everything misses, but Youngjae still has his ult. Fiesta going to throw one out of his own, but the soldiers come forward and pick up the kills, so Bulldog finally able to get on the board.
Nicely done. Good gank by Youngjae there. And for Nongshim, even with the Herald still in the pockets, that alone is not going to be enough to recuperate the gold deficit that you found yourself in. Taeyeon picking up an early Essence Reaver. Stacking the Mana Mune as well, so quite strong now is the Ezreal, and that might provide them with an opportunity to play very hard as we have a lane swap come through here. And June and Taeyeon now going to make their way over. Little slow on the response there. Drake going to spawn in about a minute, so they will be somewhat behind the play. Might provide an opportunity for Nongshim to then set up here. As going to take another look at this gank. We see Silas has a lot of mobility, but really nicely timed here. Effectively prolonging that CC chain, then the point blank ultimate, and Fiesta, unfortunately, with Flash, not able to get out. Even a June there in case that there was a counter gank.
Nice. 바텀 알아서 해. 나 가야겠어.
Sounded like nice, but
I think it was nice.
yeah, kind of an interesting one. It's kind of like a unique way to say it. But he, as you mentioned, he was kind of just following up, just watching. So he's like, yeah, cool. As,
Aw, Dun Dun. He prepped that blade for Vital. He made him a little snack. It's so nice, a team player.
little snack.
Yeah, it's a little snack for Aphelios. He's hungry, man. Can't talk, he can't order his own food.
Yeah, Aphelios is struggling a little bit here at the LCK. He does need to get a little bit more fed and have his moments.
Yeah. Do have the double pink ward there. Unfortunate. Just means more free money for Youngjae. And even with the little lead that was there for Nocturne and Tempo, they were unable to actually turn that into meaningful position. This Dragon. Hey, look at Bulldog. He listened to us.
Yes.
He knew.
I think in this case, if you're not building a Leandries, I think you're probably just pressing random buttons. You're probably just in the shop like, oh, this one looks good today. Like, you know, I'm feeling the Ludens. You know, it's been a while since I bought the purple item.
Mask or a staff?
Yeah. Yeah, I usually build this one, but let's mix it up for my fans. You know? So, yeah, you know, seems pretty obvious. As Hextech Soul is on the map, and we did just see the Drake taken by Kwangdong. And the singular Mountain Drake is actually very nice for both teams. So Kwangdong gonna feel happy about that. A decent trade for the Infernal. And now everybody wants the Hextech Drakes. Everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are, as we do have the wave gonna get caught there by Dunun. Also still has TP available. And again, we have Vital and Peter running up here, heading towards that top half of the map. As we do get the crash, Fiesta gonna get a decent amount of gold. And in that previous fight, Taeyun had his Essence Reaver finished, whereas Vital was still sitting on a lot of gold and only components. Might have been one of the big reasons why Nongshim was like, let's hold off. We don't have to get this individual Drake. It's definitely good. Ooh, back cancel for
Stopped
Fiesta.
it. Yeah, that's very annoying. He probably wants to get Rod here. As ult's not going to land onto him.
Oh my god, it's going to be cancelled again.
Yeah.
Huh? No, never
No.
mind. He's on time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, he was. They just knew.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonas Strong.
Cancelled again. Fiesta now in mid lane.
And he, as you point out, it's not just about delaying the Rod of Ages timer, but it's also about the setup that is going to be there for the second Herald. With the positioning that they've been going for, very clear these two teams are looking as... Nongshim's continuous rotations kind of throw me off, because they've given up a fair amount of plates by just rotating Dun Dun to bot, and then Vital and Peter to top, and then they swap back again, and then they swap again.
And now they're trying to dive a Cassante. I mean, there are 3 people here. Bulldog, no teleport. Decent amount of damage here from the Aphelios. Can they actually kill Dudu? And they just don't. It's okay, now they're going to go for it, but just goes unstoppable. Tons of chakrams are out, but Sylvie just going to be isolated on the backside as here comes Vital. But Dudu just able to get out of that one. As now Sylvie is going to be forced to flash onto the plant as Ezreal is coming through. I don't think it should do too much. As, yeah, I think the entire idea in the first place was probably not a good one.
It was not. I like their secondary approach, which was just take turret. That was better than trying to dive the Cassante. As you point out, if this is a late game scenario where Vital has multiple items, then sure. But at this point, with Jack Show already done, you're not killing Dudu at all. Also do know the itemization choices for Dudu going heavily into the armor, which into Nongshim makes complete sense. Fiesta is not in an amazing spot this game, and generally, he will not be the one that is going to be targeting Dudu. As the gold lead for Taeyun getting pretty substantial at this point in time. 5v5 going to come through here. Remember, engage for Nongshim is amazing, but Kwangdong can kite back, catch them off guard.
It's pretty good for both sides as well. Even, you know, with the Cassante, the Azir, the Sejuani. You can see some angles here for Kwangdong as they go straight to the Braum, but a big knock-up as everybody's getting into the pile. June gonna go into that stopwatch. He has to flash away as he goes to Maokai to his death. Trades it for the support. And now a knock-up on a Vital as Ingos Fiesta 1v4. A very broken up fight as Kwangdong are trying to fight this one. The backside is Vital. goes forward, gonna pick up the Ezreal, but gives his life for it. And Bulldog is still alive, so he's just gonna be able to kite that one out and deal the damage, tons of damage here for Vital, but still not a fight win to the side of Nongshim.
A lot of emotions in that fight, Valdez says. I didn't like it, and then I liked it, and then I liked it even less.
Well, okay. We're going to see Peter deciding he wants to go. I suppose he gave... Oh, maybe Fiesta as well? No knock up this time. Are they trying to save the turret? I don't get it. Because they do, but it's another kill into the Azir's pocket. Or maybe it was Dude.
The real question is who benefits most from that for the upcoming fight, but initially, don't like this. Because, as mentioned, even with the counter-engage, that's good. You can't really just run in head first and expect to win. And initially here, up until this point, Nongshim is winning the fight. But then Sylvie goes in, then Fiesta misses this chain, and that's when all bets are up. Because if he hits that chain and Taeyeon dies immediately, they can win the fight. Vital then flashes forward and does take him down, and if he's a more fed Aphelios, the blue flames might kill everyone, but he's not. So instead, it's just a bit of a sad affair with Nongshim really trying to salvage a fight that they had kind of already won. Like, breaking those stopwatches and forcing a lot of summoners will put you in an amazing position to then go for the next fight around the Drake, which is very important, but instead they overforce.
Dundun is on the move. I repeat, Dundun is on the move. He's trying to get this engage going. But again, the Braum just stands tall with the door, and Dundun was alone. There's no follow-up here. Vital's trying to auto, as now Fiesta getting on in. He's got his own Braum ultimate, but still, again, very tanky on the side of Kwangdong.
Oh, look, isn't even here!
Yeah. So 5v4 Nongshim not really able to get what they want. They take a huge amount of damage. Now Kwangdong in a very comfortable spot. As again, they're trying to go in onto the Cassante. Can they burst him down? The answer is no, as in comes Dune with the door up. And the damage here out of Taeyeon is huge. And again, Bulldog is still not here. He's still in the bottom lane.
So, you don't have a lot of damage, Nongshim. You can alleviate that by good target selection. And
I don't know, man.
CC layering, but instead, everything is getting thrown into Dudu. Everything is getting thrown into June. And the Braum pick, man, I was calling for it in the draft, and it's really, really paying off.
Should have been Brand.
Well, look, isn't even there. I love Dundun, man. Look at him go.
He's a train.
Whee!
Oh, wait.
It's the bumper at the end, and then he flashes beyond. It doesn't do anything. Oh, peak Dundun moment, as the Drake has gone to Kwangdong, unsurprisingly. And as mentioned previously, if you do fall behind with this composition, you're not going to have a good time. Because Nongshim, Vital actually killing everyone easily is very far along. Like, very far. And if you get ahead, this comp is great. If you're even, the comp's fine. But if you're behind, then you're looking at breakpoints like Fiesta getting a second or third item, Vital hitting at the very least his Infinity Edge, but at this point, probably needs Lord Doms as well into the amount of tankiness that's available. And Kwangdong, with that Drake already even more, or even further ahead rather than they are on the scoreboard. Man.
Yeah. Kwangdong are in a very nice spot right now. Just because, as you mentioned, there's just no real damage coming out from Nongshim, and Kwangdong have so many ways to mitigate it at this point in time. And team fights are just being played out better from the side of
That's amazing.
KDF.
Yeah.
Like, there were ways for Nongshim to get it going around that second Rift Herald, but execution not quite there.
You actually see some nerfs for Nongshim, which, even though their macro has often been extremely questionable, and
I have a question.
one might
for
even
you.
say it doesn't exist. Yeah.
Speaking of questionable, second item Morello's, what do we think? Into Nongshim.
So it's better than it was because it gives Magic Pan now. But I don't love it.
Okay.
If you go Morello's into Void,
You have a decent amount of Magic Pen. You've got the extra ability haste from the passive.
You know, between Aphelios and
Covering all your bases, you know?
Between,
Just don't do any damage. That's
well,
really.
I don't necessarily think that's true because the amount of MR is obviously my expectation is that he will go into Void Stab now, so you will actually benefit from the flat pan a lot once that is done.
Trying to set up this fight here, but it's not really working. Peter, though, is taking the brunt of the autos, and now the flank comes in. Bulldog, a massive ult, and he gets onto the front line away from all the threats that he just pushed away. Excellently done as they try to get into the backline, and Bulldog just says no. Kwangdong just going to outplay them here in this one, as Vital and Fiesta never able to get in, and now a triple kill for Taeyun, as they will look towards the Baron after that big fight.
And that might be the game-deciding moment here. Don't know if Nongshim can come back from this one. It was a beefy draft. You could see the faces of Nongshim, one of the first times that they're really looking a little sullen, a little sad. Nash is going to go over, the bounties are back up, and Kwangdong clearly showcasing their quality here. As you point out, it's Kwangdong pulling the trigger, and Vital is just immediately going to get zoned away back to Sante. Then a Freeman ult, and Taeyun, crucially, which is like a big win comp for this type of comp, has all the freedom in the world. It's what we talked about, but seeing Kwangdong actually execute it is so cool.
Well, Fiesta looks like he's dead now. He was split pushing bottom side, and unfortunately for his sake, he is dead. But that is a 5th kill for Taeyun.
This is unfortunately very over at this point.
Is it 6-6?
It's GG, yes. GGXX. That's
6-6XX. Oh no, the Hex Tech gate got him.
No, not blue. Oh. They can,
wait, where's... Oh.
They can see you. They know.
Where are you... Where... Oh. Where are you going?
It's not a good time for Nongshim.
Well, it was a little bit of a Fiesta, you know, a solo Fiesta.
Okay, fellas, I have more pressing questions.
Is this game just over? I mean, Hunger is gonna push and win.
It's done. Yeah. It's even if they don't end this push, which I don't think they will, you're looking at Soul Point and they're 10k gold behind. They have 1 damage team. Like it's done. Veldas, who do we vote for? Because I'm leaning
Dudu.
Well, I'm leaning Braum.
Braum held the door. I mean, he did that very well. So that's what you could say. We do have a team fight here, but now Taeyun is massively fed. Bulldog has the Andres. Say what you want about his item build, it doesn't matter anymore. He is shredding through the Magic Pen in a big way. As, okay, we got some Aphelios action. You see Vitals trying to get in there as very nice stolen Emperor's Divide, but it does not matter. The wallets are too heavy, and Kwangdong will make quick work of Nongshim in game number 2, as they have the Baron buff still, and they will push for the ends.
Teleport about to come through here, and what a stomp, Veldas!
Yeah, they
not even be 24 minutes.
They Goomba stomped them without Tristana in this game. Bulldog just playing the Azir, and he's stomping them just as well. Very one-sided game for the second one. Kwangdong crushed them in our Saturday showdown. Game 1 was closer, but Maokai diff. Game 2 was just a straight-up everything diff. Very nicely done from Kwangdong. A great look for them.
Really was, and as Nongshim gets deeper and deeper into the season, these are the type of comps that they drafted in Challengers, and this is what worked for them. But unfortunately, as we've seen many a time, just because it worked in the past doesn't mean it works right now. A lot of the champions that they have gone for, Aphelios most notably, but Nautilus as well, not necessarily in the best place in the meta right now. And we do see Kwangdong Freaks really well executed team fights, showcasing that clearly they are the better between these two teams. And while game 1 still had some back and forth, this one wasn't even remotely close after like the second team fight.
That says, I like Kwangdong, by the way.
Bulldog's like, man, I died because I shuffled back.
His hands are shaking too. He had a good game too.
He really did.
I think both sides of this little engagement here between CV Max and Bulldog are just identifying that, okay, it wasn't Bulldog's greatest day, but he got there in the end, and it was a win. It was still a 2-0, you know. He's a new player here to the LCK. He'll get there. He just needs some more time to stabilize, and I think CV Max is doing a good job of calming him down. And Dudu, you know, we talked so much about the age and the lack of experience in this one, but actually Dudu was just up there stomping both games, having a fantastic time. He's like, I've been here, I've been on bigger stages than this many times, and I am here to party. And I was very satisfied with Dudu's play overall today. Bulldog's parents there as well.
Gotta be nice seeing your son win 2 Swift games in a row, even though individually, you know, as you point out, not his best, not the end of the world. It happens. Everyone has their down moments. June, not there.
Captain June.
And
he held up the door so well.
It truly is the game, and this is no shade towards Moem as an individual player, but you can see so clearly the period where June wasn't and June is on this team. And overall, getting more and more excited to see where this Kwangdong Freaks is going to go, because my expectation today was, yes, Kwangdong was going to win, but it would be close.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really, which super cool.
Very
one-sided. Development here for the Kwangdong Freaks into this series, a very important one, our Saturday showdown. Not the back and forth that maybe we were hoping for, as we can see.
Starting here, I mean, the draft was, you know, winnable for Nongshim, it felt like this time, and then we had this first streak, and we're like, okay, it's like kind of even, but then we had like the wonky lane swaps, and then we had this fight, which was also insanely wonky.
And up until this point, like, I still believe that they can win this, right? Like, June uses a stopwatch, but then after that, yeah, that right there is a moment that if you're Sylvie, you're going to feel very bad about. And then Fiesta's going to feel very bad about this. And then Vital's feeling very bad about the flash that's about to come through. So no one on Nongshim really looking as hot as they have in some of the previous games, unfortunately, here today. But that happens. It's part of being on the LCK stage. And what really I loved about Kwangdong's play as we got further into this game was they were not taking their time. Like, okay, we're ahead now. Go. Right?
Yeah.
This is a Braum hard engaging. Yes, he has a Sejuani to back him up, but
poor Vital
honestly,
multiple times just being solo killed and isolated.
Yeah.
Like, Nongshim as a team, like, this isn't all Vital's fault. Although I feel like he could have stuck with the team a little bit better in this match. Like, it's just a bit of a team issue. You know, Nongshim
really
is still struggling with, you know, playing together as a 5-man unit.
But it's interesting because with a draft like this, in Challengers, you just automatically win a lot of fights. That's what they did, that's what they excelled at, and that's where their teamwork was enough to carry them over. But you're playing against an LCK team now, and yes, players like Youngjae and Dudu aren't necessarily, haven't been at the top of the LCK, but they still have a ton of experience, and you can really see the difference in how these two teams move around the map, how they set up their objectives. And unfortunately for Nongshim, still a lot to be learned. For Kwangdong, great showing here today. Liked it a lot.
You see Bulldog's like sighing, he's not in a good space. Even though it was like a 2-0 win, right? It's still individually, I suppose, for Bulldog, not quite his level in his mind. He's like, no, I'm better than this. And he didn't satisfy that level today in his mind. I thought he was fine. Game 1 was a little bit off, but Game 2 he got there. Kwangdong, big win tonight. They win Saturday Showdown for today. And it was a lot quicker than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I was expecting a quick free game back and forth. Wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be. Not very close in this one. Kwangdong with the big 2-0 stomp. Let's go over to the desk, rather the space, and see what they have to say about this one.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and yes, welcome to the space, although we do have what looks like a little bit of a desk, kind of.
Have you ever noticed that we have like some serious trapezoids going on over here?
There's some trapezoid action.
I don't know, I just realized this.
And there's some triangular situations going on. Definitely some oblongs, Wolf. Speaking of oblongs, I can't segue with an oblong, I'm sorry. Well, let's get into the draft here, because there are a couple of things that went well for Nongshim. One thing that I thought went very well for Kwangdong Freaks, but let's talk about the beginning of the draft and especially letting through that Maokai.
The Maokai coming through, like, we were very concerned about it. Obviously, like, okay, this could be a problem, but you were trapped between giving the Lucian over first or the Maokai here, and so you decided, all right, well, we'll let them have the Maokai, we'll take the Lucian away, which did force Vital actually onto this Aphelios pick, which did not work out whatsoever in this draft. More on that later. But the Braum that came here, I thought was a really nice adaptation here from CV Max to say, all right, look, we're playing into this fairly low range comp. The Concussive Blasts are going to be great here, holding the door. Not the highest value you could ever hope for, but feels pretty good into Silas, feels pretty good into Nautilus Engage. And overall, the Braum was played out very well in this draft.
Yeah, I thought so too. And they had two things to deal with saplings as well. We saw the sapling value be just ridiculous in game number 1 because there wasn't a lot of mitigation. But when you've got Frost Armor from the Sejuani, she can freely walk into it as long as that one's up. So you're not going to get that incredible amount of Maokai damage. And then you can walk into it with the door. Just put the door up, mitigate a bit of that damage as well, and that could certainly help out. So I do kind of like the move towards the Braum. And this was the first fight that Kwangdong Freaks were able to really get a foothold in this game. And prior to this, it was a story of Bulldog really trying to get mentally into this game.
Taeyun has so much mobility on this Ezreal, right? He can flashback, shift back here, and he's so far back into this, and he's basically the taunt button because everything is used onto trying to kill him. You see a flash from Fiesta to try to get on top of him. Nice dodge from Taeyun. You see a flash from Vital, which does, of course, take this Ezreal out, but that's at the cost of a flash here and your Aphelios' life. So much traded here. And I think it goes back to what Chronicle was saying. This team is so well versed at just scuffling and fighting, and that's where a lot of their success in Challengers was, is just being mechanically better in 5v5 fights. But unfortunately in this draft, you know, after your Maokai ult is out, you can't really chase that far forward. If they had just walked away, game feels still very winnable, very playable, but that was the first backbreaking moment.
Yeah, it definitely was. It felt a little bit rough. And just to highlight in that moment as well, Dudu doing ridiculous amounts of work.
Dudu's just out of control.
Yeah, and all of the carries were sort of like flashing forward, trying to get in amongst it. And this Cassante is just, well, now you're in melee range with me, and I am then gonna dash on you, and I'm dashing on you again, and I'm pressing Q for the 3rd time, and it's gonna make you go into the sky, and then I'm gonna dash on you again. And Dudu just ran away with this game, man. He was all over the place, and you don't really see like a lot of results from like a Cassante getting mega fed because he just builds more tank items. And yes, that will give him a bit more damage when he presses his ultimate button, but we don't necessarily see a lot of carrying. I think Dudu did a great job, and this is going to be another example of that, as this was the backbreaking moment as Kwangdong Freaks. They were just honestly positioned better in this game, to be perfectly honest. And I think that it was a lot of the team getting behind Bulldog after he was having a bit of a rough series, to be perfectly honest. And supporting him, because it was the story of Bulldog versus the world, get Bulldog a team, but this was his team standing up and actually carrying him for once.
Yeah, it's really reminiscent of what we saw yesterday with Willer and Birdall, right? Where like Birdall's having some ups and downs, right? Willer's supporting him, and you could see CV Max and the rest of the squad really supporting him here in this game too.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing a lot of that right now with some of these younger players in the LCK. I thought it was a pretty off day for Nongshim. They looked way more nervous than usual, and it's crazy that like T1 would make you less nervous than going against Kwangdong, but it feels like a win that you're supposed to maybe have a more realistic chance of taking, so that makes you feel more nervous than an opponent that's like so much higher than you that you're like, well, there's nothing to lose, right? And this one, you're like, oh, I lose this one, we drop down to 10th place, our best win opportunity we've had in a long time. And you could just feel the nerves. I think Nongshim didn't play their best.
And there's also a lot of history in this series as well, right? Because you've got playing through Challenger, and against Taeyun and Jun especially, like that DRX roster was absolutely terrifying. And Nongshim, that's where they're from, right? And so they've experienced like losing to that bottom lane in Taeyun and Jun many times. Bulldog crushes lane even if his team doesn't necessarily win a lot, and so Fiesta's going to be feeling that as well. So I think that could add to the nerves. Let's get into the POG though and see who picks it up. I think it might be a Dudu solo POG, and it is 300 points for the man on the top side. I guess Dudu is actually better than Dun Dun.
In the last game, you know, I was like, all right, well, he was set up by his jungler. This was a Fiora game where he just was kind of doing Fiora things by default. This was not the case in game 2. On this Cassante, he turned this game into his own. He found so many opportunities, and he was the great punisher of basically every mistake that Nongshim made. He was there to capitalize. It's kind of like, it's a disservice to him that we only have like these 2 highlights for all the stuff he did the whole game. I'm like, that's just not fair.
Well, there's a few Dun Dun votes, a few Dudu votes, sorry.
Some Braum voters?
Yeah, a few Braum voters. I kind of respect the Braum voting. I feel like any Braum vote is a vote for the draft, you know, and I thought that the draft was actually pretty beautifully navigated here by CV Max and the rest of Kwangdong Freaks. So, all in all, pretty positive 2-0 victory, reminding us a little bit of the fact that Kwangdong Freaks were capable of doing it against KT as well.
They looked like a stronger team at the beginning of the season, and then both teams looked a little bit weaker than our expectations, but this one-sided victory is just a reminder that Kwangdong are on the up and up right now.
Yeah, and let's hope they get up even further, because remember, Wolf predicted that they will be fourth by the end of the season. Still some time to go.
You had to do it to me. We could have just gotten through the whole day without talking about that.
No, it's the end of the series, and now it's time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Ji-Sum for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Dudu, the solo POG on the side of Kwangdong Freaks today. Congratulations. Whoa, we're having some support from the Kwangdong Freaks fans over here. Dudu, how do you feel about the win? I came here like I want a 2-0 win, and I'm so happy that we made it happen, and I'm so happy that I got the solo POG today. Dudu, do you remember when was your last interview with me? 2020 with Lee Hans when I was in Hana Live. Yeah, you're correct. It was 2020 July 19th, and now we're having a second interview together since then. I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are also waiting for your POG interview as well. How do you feel? Well, after game 1, I was pretty sure that I'm going to be the POG. But I was uncertain about game 2 because I didn't think I did a lot of work, but I'm still feeling great. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. Today, we had a Saturday shootout matchup between Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim, a rookie matchup of the LCK. What did you focus on today? During the prep, we actually wanted to focus on our fundamentals, all 5 of us. Recently, when I was watching LCK, Dundun, I kind of realized he plays really well. He's a really strong top laner, so I wanted to keep my eyes on him and try not to make any mistakes up against him. And with this win, now Fiora Jax matchup is currently 5-0. Fiora definitely has a big edge. Why do you think that makes Fiora stronger into Jax? I can't really state, a certain champion is stronger up against, the other in the lane matchup. It's more about, how you kind of play it. And Zeus and Kingen, they have been helping me out so much when it comes to 1v1 and laning experiences because we are doing a lot of practices together. I want to say thank you to both of them. And Dudu, we had a lot of, actions going up on the top side together with the junglers. Was that your call? Well, ganking top is mostly about my call on our side, When I see the angle, I ask for jungler support. So in game number 1, whenever we, had kills, it was more about me making the shot call because I knew that this is gonna be a secured kill for us. So we had K'Sante action in the second game as well. So you were playing up against Sion, you were body blocking, Sion's engaged, and I think you and K'Sante kind of matches really well together. What do you think about K'Sante right now? Well, last year, during Worlds, I had some off time, and K'Sante was released during that period of time. So I practiced K'Sante a lot on solo queue, and it definitely helped me out so much. I kind of earned so much mastery on that, and I'm now showing off, how good I am at this champion on stage. How much does Kwangdong Freaks players trust your K'Sante? Well, I think even CV Max and my players, they know that I can do it by myself whenever I get that K'Sante locked in for me. I think K'Sante is a very clear winning plan for Kwangdong Freaks. And we had 5 bans towards the bottom lane, and we had Ezreal, Braum, Comp, for your team. So who actually made the call to go for Braum? In game number 1, we had a lot of bans towards the bottom lane, and also game 2 as well, and we didn't really have many options, so we had to go down to tier 2, tier 3 champions, which was Ezreal. And then, like, as we planned for it, the players and even CVMX were together like, this is a Braum angle, so we decided to give it a go. The ult synergy is really good together with Ezreal, and as soon as we get through lane, we have so much priority and agency to play out the game. There were some 4v5 moments, and still Kwangdong was able to win teamfights even though getting outnumbered. How did you see that angle? I think we already scaled way better than the opponent at that point. So Bulldog, well, he was like making a call. I'm rotating towards you guys, on Azir, but still, I was like, we should still do 4-in-1 rotation, and we can still win 4v5 team fights. So we kind of told him to stay inside lanes, and we kind of maneuvered the team fight really well. And we have the first ever solo POG as a top laner this season. Congrats on that, because right now the meta is more about the bottom lane, and some people even complain that top laners cannot really exert pressure over the map. I'm on the same page, top laners doesn't really matter these days. I think what really matters the most for top laners is absorbing again pressure and then adding more pressure to the bottom lane. That's the role we're playing right now. And these days, I think you are kind of showcasing a lot more confidence. I don't think so. I'm same as usual. I'm looking forward to seeing more and more confidence based on your great performance right now. And your final opponent of the first round robin will be Genji. And CV Max's former student, Doran, will be your lane opponent. I think Doran, these days, he's like popping off. So I think our next match will be, solely focusing on our fundamental, getting rid of the mistakes, and I will do my best to not die once in that series. And to wrap up the interview, would you like to say anything for your fans? Like, playing game is much easier than doing interviews. I'm so much nervous now, but I don't really get to be on POG interviews, so I hope I can get another solo POG next time and say hello to my fans. And this will be the end of the interview with Dudu, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for that fantastic translation. The first time a top laner this season has got a back-to-back POG. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and look, the guy played really well all series long. I thought a little bit of a robbing of Young Jae in game 1, but he played game 1 extremely well. His Fiora was great. And look, the guy's always been, in my mind, on the upper echelon of top laners, even on weaker teams. This is another scenario where I'm like, this guy's got to be respected even on a team that's down at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, it took us a long time to sort of shake off what was our initial impression of Dudu. But let's check out the standings here, as Nongshim, unfortunately, dropped all the way to 10th place on their own now, as Quantum Freaks break away 2-6. And moving up to that -5, hot on the heels. This row right now.
This team could make playoffs. It is not impossible, right? I mean, yeah. Breon stumbling a little bit. They look like a much cleaner team. It's not out of the realm of possibility that KT could have dropped a few games and maybe they get in there. It's still feasible.
It is definitely still a possibility, but ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to cross to the other side of the bracket. Genji versus KT is going to be coming up right after the break, and we'll see you there.
이번에 집도할 거는 너무 다루기 위험해. So dangerous.
그래도 저희가 아니면 그걸 누가 다룹니까? 그래도 해보죠.
홍준아, 넌 어떻게 생각해? 에? 아니 회의 중에 무슨 빵을 먹고 있어?
배가 고프면 집중이 안 되니까 원기 회복하려고 먹고 있었습니다.
야 이 자식아 입만 살아가지고 너가 그러니까 1인분도 못하지.
너가 아무것도 안 하고 있는 유미랑 뭐가 달라?
트롤이야 트롤? 아닙니다. 저 다 먹으면서 듣고 있었습니다. 그건 그렇고 야 교수는 언제 와? 맨날 지각해 맨날.
아 미안, 내가 좀 늦었지? 기분 나쁘고 그런 거 아니지?
아닙니다요. 지하철이 막힐 수 있죠.
회의 시작하자고. 브리핑 한번 해봐.
이번 거는요 집도하기 어려울 수도 있는데
자기야. 나 지금 일하는 중이지. 이따 전화할게. 나도 사랑하지. 미안. 계속하지.
이번 게 뭐냐면 그 트롤 관련된 건데
미안하다. 나 사람들 중에서 좀 나가봐야 될 것 같아. 미안.
소환사 한 명이 게임을 종료했습니다.
탈주? 저 쌉 트롤 새끼 저거 진짜. 자, 오늘의 주제는 트롤에 관한 건데 몇 달 전 페이커 선수도 LCK 선수들도 트롤 때문에 애먹는 적이 한두 번이 아니잖아. 우리가 흔히 얘기하는 트롤의 기준 그럼 어떻게 생각해?
게임의 승리가 목적이 아닌 다른 이유의 부정적인 행위들.
남을 괴롭힌다거나
괴롭힐 수도 있고 욕설을 할 수도 있고 극단적으로는 패드립을 하기도 하고.
나도 근데 좀 호종이랑 비슷해. 5대5에서 이기려고 하는 거잖아. 각자의 역할을 해야 되잖아요, 그쵸? 그렇죠. 근데 그런 행동을 아니하고 5대5 게임이었는데 우리는 사고 상대는 6이어야 하는가. 게임이 안 돼.
근데 트롤이 이게 정의가 되게 난 애매하다고 생각하는 게 내가 이기는 방향이랑 좀 다르게 플레이하면 그것도 트롤로 정의하는 사람들도 굉장히 많다고 생각해. 그냥 대놓고 트롤이라고 하는 거는 솔직히 피해서부터 날 협박하는 사람들 있잖아. 요즘은 닉네임이 안 보이니까 애초에 시작부터 협박을 하고 시작하더라고. 지금 여기에 아이디 땡땡땡땡 있으면 바로 박는다.
게임을 이길 생각은 있는데 약간 빡치게 하는 거는 트롤이 아니야? 생존핑 존나 찍어.
그 사람이?
게임은 존나 열심히 해.
몇 킬 몇 데스? 캐리하고 있어?
한 5킬 2데스 정도인데
그럼 좀 참아 볼만해.
그건 트롤은 아니다.
근데 5킬 10데스가 있다?
그래서
근데 나는 그 아까 말했던 생존핀 5번 찍는 행위가 트롤을 유발하는 행동이라고 생각해. 간접적으로.
좀 압박?
그치.
근데 약간 압박을 받아서 잘하는 사람들도 있잖아.
그놈의 압박! 또 죽이겠다! 압박 도대체 얼마나 하는 거야?
나는 그건 압박이라는 이름 하에 자신의 스트레스를 푸는 아주 악질이라는
이거 좋은데, 이거 좋은데. 좀더 해봐! 이거
아주 악질이라는
세 분은 지금까지 트롤 짓을 한 번이라도 해봤다? 안 해봤다?
그냥 단순히 똥 싼 게 트롤이라면 당연히 트롤이라 해봤다고 말하겠지만 대놓고 지려고 한 적은 없다.
진짜로 한번 이제 실수를 했던 적이 우리 CJ 이제 인터뷰였나 뭘 해야 되는데 내가 그 시간에 실수로 게임을 돌린 거야. 다시 들어가 봤는데 탈주가 돼 있었던 거지. 그래가지고 그때 이제 같이 했던 사람들한테 친추 걸어가지고 나 죄송합니다 얘기를 했었어.
파조스 피자라도 하나씩 보였어?
근데 킨텍콘이 약간 문화가 되지 않았을 때여가지고 지금이라도
지금이라도
죄송합니다. 지금이라도
웬만하면 트롤하는 사람은 거의 없긴 하지 프로게임.
그치?
웬만해서 한 적이 없다? 형 그럼 한 적 없어?
트롤 한적 없지.
팀원들에게 이제 좀 긍정적인 압박으로
긍정적인 압박? 그 사람한테도 긍정적이었어?
너 트롤 유발자였네?
너는 그런 압박핑을 찍어본 적이 없어?
없지.
살면 한 번도?
단 한 번도?
진짜? 단 한 번.
이거는 거짓말이야.
그거를 얘한테 써야 될 것 같은데? 아니 이거를 너한테 써야 될 것 같아.
이거 내가 원래 호종이 형한테 쓰려고 거짓말 너무 많이 하길래 제작진한테 부탁해가지고 이거 너부터 해야 될 것 같아.
내가 하면은 내가 알아서 한 번씩 해.
그래 너 하면 다 할게. 너 하면 다 할게. 나는 10년 동안 롤을 하면서 단 한 번도 트롤을 한 적이 없다? 없어? 보이 트롤 한 적이 없다?
없어. 나 없어. 진짜 없어. 별로 안 아파. 진짜 아파.
아니 한번 아니 시계 방향.
진짜
다시 봐요. 진짜 다시 봐요. 가위바위보.
해본 적이 있다. 진짜로 해.
야 진짜 싫어.
나는 하늘을 우러러 한참 부끄럼도 없이 트롤을 해본 적이 있다. 트롤 해본 적이 있다. 다들 만나봤던 트롤 중에서 가장 악질이었던 트롤은 누구였어?
자기가 잘 못해놓고서 정글 안 오네 하더니 내가 진짜 안 가니까 갑자기 내 위치를 말해주더라고. 야 정글 어디 있어?
나는 제일 이해 안 되는 거는 전판에 싸운 거 다음 판까지 들고 오는 거.
끌고 와가지고
너랑 해서 졌다. 나는 너랑 하기 싫다. 너네가 지는 건 내 알바 아니야.
내 기분이 더 중요해.
다른 사람들은 대체 무슨 죄냐 이거야. 싸웠던 그 사람들 때문에 막 갑질을 내가 해야 되고.
이렇게 많은 유저분들이 피해를 입고 계신데 실제로 어떤 것 때문에 고통을 받고 계신지 제가 제보 영상을 받아봤어요.
근데 이게 제가 듣기로는 불탔다는 얘기가 있어요. 커뮤니티가.
아니 잘하고 있는 저희를 왜 욕먹게 하세요 지금? 여기 탈 안 건 사람 있어 지금? 난 이게 넌 아니겠지만 난 이게 남자 있다 지금.
그래.
너 지금
너도 한반도스 망해서
왜 난 이게 전부랑 아니
이게
트롤 때문에 고통받는 유저들한테 위로도 좀 해드리고 공감 포인트를 드리고 싶었는데 너무 저희가 죄송하다는 말씀을 먼저 드리고요. 그래서 오늘은 부정하게 이 트롤은 잘못된 거다라는 포인트로 한번 최악의 트롤을 찾는 트롤 듣고 해보도록 하겠습니다.
근데 영상 공수는 이거 어떻게 하셨죠?
제보 영상이 들어온 영상들도 있고요. 저희가 좀 만들어본 영상도 있으니까 보시면서 여러분들이 말씀해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
잘 구분해야겠네.
첫 번째 영상입니다. 두 번째 바로 이어서 볼게요. 원딜한테 올라타서 아무것도 안 하는 유미 vs 아예 안 올라타고 게임하는 유미.
원딜 얘기부터 들어볼까? 이런 거.
하나는 수비로 따지면은 1번이 좀 더 화나지 않나?
1번.
왜냐면 2번은 그냥 유미가 중든 말든 나 혼자서 이제 그래도 김치 먹으면서
난 근데 이거 1번 영상 보면서 트롤보다는 밈 알아? 유미하고 춤추는 영상 있는데.
그거. 근데 유미는
아무튼 1번이다.
저도 1번입니다.
같이 옆에서 그래도 때려주잖아. 내려있던 놈은 그래도.
세 번째 영상입니다.
잘 싸우는데?
빡세게 들기하고.
삐졌네.
1조 상했네.
포탑방패가
오.
둘 다 좀 못 갔네. 근데 그래도 차라리 우물에 있으면 캐리라도 해줄 수 있어.
4대5인데?
4대5인데 그나마. 근데 7데스 박잖아? 내 자리 사온다고 상대가. 아무것도 하지 마 그냥 차라리. 그냥 아무것도 하지 마 그냥.
07형 야소가 사이드 밀면서 DC 드리블 하면서 막 한두 명 드리블 해주면 괜찮은 거 아니야?
라인 매띠 하면서.
근데 나는 두 상황이 만약에 나한테 왔다고 쳤을 때 어떤 게 그래도 나은가 라고 생각하면은 076 야스오가 그나마 대신 스킬이라도 빼주든 라인을 밀어가지고 사람을 끌어오든 뭐 이런 행동이라고 하니까
여긴 아예 게임 포기 선언이고 여기는 그 이길 여지는 있어.
나도 4번. 왜냐면 야스오 하는 애들이 은근히 피지컬이 좀 좋고 장인들이라서 저런 애들이 은근히 나중 가서 갑자기 캐리하거나 뭐킬 한두 번 먹고 오면 좀 제일 잘 커있는 경우도 가끔 있어.
맞아. 다슬결로 3번 팩토리 올라가게 됐습니다. 자, 다음 영상.
룰로랑 애니비아가 같이
뭔가 좀 잘못된 것 같은데?
이걸 앞으로 버텨주고.
아무리 도망갈 때 길막하는 애니비아 vs 한탑 때 베인이 굶혔는데 먹는 탕켄치.
나는 약간 애니비아.
나도
왜냐면
애니비아.
그냥 딱 글만 봤을 때 저거는 실수로 먹을 수 있는데 약간 애니비아는 좀 고의 같잖아.
오케이 5번 팩급 올라가요. 자, 다음
급이 너무 많은데? 아, 이거는 진짜 많아. 이거는 진짜 많아.
자, 게임 시작 2분 뒤 오는 흡연자 vs 마지막 한타 남기고 피방 2분 남았다는 피방러.
나는 정글러잖아. 실제로 진짜 나 정글 리시 받아야 되는데 안 와. 7번이 좀 악질인 것 같아. 이건 나 진짜 항상 자주 겪었던 일이니까.
아 7번이 너무 싫은 게 다시 하게 될 때까지 안 들어왔으면 되겠다.
맞아.
그렇지 마. 그래도 늦게나마 와가지고 게임 진행 가능한데 7번이 8번은 우리의 남은 인생은 2분이야. 2분 안에 한타, 상대편의 넥서스 모두 쟁취한다. 이게 너무 힘들어.
기울어져 있는 협곡과 타임어택인데 나는 기울어진 게 더 기분이 나쁜 것 같아.
그리고 초반 스노우볼이 잘못 굴러가면 게임에 많은 영향을 끼칠 때가 많잖아.
오케이, 그럼 7번이 더 나쁘다는 좀 악질이라는 평가가 많았기 때문에 네, 7번 패스 몰라보겠습니다.
이건 뭐야? 맞으면 그냥 벗어질 것 같아.
둘 다 트롤 아니?
둘 다 트롤 아니다?
9번 같은 경우는 요즘 트위치 서폿이 유행인데 그럼 트위치 서폿이 트롤이야?
공감합니다.
난 이거 10번 탑 감수성으로 얘기하면 되게 잘하고 있는 상황인 것 같아. 그러니까 영토 확정형 top 챔피언들이 있거든? 대표적으로 1라오이, 티모 자신만의 영토를 만든 애가 있는데 잘하고 있잖아, 티모. 그나마 뽑자면 9번.
나도 9번.
굳이 올리자면 9번. 굳이 올리자면 9번.
오케이.
이번엔 11번 영상.
이거는 실력 아니야? 평소엔 잘 끄는데 물어보지도 않았는데.
토마스가 허무하게 죽었네.
다이애나의 이쪽으로 그냥 뚝 들어가가지고.
사실 둘 다 트롤이라 보기엔 좀 애매하고 둘 다 그냥 좀 롤을 못하는 게 아닐까. 이건 고를 수가 없는데.
어려운데요? 기권 안 되나요?
오케이, 기권.
얘는 그냥
이건
이건 트롤이라기보다는
실력이 아쉽다.
실력?
이거 좀 아니야? 플랜 A. 둘 다 해결은 가능할 것 같긴 하거든? 여기는 그냥 그래 너 가라 하면서 내가 양보하면 정상적인 게임 진행이 가능해. 근데 여기는 이 삔또를 다시 못 이끌어내면 그냥 그 게임은 끝나. 나는 더 나쁜 것 같아.
4번이
14번.
그런 것도 있겠다. 또 저게 아이템을 판단하는 게 우물을 밖에 나가냐 안 나가냐 차이가 좀 있거든.
차이냐 아니냐.
그러니까 거기서 모르고 달랠 수도 있는데 거기서 야 너 어차피 되돌리게 할 거잖아. 나가서 한번 증명해봐면은 너 이제 열받아서 증명한다고 진짜 나가서 14번
나도 14번.
다수결로 14번 팩급이 올라갔고 자 1라운드 자 8강 빠르게 진행할게요. 자 첫 번째 원딜한테 올라타서 아무것도 안 하는 유미 vs 입 털면서 우물에만 있는 010 야쏘.
나도 야수.
오케이 야쏘. 자 아군 길막하는 애니비아 아까 봤죠? vs 게임 시작 2분 뒤에 오는 흡연자.
나는 참을 수 없어.
흡연자.
협곡을 기울어뜨려?
자 맞춰버리고 로밍 다니는 050 서포 갱 안 왔다고 템 다 팔고 체력 구슬 산 나르.
무조건 나르지 이거.
오케이 그럼 뽑힌 3개 중에 최후의 우승자를 한번 가려볼까? 게임은 야쏘.
그러니까 우물에만 있는 이라는 거잖아. 저거는 갱생이 안 되는 거잖아. 나르는 회유가 가능해.
근데 나는 3번.
왜냐면
갱 안 왔다. 이거 정글로 하나. 그리고 회유 내가 얘까지 회유를 해야 돼? 내가 에너지를 얼마나 써야 돼?
나도 3번.
3번?
왜냐면 1번은 그냥 차단하고 감정 소모를 안 할 수 있고.
맞아.
3번한테는 감정 소모를 당해야 돼.
그치.
기분이 나빠.
와 그것까지 생각하니까 좀 너무 스트레스
이거
받겠어.
악질이지.
악질한데 좀 우선 누군가요?
나는
야 최고의 B급. 너가 최고다 나래가 아니네.
트롤을 한번 받았던 경험이 있는 사람이면은 나도 이거 당했으니까 너도 당해봐라. 너 죽고 나 죽자를 이제 시전하고 싶은 사람들이 점점 많아질 거라고 생각해. 깨진 유리창 이론이라고 길거리가 지저분하고 건물이 깨져 있고 그 환경이 나쁘면 범죄가 일어날 확률이 높다.
맞아. 강구책을 좀 찾아가지고 라이엇이 제재 좀 확실하게 해줬으면
강화했으면 좋겠다.
근데 라이엇도 이게 어렵겠다라고 난 결론을 지었어. 왜냐하면 하루에 신고되는 게 막 몇만 건이 넘을 거고 게임 이용자 수가 몇백만 명이 되는데 인력으로는 누가 나와놓고 AI를 도입했을 때는 애매모호한 거야. 어떤 걸 기준으로 해야 되는 건지 신고된 걸 접수를 할 건지.
정말 트롤한 사람만 신고 넣는 게 아니고 못한 사람도 신고를 넣으니까 판별이 분명히 애매모호해진다. 신고를 할 때는 정말 트롤인 사람, 확실한 사람들만 신고하자.
결국 또 리그 오브 레전드를 청소하는 건 우리네. 우리가 잘해야 깨끗하게 만들 수 있는 거야. 몰판의 미래는 우리가 만드는 거라 생각해요. 우리가 깨끗하게 게임을 해야 된다.
이제 롤이 지금도 국민 게임인데 만약 진짜 20년 30년 간다면 롤 제재 내역 같은 게 결혼이나 어떤 입사할 때 증명을 하라는 것처럼 많이 이것처럼 되지 않았으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분.
누구나 똥은 쌀 수 있습니다. 남들이 좀 힘들고 데스수가 많더라도 이해해주는 그런 아름다운 문화 정착시켰으면 좋겠고요.
중요한 말이죠. 업보. 모든 것은 다 자기에게 돌아온다. 항상 남한테 좋은 행동을 하는 사람이 되도록 합시다.
아니 갑자기 롤이 좀 되게 아름다워지네. 발짱이들아 또 다뤘으면 하는 주제들 있으면 댓글로 달아줘. 협박 닥터.
수고하셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
back, guys. We're here at the LCK. It is Genji up against KT Rolster for a second match of the night. We did just have Saturday's Showdown where Kwangdong Freaks were able to pummel Nongshim with a 2-0 victory. And now we're getting into another match that, on paper, should be Genji favored, but we don't know because KT sometimes look like a 12 out of 10 and sometimes look like a 3 out of 10. What do you think they're going to look like today?
Yeah, let us remind ourselves that it was Kwangdong that 2-0'd KT after, and afterwards KT beat D+. So we genuinely no clue what's happening here today. Safe predictions go towards Genji. They have overall been a very stable team. They've been able to play both aggressively around multiple sides of the map, but up against KT, sometimes it feels like it's more about what KT does as opposed to what their opponents do. Because as you point out, KT in their best form can beat anyone, and KT can also beat themselves like no one else can.
Yeah, and Genji in their best form have beaten most teams. I think that, our top teams, I don't think it's that they're actually practicing weird strats or new stuff, but they tend to drop games out of nowhere against teams that they're much better than. And I think that, especially now towards the end of round robin 1, really need to tighten things up. You don't want to be dropping random games. You want to make sure that you kind of get your strategy set in stone. And you're taking 2-0s as much as possible, as it's the unstoppable 6-win streak for Genji. They have tied first place now.
And KT has been going loss, win, until recently where they found the double win against Bro and D+. Now Bro expected to win that one, but the D+ one, that one is big. And DK really took that loss very, very hard. And KT just looked incredible on the day, and not in small part thanks to this man, BDD. His Yone performance has been really, really good. We also saw that the Yone as a whole has looked fairly lackluster here, but yeah, the most iconic Yone play of all time is still the Chovy game. That one where he got like 15 kills and solo carried the team.
That was against Genji as well.
Yeah.
So
it was against BDD.
Yeah, that's true. 2022 Summer Champions, Doran Peanut and Chovy versus Lahens. And aiming ready to get carried by Lahens, who knows Genji well, and Doran, I'm not too worried. I mean, it's one thing to say you know the strategies, but I think in this meta especially, things are pretty set in stone in terms of what teams want to do and what style they want to play and what drafts that we see. I'm not sure that a little bit of extra, inside information from Lahens is going to get them over the line, personally.
I agree. Hasn't been enough to just know and get counter picks, even though we would like to see more of those, and there are other strategies than the ones that drive Veldus insane. As looking at the stats, Genji, they are a really good team, so unsurprisingly, their stats are going to look amazing. Notable here is again the average win time for KT, which makes complete sense if you consider how this team plays out in practice. Their goal totals might not look as good, but when they do look good, they win very quick and very convincingly. In the current meta, having an average win time that's as low as this is in of itself, I think, very impressive. And it's not like KT is only going for scaling drafts or only aggressive drafts. They've really been kind of trying a bunch of stuff. As long as there's no blind casted in, I'll be happy. That was something that should not be repeated. But is that enough against Genji?
I'm not so sure, as this is the new look of Genji. Pays coming in alongside of Delight down in the bottom side. These two guys have become just really solid, just getting better and better every single time. Top side of the map, same as last year, still extremely strong. And that has been a recipe for success for this squad.
And even though Ruler is obviously sorely missed, was one of the best AD carries in the LCK for basically since he won Worlds. Never really dropped too far off the ladder. Never going to be easy to follow up. And for Pace, had a really rough start against T1, looking extremely, extremely lopsided. But after that, week after week, has been looking better and better. And even though Pace isn't close to what Ruler offered for this team, they can still play the same style. And that, to me, I think is something that they're really benefiting well from. Whereas this team, we make the time machine jokes a lot, but the reality is, even without the players are right now as Lahens, yeah, you know he had to.
The trash talk coming out is already. Lehens is getting in their face. And this team has been strong. Keen has really stepped it up. His Jax has been really nice to watch, actually. Even I can say.
Even Valdez.
That even a known Jax anti can notice it and respect the play of Keen on this pick so far. And that will be a champion of contention. Also, Aiming and Lehens have played some interesting duos. You know, the duo that's played the most of Ezreal Karma. The most obvious Ezreal Karma, at least. And have looked pretty strong on that.
And key player matchup, Keen versus Doran. Doran overall has been very, very strong in terms of what he's been able to provide for Gen G. If you look at the consistency, he had a really great Camille game recently, but even if you put him on a pick like Cassante, something that's a bit more supportive and more meant to support the rest of the team, has been good. Can't really complain. But Keen has not quite hit the highs of Keen in, say, 2019. Well, I think that is a very tough ask for the player. But 2022, Keen is also nowhere to be found, which is good. That was a rough year for the player. And what we have seen is that even though top lane isn't necessarily the most relevant lane right now, we've had more and more games really be broken open by counter picks. We had Dudu get double POGs in the last game. We had Birdle's game yesterday where he really showcased that even single-handedly can get big leads in that lane, even without jungle intervention. And would not be surprised if we see some focus, not in terms of jungle, because let's be honest, junglers only have one lane that they have to go to, and that's bot lane. But in terms of draft, would not be surprised to see the team try and give a little bit of love to either of these players.
Maybe it's the top lane for this game. We'll have to wait and see in this best of 3, I should say. As overall, I think this should be a pretty close matchup. You know, on paper, like I said before, Gen G definitely the stronger team, but KT have been kind of on the rise. And as long as they can stay consistent, which is really the question. I think that's the question mark here. It's just one big question mark over how consistent can KT stay. Will they play like they have been in the last couple of matches? If so, we'll have a very close, fun matchup. If not, Gen G should probably stomp them. So I'm hoping that we get the former rather than the stomp, because we already had one of those today.
Couldn't possibly know, and I agree. We're starting earlier here today, and as a result, we have plenty of time. Valdez, give us the extra games, give us what we want, and I know this is a lot to ask, but maybe some variety. Maybe we can bring back that Xayah. That'd be cool. That's a good champion. If you ban 4 other AD carries, just do that. And play Xayah. It's a fun bird. You can go quick blade second. It's
fun
good.
Bird.
It's a fun bird.
True. Gen G red side.
Hey, can counter pick those solo lanes and then really go in.
Especially the top lane. It's going to take away some of the picks that maybe Keen want to go for. You know, will he go for just blind Jax in this case from the blue side? Definitely a question that we will get answered here in this first game. Cassid in the first ban.
Ooh. Maybe KT showing that they have learned their lesson when it comes to Cassid in. It's like, nope, we don't want it. We don't want to pick it, and we don't want to give it away. Ashe, another one. And unfortunately, with how this draft is scaling up thus far, it is feeling like a Lucian Zeri handshake situation. Yay!
Lucian, Nami,
Zeri, Lulu.
And it is Elise alongside of the Maokai ban.
It's happening. I think we're getting there. Caitlyn should be banned here on Gen G. Their end, and for KT, you have a couple of options that you can go for here with the Castellan ban already. I would not be surprised if they want to try and focus some more attention towards the mid lane. Also, do note, going to be Cassante instead. Do note, Azir still open, and BDD has still not been allowed to play his 100th game of Azir. Still no.
Chovy's probably the scariest player to play it into. Maybe Zeka is like up there too, but I don't know. Chovy is in fact Chovy. The guy can play Yone, the guy can play Silas, big time pick for him. The Akali as well. Do you want to blind Azir into this player? I don't know. Even with it available here, and even with how strong of an Azir player BDD is.
Varus, perchance. Sejuani is another big one.
Lucian Nami.
Now we're gonna handshake.
Zeri Lulu.
Okay, Pace, you know what to do. Lucian Sona. Break it up.
Lucian Nami.
break it up, Genji.
Are Pace and Delake confident enough to do something like that?
I don't know. They won't. No, it's gonna. They're just.
Pace
gonna
loves
Zeri.
Zeri.
They're gonna play Zeri Lulu. Yeah. No, we knew, chat. We shouldn't have gotten our hopes up. Also, the Vi pick away, safeguarding the fate of this Zeri, making sure that she will not be getting hunted down with impunity because she's gonna play Wukong, which she has been very good at. And then here we will have the Lulu pick up.
Yeah, but how did you know?
Hey, that's an analyst's secret. Can't tell anyone about that.
I'll never be as good at drafting as you.
I know. That's okay. I'm not as good as
I thought it was going to be
shouting
Timo.
One day, fellas. One day she'll get it. One day you'll get it.
Maybe in a Viper game. Maybe next time Hammer Life Esports play. You'll bring that out again.
Turns out that's the hidden Ash support counter that none of us, it's Halo Blades Timo with Ignite and Exhaust.
Yes.
Yes.
AP.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. Jack's gonna get a band away, the respects paid, as we are going to end our little bit, which we are driven to insanity by these drafts being the same every time. And more top laners gonna get thrown away. What this does mean is that Gen G has the opportunity to go for an offer Azir here, which is fine. And then KT can go back again to that Yone that BDD has looked very good on. He's picked it into Azir multiple times. So as Gen G, do you go... Okay, never mind. Because for Gen G, then the question becomes, do you want to take that risk and give counterpick over to Doran, which I do think is very important. R5 counterpick for top is great, but at the cost of possibly letting BDD run free.
What's going to be the final ban here? Curious about this one. Will it be just another top laner, or perhaps the Akali away from Chovy? Akali quite strong. It does get banned often in the second round, unless you're Kwangdong and you decide not to ban in the second rounds.
Well, they won the game, so must be good.
Must be a strong strategy. Blind Gnar.
Doran taking one for the team. This is a thing this player has done very often, and Doran has his inconsistencies. Some games he looks amazing, some games he makes you what's happening, Doran? But it's very clear. Gen G wants to give the counter pick over.
Oh?
It's been buffed.
Is it happening?
No, you're not blinding that.
Camille.
Ooh, does make sense. Camille already beautiful dive core here for KT.
Yeah.
Pick up the Silas to go with it as well, because we have Gnar and there is Silas available.
Silas has kind of fallen off.
He has.
Big time in terms of win rate.
Yeah, blind Silas, even if you do get the Gnar, is quite scary, because the Tristana has been on the rise, and that to me is one of those matchups I'm like, I don't know how that's going to go. No.
It's laughing. It's not.
It's
going
to be Victor, because Victor is actually really good into Rise. We're not excited about that. I don't know if anyone can be excited about Victor, but we have already seen that the Rise doesn't really get to leave his lane. He gets outranged and he gets outskilled as well in terms of damage. So it's not the most exciting draft, Veldas, but I like what Gen G have here. Lots of team fighting power, ability to snowball that bottom half of the map, and even if you don't, if you're on even footing, you can always win late game fights. For KT, a lot more aggressive, a lot more dive oriented, need to play a bit more forward, because if they play neutral too slow, they will be in trouble, and trying to play dive into a Victor and a Lulu can be a tough one.
Maybe they just avoid the team fight overall, and they just go ahead and go for a 1-3-1, because you know, they have Camille, they have Rise. We've seen this before. We've seen tons of teams try to go for this. As, he's from Brazil, and he's a KT Rolster fan.
As we know, Brazil is very far away from Korea.
Yeah.
How much was it? 33 hours?
Our good friend, you may know of him, Achilleos, just flew over there for Valoranting, and took him 33 hours. Yes.
Yeah. So, hats off to this fan coming to Lore Park. Really cool to see. Yeah, 1v1 might be the only available angle here for KT if they are unable. And they do have a composition with the mobility of the Lucian and the Nami and the Ryzen sides that can definitely bolster that. But even though it's not interesting, the Genji composition, it'll get a job done.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we got game one loaded up. Genji versus KT. Let's hop onto the Rift.
Oh, no, it's not 5-man.
Is it not?
Well, on one side, but it's only the light.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
So it's
5-man on one
it's
side.
6-man. Really.
True.
True. Great start to this to the series, Val.
5 plus 1 is 6. You're right.
It's normally dangerous to do math on stream, but
that one I
felt safe about this one.
I felt it was a little bit risky, but
the most
I win for it, and thankfully it worked out. I think.
The most equations that I do nowadays in my daily life is when I have to measure ratios for coffee or for food. As Chovy and BDD are really going aggressively, and Chovy did go for comment, which didn't hit initially. And both junglers probably salivating looking at these two laners.
Yeah, I guess BDD, he hit around the corner knowing that his E cooldown should be lower than, I guess, Victor's Q cooldown. So he's like, well, I can trade better and just kind of run him down. And he did a pretty good job of that. But they both have some tradability. Does Chovy not have a corrupting pot?
They have the same runes.
No, he does.
Yeah, no, they have literally the same runes as well. Obviously, with exception of Comet versus Phase Rush. But outside of that, no difference there. Really opting heavily into the lane. And this is a matchup that traditionally early on the Gnar is fine in, although it looks like Keen will be able to get early level 2. But post 6, gets a lot more tough to navigate with substantial all-in power from the Camille, and that is even disregarding the Wukong. So Doran going to have to be very, very careful, because this Camille is a genuine win condition in case she does get too far ahead. The Light not going to find the glitter lens, as
no bubble yet for Lahens. Just going for full trading, and yes, the ward does come down. They will be safe against this. Aiming and Lahens are handling this early spot in the lane very well.
And do note, this is with Pace also going Doran's Blade. Aiming going to have a little bit less immediate power, but will have a bit of an advantage when it comes to finishing that early Dirk. And the Light already backing. Rough first few levels. Aiming and Lahens doing very nicely here. Pace will get the cannon, which that's all that really matters when it comes down to it. Do you get the cannon, yes or no?
Stop side for Keen, you know, they were able to, well, it was through Genji's own volition, trying to get counterpick in mid for Chovy rather than for Doran and top. They went for the blind Gnar, so that gave Keen the opportunity to go for the counterpick. Wow. We'll see how that goes, as this is becoming a little bit of a disaster, as Cuz has really embraced the current bot meta, and Pays maybe one step too forward, but he will have to heal and get away.
Peanut now making his way over.
They're like still trying to trade this 2v3.
Yeah. And they can't really come close. Peanut is a level up, will now make their way back. I don't know if Aiming and Lahens actually got the play. We'll see when the plate graphic comes up later, because they were so far off, and I think it was like another wave that went into the turret. Definitely a good zoning to come through here, and now Peanut going to look for some might. I was about to say, is he just going to flash? But no, is instead going to just wait out the Q. 7 seconds.
They don't know.
No, they don't know. And
they don't have any idea.
Oh, this is big.
Well, there's the slow. The Glitter Lance is going to be big, but Aiming and Lahens know this is coming already. Flash here from Aiming. Is the damage enough? Flash in from Peanut, and yes, it will be. as Peanut will be picking up first blood in the bottom lane.
Ooh, and initially that zoning off from Aiming and Lahens and Cuz I love. That was a good call. But sticking around for so long, even though you keep pace in the light of the way, there's somewhat of diminishing returns because you're also not, right, being able to lost it as well as maybe you would like to. And it gave Peanut ample opportunity to make his way over towards the bot side of the map. As, yeah, there's no vision here. They had vision on his Gromp. No, he wasn't there. And Aiming and Lahens caught off guard here, yeah, with red buff especially. And this is PTA, and that actually might be the reason why we get this kill here. I haven't really talked about the runes yet, but this is Aftershock, which recently has been big, as we now have confirmation. Only Lucian got the third play gold, so that's actually great, so good on KT for that one. But if you have Aftershock or Conqueror, might not get the kill there. So the PTA, early aggression is big, and...
Keen? Well, that was a big mistake. What? Very, very obvious that Doran was about to hit Mega, and Keen was like, here you go.
Oh, Valdez.
I do not know what to say about that one, Chronicler.
We have both. We have the entirety of KT in 2 minutes. Oh, reinforcements are coming.
Yeah.
He's in the light. Might be in deep trouble here. Peanut is on his way. Doran has TP.
Double flash.
Doran
they also have
TP.
Ignite. There is a potential way for Pace and Delay to get out of this.
He's on his way.
Easy. Bubble is down now.
I think you're fine.
Yeah.
If they go, oh, this might be a disaster.
Bubble miss.
KT.
Here's TP, and BDD's going to take 2 turret shots with the TP. I suppose they do get the teleport out of Doran at least. Not the not the cleanest dive, but they did force a TP.
Yeah, but TP for what will be, 2 free waves going to get shoved into the turret now for BDD here is very costly. That Rise play, if it works, can be worth the trade, but instead, it won't be. I guarantee you. Not a good look here as the over-aggression from KT. As mentioned, they need to play this way with this type of draft, but you also need to do it measured. And in this case, Genji read the play as, oh, yeah, this...
Okay, so he hits level 6. He's about to hit Mega Gnar.
I don't know. Okay, maybe he was... Oh, let's...
Well, yes, they are very happy about the about the way that one turned out for sure.
Maybe Keen thought he was gonna hit 6 off of the 1 minion, and he wanted to but even then, even if you ult and then you dodge it, I don't think you then win. So I just don't know. Yeah, I don't see it.
You might be right though. Maybe that was the angle he was going for, because I mean it's Keen, right?
Yeah,
and that was a very obvious big mistake, but
yeah,
the guy must have had some kind of...
Well, that's my guess. Where maybe he had because he was sitting on cookies. So you have your cookie and your level 6 level up. Gnar throws an ult into the wall. Maybe he buffers another skill. You dodge that. Not sure, because they were also playing on the cross map. So as far as I can remember, there wasn't anyone there.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Well, KT have really embraced this bottom side meta as we're trying to kill the Lucian, and down will go Aiming, and they turn this around so beautifully to Genji. They say, you know what? We know you're coming. We don't care. Peanut sets it up. In goes Peanut. Now he is a little bit in trouble, but they don't quite have the damage to get on top of him finally, because will get the job done, but has to flash for it. And that is, again, another big win in the bottom side here for Genji.
Pace isn't even 6. It's supposed to already be winning the matchup.
Well,
and meanwhile...
Peanut was 6.
Yeah, no, he was... Meanwhile, Chovy is farming mid, which in this case actually is the correct call. Funnily enough.
He starts to go bot, but then he realizes, oh, okay.
Nah, okay, they got this. Nicely done there by Pace as well, dodging the bubble. And then this, you don't need to go for this. Bit over the top, but who cares, right? Another kill onto your Zeri. Chovy's like, guys, I helped. Bye. Because
I do laser.
As funny as it is, with how well Genji is responding to these continuous KT bot side roams, the right call is actually to just play for play, to play for the wave. Because Victor, in an early skirmish, isn't going to do as much as the Rise. Will never be quite in the same timer that the Rise will be. So Genji with Peanut respond extremely well. He's going to take a bit of a tickle here, but will be completely fine. And now the map is collapsing around KT, and with Keen already behind, 1-3-1, is going to be tough. With Zeri rapidly accelerated, like taking early objectives is going to be way easier. Hard forcing team fights, you get a lot more possibilities because we talked about the dive for KT. But look at Gen G. Like Zeri skating into a bunch of people when backed up by a Gnar and a Vi is going to be a really big threat. And if you're too far behind in terms of itemization, when you're KT, you're in really deep trouble. Like Aiming didn't even get to go for the early Dirk, you know, which a lot of the laning power that you can have with the Lucian Nami is kind of attributed to that. Oh, very rough, Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely. Peanut, speaking of itemization, there's going to be a very scary sword. No one tell...
The internet?
No one tell the internet.
I think the internet.
Please hide it. Peanut's going to use his lead to buy this item. And, I mean, there's an Ami, I guess. But anyway, he's going to be very far ahead. He's going to get this Rift Herald for his team and just really catapult Gen G ahead in this early game.
Yeah, really.
The Zeri is, you know, it's not quite a Zeri moment, especially because it's kind of like, I don't know. We'd have to ask Wolf on this one, actually. It's kind of close on that one, on that bottom play. Does that really count as a Zeri moment?
I'd say no, but I'm not the expert.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to...
We need the administrator.
That's a cool nickname. If we want nicknames, so Wolf's the administrator.
Yeah.
Well, what are the rest of us? I'm the cook. That's easy. I'm the cook.
I don't know if you want that as your nickname, Chronicler.
I think it's fine.
I think it could have some other meanings.
No, it's like... I think that's okay. I love cooking. I know what to
Will
tell
we
you
let
about
you
this.
cook, though?
I have been known
Generally, we
to
do.
be a bit of a...
well, Doran might be dead here. He tries to flash and hop away. He's about to hit Mega Gnar, but can he even get it on time? He's going to hit them away. The wall misses, and that is a 3-on-1. Not exactly fair. As Peanut is in the bottom side, has to flash away from this one, but he doesn't have a great way to get away. He does not die to the culling, though, and he will just Q.
Unfortunate sequence of events here initially. Peanut trying to set up a dive, aiming and Lahens ahead of the plate, are able to collapse on top of him. But when all is said and done, Chovy TPs towards the top half of the map. We'll be able to catch the wave, deny too many plays going over there. There's no objective to be picked up. And nice play from KT. Good to try and focus and restore some order in that top side, but your bot side still suffering for it. Pays going to have an incredible amount of gold as they'll now be making their way back. So back to nicknames, Valdez. What are you?
I'm the astronaut.
You're the astronaut. I like
yeah,
that.
that's me.
As
because my head's in the clouds. This is pretty elementary. I mean, that's kind of the map mobility that this comp provides, right? So they're just doing it pretty early on.
First time it works, unfortunately. And Atlas is the weatherman. That's easy.
That makes sense, yeah.
Because he loves the clouds.
True. Yeah, he's just doing that, and we do have this Cloud Drake. Speaking of which, should be taken down by KT. Gen G are kind of around the area, but not really in position to contest it. So it's going to be hanging around.
Possible angle for a fight here, but with pace and aiming not... Yeah, why not?
Considering
the light
it.
wants it.
You see that burst damage from the Lulu? Flashing in is BDD. He's like, I want to fight. Let's go for it. Peanut's just going to press his R button as they're looking to kill Cuz, and they will. And now Pays is here first, and, well, KT did not get themselves into a very good fight. BDD makes the call. The rest try to follow, and Gen G say, thank you very much. We will take your mid turret.
In case you were wondering which KT we were going to get today.
Game 1 is not KT we saw from the last 2 weeks.
I think we are getting our answer, unfortunately. KT continuously trying to force, and if they're on the same page maybe, but you miss a really big spiking element of your composition, which is the Lucian. And then I want to pay attention to the CC chain on Cuz. They're actually really nicely done. Right? It's ult, and then into the Wild Growth, and then Chovy makes sure that...
Gotta play in the top side. Doran's about to go Mega.
Ooh.
Looks like they wanted to go in on this one. Peanut is again active on the map, this time in the top side. Didn't amount to much.
Also, Jason chiming into the nicknames with me being Chronic Cackler, so I guess I can't escape that one. Thanks, Valdez.
You can be Chronic Cookler.
Oh my god.
That kind of works.
It was right in front of us.
It was right in front of our eyes.
The whole
We have
time.
evolved this nickname over the course of the last 3 days.
Amazing. I think this is the final form. No more evolution needed. Unlike Victor, who loves his evolutions and is currently in a great state in this game. He's 33 CS up. He's 160 CS of 50.
What do you think about the Rylai's, or not Rylai's, Leandrews in this case? I mean, there is still a large amount of HP being built, but there's no, like, classic tank, right? You think it's still good?
Yeah, I don't think you need the tank specifically, just, like, between the two Divine Sunderers, which... Ooh.
Okay.
Continue. Yeah, and the Rod of Ages as well. Extra value you're going to get from the... I think it's called Madness passive, right? The extra damage that you do against targets with a ton of health, and then additionally just the burn. Yeah, I really like it. And looking at how a lot of the fights might play out, a little bit of the poking that you are going to be able to do with the Leandries, I think going to feel very, very good as well. First Turbot going to go over to Chovy, who after his Tristana PvE game now is taking a little bit more of an active role, but who cares, right? Because he's going to be monstrously bad.
The thing that I love about Chovy
cooking,
as we might have a little play down the bottom side. Even teleport here, BDD's in a lot of trouble, still does not have flash, and the CC chain should be good enough here, as Peanut has to go really deep for this one, though, as this is just Lehens. It's just Lehens by himself.
Wait, they're coming.
Yeah, here's aiming, though. As, just going to flash on Chovy. He will be the sacrificial victor in this case, and Peanut will get away at least.
What about the light Lulu gank? He's way...
well, Polymorph is pretty good. Doran's really going to try to force this one. There's the wall up, and there it is! The gank from the Lulu! As the Polymorph comes in, and the flash forward to try to get on top of this Camille, and it will be enough. The Salite is there to help out in a 2v1 scenario. Should be a second Rift Herald now to Genji.
Genji really running away with this one, winning, well, trading on the bottom half of the map. Will get punished for that one, and that's a big gold influx into aiming. Chovy giving over a large shutdown. Nice for KT, but then on the top half we have the Light immediately punishing together with Doran, who really is having an amazing Gnar game. You don't need to do this, but they do. They do.
It's
crucial.
clean, though,
Crucial here is that the teleport from Gnar is cancelled. So as a result, a play that looks like they might actually have an advantageous number. Like if Gnar is here, this is not even close. Because the teleport gets cancelled, shout out to Keen, which is also why Doran is this low at this point. And then, this is so frustrating as a top laner. Chovy's just gonna flash.
Yeah.
She's not gonna stand.
Just keeping it simple, you know?
Shenanigans. But while we're watching those replays, like Pace picked up Herald.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. Genji really is the... It doesn't matter what you do, we're gonna get like 2 extra waves on every play. Because like look at these CS numbers across the board.
Yeah.
Like the only one that's okay is aiming because he's being fed a lot of CS. And then that's not even taking into account the turrets. And
Can they kill Chovy? Under the turret there is no wave as Peanut, or rather Cuz is taking a bunch of damage as he goes in on this one. BD tried to tank it up, but take a look at Genji's map play. Like the second this happens, they're taking a Drake, they're getting the bottom tier 2. It's Genji are just getting a huge win from all of this, as they should be able to rotate into mid as well. They're even going to use a teleport and say, okay, let's try to roll this into mid turret as well.
They can. They have Herald. No problem at all. Yeah. Oh no. Not the top outer Valdez.
Yeah. You know.
Well, they have to go for that because they can't actually contest this mid. But this game felt relatively even.
And like
now it's a 6k gold lead.
Maybe if they killed Chovy, this would have been okay. But even then, Genji are just getting such a massive lead. And they're even going to dive the turret because why not? You're so far ahead. And now Keen even is going to take a huge amount of damage, just threatening his life. And Pays with his ult on is just going to push everybody out by himself as his team backs.
It was crank up those DPS numbers, Veldas. That's what FaZe is trying to do because
trying to catch up to Chovy's CS numbers.
yeah, this game's done. Wow. Oh, can't wait to see what the Des does because this is a really cool showcase in how to accelerate a game. 2 failed early plays from KT. She's just all over them. And also a nice antidote for what has been a relatively slow-paced week of League of Legends within the LCK.
Yeah. It's
Not so slow-paced anymore.
It's been nice today. Very fast-paced, even in our first series. Teams just, grabbing the game by the horns. You know that saying? Do they say that in the Netherlands? I feel like that might be like an American
I'm familiar
thing.
with the expression. I have indeed heard it, but we don't... I don't think there's really a Dutch...
It's not like a thing that you say.
Well, it's tough because my Dutch has somewhat deteriorated because I barely speak it, obviously, because who would I speak Dutch with here? It's not a lot of Dutch.
Not a lot of people that speak.
Well, there's
Dutch,
also that. Yeah, in general, it's a pretty rare language.
Chronicler needs a pen pal.
Well, I mean, I still have friends and my family.
Wait, you have friends?
Yeah, was I not supposed to? Is that not?
Well, just
should I not
don't have
that?
friends, so
I don't want to make you feel bad, Veldas. Man,
it's okay. It's all right.
You got me. We got each other.
Got
and we got
Chronicler.
League of
You
Legends.
can always speak Dutch to me.
I
will respond.
I have taught you some things. Do you remember?
Yeah. Thank you, Vel.
Yeah. Dankjewel. Very good.
Dankjewel.
No, you did good.
Yeah. Perfect.
Close enough.
Bicycle.
Yeah.
That's another Dutch word.
Well,
right?
No.
I think.
Well, it's definitely quintessentially Dutch, but
I think it counts. I think it used
close
to
enough.
be English, but now it's Dutch.
Okay.
I think we're highlighting the Seraph's purchase here from BDD and the fact that maybe now KT are going to start to try this split pushing that their comp can do so well. And Doran says,
yeah, I might be behind on that one. As the spike will be good, BDD. As we've pointed out in the past, this is ideal. You get your Roa and you get your Seraphs at the same time. Love to see it. Doran knows that there might be some struggle involved, as BDD still waiting, does have the Realm Warp, but Doran has Flash available as well. And even if they get a pick here, they will not get it. But look, Doran's like, nah, I'm good. My team's invading the top half of the map. We have full vision.
this is what Dundon should have done in the first game of the last series.
Man, you can't expect that from Dundon. He's too busy being fly.
True.
Having a big smile on his face.
I think they potentially could have just done Baron, but instead they're just going to try to team fight. But
well, they're baiting it out.
KT realized this. So now Pays is mid.
Go, do it, Peanut. You know you want to. Come on.
Doran is back in the bot lane, but note how passively he is playing it still. He sees Ryze's top, so he's like, well, I guess I'm okay, probably.
Yeah, you can also not go for Baron at all here if you don't want to take any risk as Genji and just play for Drake. Drake is very low risk, and you can hard force a team fight and be completely fine as long as Pays doesn't die, which he has a lot of summoners, and so does Delight. And he's also getting very, very close to Quick Blades.
Yeah, should get there relatively soon. As the game has slowed down a bit, but it's kind of what we expected. Good vision control from Genji. Been very impressed by their macro so far in 2023. We talk a lot about how T1 are really, really fantastic about punishing on opposite sides of the map. You know, like you lose top turret, but you dive bot and you get a Drake, something like that. But Genji have been really fantastic at it as well, so really want to point them out. They have showcased this many times, even in this first game.
Drake gonna get taken. Huge amount of value. There is a lot of health here for Genji. We have Doran going for the Starrick second, so really opting into that team fight power, which I think is a good call when you're this far ahead and you can hard force the way that you can with Vi and Zeri and really good collective. Except, I guess, Victor. Victor likes to play a little bit slower, but outside of that, once you get Quick Blades, Genji should just take a swing at Baron, see what happens.
what if he swings back?
Well, he will. That's a given. It's more about whether KT swing and whether they hit you, which is not a given, considering how their plays have panned out so far. As you know, this looks really silly, but this is what you need to do.
This is the way
when you're KT, because you're not winning this game if Gen G don't make big mistakes.
Yeah.
So
And
it's not interesting, but it's very disciplined play from Gen G thus far.
And there have been a lot of teams that have done this
Doran,
in recent times as well.
Don't you dare.
So Doran knows very well, like this is very well practiced and studied, it feels like. Because Doran is like, okay, I know that they're both going to be here. Whereas in the past, you know, teams would get caught out by this, top laners would die 2v1 all the time. They're like, well, I gotta stop the push. But Doran, I think, is playing it excellently. Gen G really have slowed it down, though. They're like, okay, well, we're not going to die in the side lane, but also we're not going to fight at all. We're just going to take the Drakes only.
Yeah, not wanting to take any risks here is fine. Now you have Quick Blade, so just go try and set up Baron. The engage from KT is okay, not amazing. They obviously can get on top of you pretty easily, but outside of that, don't think you'd be too worried. Forcing a teleport from either BDD or Keen really opens up a lot of plays later. Gen G's, after their explosive early game, we might have gotten a little bit over-enthusiastic, and then he was like, no, let's play for the win here 100%, and we'll always get it. And that's what we're getting. Just start a Baron.
Just
do it. No, still not.
Actually, currently the vision isn't like
it's not amazing.
Perfect around the Baron for Gen G. For KT, it's great, actually. They have that ward in that very sneaky spot that we all know about. They also have one pretty close, even a control ward here that's being cleared out.
Yeah, it looks like we really are just playing for Soul. With Mountain Soul, losing is basically impossible. Peanut has been looking in Gen G's defense.
He's alone.
This is like his third flank. Well, yeah, he is. He does have stopwatch and rating.
Okay, here we go.
There it
decided
is.
Now is the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, it's the 26-minute and 40-second timer to go on the Baron.
Yeah, it's gone.
And it's gone. They're not even going to get in. Cuz isn't even going to try. Meganar is here, knocks him into the wall. That's a 3-man. Well, actually 2. It was 1 clone. 2 and a clone. I guess it's been enough. As Pace is just in the backline, just nuking people, and he's just going to kill everybody. That's just going to be the end of this team fight. As BDD gets away, but I don't think they care too much about that. As now Gen G might just end the game.
Yep. Pretty sure they will, Valdez, as we were voicing our complaints about Gen G taking it easy, they end the game. Perfect. 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 Clean game from Gen G. Don't know what to tell you. KT looked pretty lost. They had the composition that needed to go for early plays. The early plays were masterfully read. And the game was not even remotely close.
Not even close. Like the second KT tried to play to their comp, Gen G were just like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah, mate. Not gonna happen. And they took their time with it. They, as you were mentioning, trying to maybe burn some teleports, burn something. But at the end of the day, they just said, okay, well, we got our Quick Blades online. Our AD carry has 3 items. Let's do the Baron when we think we have enough room. And even the timing on the Baron, even though, you know, took a little bit, it seemed good enough in their eyes. They go for it. They turn it around with an excellent team fight. And that was that. That was the game. It's the early game, and then it was that.
It's also very easy to be like, it just started up, but we have full vision of the map. If you're Gen G and you don't actually know where the trap that KT is definitely looking for might spring, you got to play it a little bit safer. They did. As we saw, the moment they decided to win the game, the gold went very, very sharply up. Masterclass from Gen G, really firing on all cylinders. We can joke about Trophy CS, but when it came down to it, he was where he needed to be.
Yeah.
He not completely ran the early game. Doran got a solo kill, and then had an immaculate mid to late game in terms of his positioning and how he was respecting the only win con that was still available for KT. Pays in the light go without saying.
Yeah.
Just, he can only speak in superlatives.
That was game 1.
Really good game.
Very good stuff.
That's the end
That's
of
all
it.
we got
That's
to
all
say.
I gotta say. Good luck,
KT,
guys.
they're going to have to perform like they have been for the last week or so. Not like they did in this game one. Otherwise, we might just see Gen G sweep them here. Either way, guys, we're going to take a break and hand it over to the space next.
오공 못 온다. 빡딜 할게요. 아, 먹자. 쌈도 봐. 안 쫄아도 돼. 나이스. 괜찮아. 빨리지 말고. 나 이거 들어갈 거야. 가도 돼. 이거 나 Q 2초고 봐줘. 제리 봐줘. 저 봐줘. 커져라.
줬어.
야, 게임 끝내자. 야, 펜더.
게임 끝내자. 나이스. 아, 초반에 실수해가지고 쏘리.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. Gen G picking up a pretty commanding victory there over KT. Or was it KT throwing it all away? We'll just have to see, Wolf. Let's jump into the draft first.
Yeah.
We thought KT actually had some decent ideas here, but didn't quite manage to execute.
Yeah, KT's draft is fine, right? You have the Lucian Nami, you have Wukong with this, you have a lot of power, and then when this Gnar pick came through, you and I were a little bit concerned. We were like, uh-oh, I mean, Silas is still up, you have Camille, which was the most likely pick that was going to go topside to potentially punish this when you pick Gnar blind. You can run into problems. Could have been Aurelia. There were a lot of ways this could have gone badly. It's Keen as well, into Doran, so you're like, this is a little bit concerning. They do decide to go with the Ryze instead of taking that Silas pick here to try to play it into the Gnar. And we're like, all right, this looks like a pretty good draft. And then everything just goes wrong for KT in this game. The inconsistency of this roster is just mind-boggling. You have Keen dying solo to a Gnar as Camille on the top side of the map. You have overextensions on the bottom side. You have Chovy just running around the map faster and better than BDD. Doesn't matter how good your draft is if you can't execute on it. Or if you execute too hard, as was the case in this game, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And if we bring up our first highlight, we're going to illustrate exactly what went wrong, right? This was Cuz setting up for the early dive, and it looked really good. Like, KT, look at this beginning of the game, right? Like, the map state, gorgeous. Peanuts on the top side of the map, clearing his Krugs. Like, you've eliminated almost an entire wave of experience and farm from Pays and Delight. Now but just back away.
They stay so long that Peanut has the time to recall, walk all the way down. I mean, he walks all the way down here, and you're getting plate gold, right? You're denying CS, you feel good about this, but then you still get caught here. And this is the part that's the most frustrating, because like I said, you execute so hard on this draft that you over-execute, and then you end up getting punished. Peanut's like, still walking down here, no vision whatsoever. Peanut's able to just skirt all the way around here and punish them. And this is the first moment where you're like, oh, KT, you know, you had such a nice lead, you want to push your advantages, but when you know Vi's topside, great. But when you stay so long that you don't know where Vi is anymore, back it up a little bit, back it up, put some vision in that river, you know, replace what you lost, the vision that expired there, but they didn't do it.
No, and being able to actually get that in there so that you can continue to push forward safely is really important. They weren't able to do so. It's a bit of homework sort of going a little bit awry. But the thing that really stood out to me, like even after that moment, I was like, oh, well, KT still have that 1-3-1 win condition that they can go for. Camille should be ultimately much stronger in side lanes. And then Keen just went ahead and died. And we had this absolute mess in the mid lane. We're going to bring it up now. And this is where it really stood out to me that this game was not going to go in KT's favor because everyone is doing a different thing.
Yeah, KT are like on 3 different pages here. As you're trying to go through this choke point and get out, as the rift, the soul is like showing up, right? You're like announcing this, and like BDD's like, all right, everyone else is backing away, but I'm gonna flash forward here. We're gonna look for a skirmish here with Wukong ult. The Wukong ult is late. BDD is left alone. Lehens is on a completely different page in terms of how he wants to use his tidal wave there. It loses both summoners, and Genji are like, I guess plate gold? You know, you guys don't show up to contest the Drake, then you take a weird fight, and like, you either back away there or everybody goes all in. BDD flashes forward with a tidal wave. The Wukong ult is there on point. Cuz is going in, he's dashing forward. But instead they're like in 3 different angles there. And that was a moment that the game was over, essentially. I mean, you gave Genji way too much of a lead. The Camille is falling apart topside. You no longer have a Lucian win condition.
Yeah, and they already had a fantastic teamfighting composition on the side of Gen G, right? Like, they get the Gnar, it is unpunished. Doran actually lanes exceptionally well as being able to get towards those teamfights where things go fantastically. And seeing this positively from the Gnar side of the matchup is actually, I think, pretty important after we've seen a few dicey situations on the other side. As KT will choose red side moving into our second game of the night, so at least a little bit of a change up there.
Yeah, I think it means that they're probably not trying to fish for that Lucian win rate or Lucian push anymore because they had a counter pick for topside. It's Ryze Victor, so it's not like, you know, they got counter picked by the Victor and lost the game because of it. So I think side selection not as important as the actual gameplay here.
No, exactly right. But let's see whose gameplay was the best. We're going to bring up POG, and it's Peanut that collects it. 400 points now, as he can get to first place, tied with a whole bunch of people actually, with back-to-back POGs this evening. But He was a pretty standout pick in my mind as well. Just always there to punish outside of it the very, very early game, but his team played really well around him.
Yeah, I mean, he had so many punishes here bottom side. The one we showcased earlier in particular, but it was, I think, the most impactful one. But
this is why I voted for him. They actually went for the dive.
Yeah, they go for the dive because they have so much money. There's so much follow-up damage here. The Zeri is completely online. I mean, I think Doran crushing a Camille as Gnar warrants a few topside votes, so I'll give him some credit there, because that was the other way that KT could have come back in this game, but Doran said no.
Yep, wasn't to be the case. And let's see whether KT can regroup, see whether they can get on the same page and really give us a series here as we throw it back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you, Space Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, Gen G, a very straightforward win over KT. KT really need to short things up because that first game was not it. And Gen G, they came to play. So like the second you do that against a strong team, you're gonna get crushed. And that's kind of what happened in game 1.
Don't get a lot of room for mistakes, and there were a bunch as the desk clearly, or the space rather, clearly highlighted. And we have seen that KT has picked red side, which, yeah, I know Gen Z started on red side, I get it, but generally blue side considered a lot stronger at the moment. Generally you'll be able to get Maokai or Ashe, you'll be able to really set off your draft on a very strong note, and see if KT is going to be able to do that here, because even with a good draft, I'd be a little hesitant after how one-sided the previous game was.
Karma ban on blue side. Feels like I'm watching Challengers or something. I'm not really sure about this.
So they can cannot pick Jin Karma themselves. It's discipline.
Banning themselves away from the bait picks.
Yeah.
Nice. Makai and Elise seemingly just on the ban list now. Caitlyn definitely sticks out. Cassante was banned by KT on blue side. First phase in game number 1.
The Cassante is a tough one because we know Doran plays a really mean Gwen. Like, has done expertly well on the pick.
Yeah.
So if you're KT, you don't want to give that up, but you also don't want to give them Cassante. So you're in a kind of an awkward spot where you want to pick it, but you know you might get countered.
Yeah, just avoid it entirely.
Yeah. Tough situation in that regard.
Look at the respect Viban.
Is it just is it like Zeri first pick? Be in line with how Gen G have been playing thus far.
They've done it before.
Their prioritization of the pick, making sure that Paze is on something that he's super comfortable on.
He did have that pretty sick play at the end of last game.
That's what got him the POG though.
Yeah, well. Ooh, a little bit of Paze Lucian action.
Hasn't been as clean as his Zeri, but Lucian incredibly strong. KT can go for the pick away of Dynami. We have seen that work with varying success. And it will require aiming to play something aggressive, more hang back and scale with Nami picks. Generally haven't worked well. I personally also am a really big fan of the Sona into it. And we have seen that be executed very nicely. So alternatively, it's Sejuani and Zeri, which is most likely. And you can hear the drop in my tone of voice because...
Okay, I got this. Okay, so it's going to be Zeri.
Yes.
Oh!
Are going to do it?
Wait! They're going to steal it away. There it is, Nami.
So you have two options. Either you lock in the Sona now, which has often been picked, but then you risk running into the Draven, which is very strong and can really punish even small missteps from a Sona. So that is a big risk if the Light is willing to take that. Because what we were expecting, I assume, was Zeri and then Wukong and Nami and then Lulu.
It's going to be Rel.
Rel.
Yeah.
Rel Lucian.
Yes.
Into Nami. If you're right, Valdez, I will.
No.
I don't know what. I'll buy you soup tonight.
Yumi? Wait, they told me this champion was deleted.
Oh no.
Chronicler.
No. No. So,
did you guys lie to me?
I didn't think that we did. But it's not the first time. I think in the PCS, the Yumi was picked up. There have been sightings, which have been somewhat worrying.
I thought they were exterminated.
And you are playing it into an Enchanter, so you're not going to feel as threatened as you might. Because with the nerfs to her attack range, and generally the nerfs to her entire kit, I really thought that was enough. I can't quite out-trade a Draven anymore. That was the thing that everyone was up in arms about a while back. With the bottom block and the attack range now so short. No extra movement speed on Zoomies either anymore. So, good luck! Delight, not what I was expecting. Draven also, haven't really talked about it yet, but has been the main thing to go with the Nami. Pick that can really utilize the aggressive tendencies that a Nami lane loves to have. Also good setup for one another. Yone being banned away. So then Azir ban most likely to come through here as well.
Jax.
Can he do it? Is it finally time?
He can. If he wants to play his 100th game of Azir, this would be the moment.
Probably going to R5 it, or attempt to, and then Genji picks it away.
Yeah, that's the thing. This gets you it for sure. Maybe it's just blind Narn. Okay. I wish I could say I'm surprised.
Is it Chovy Silas? He's really just running it back.
Probably.
Oh no, no, Genji. No, Genji, God, no, Genji! Oh, we've seen teams go for the I will pick the matchup that you just lost in and win it in individual lanes. We are picking a champion that has effectively been deleted from the game, and then we have the same draft that you had. Yeah, KT doesn't have the same draft, which obviously is going to matter as...
Kassadin.
Yeah, I don't love the Kassadin here. I know Kassadin, very strong, obviously amazing late game and whatnot, but... You have Draven and Gnar, like just go in. At the very least, pick something like Victor, where you're actually able to keep the Ryze locked down, because now you're not going to match the shove at all. So Genji should be able to completely collapse both side lanes by the time the mid game rolls around, and then it becomes about how good a defensive play is for KT. And Yumi's in the game again, and I'm still frazzled from that. So there's a lot of question marks coming into this one. Yeah. Genji having fun. Valdez?
They didn't want to play Sona because they expected the Draven, and they said, well, we'll just play Yumi instead. And we'll have to be convinced of this one. We're definitely going to have to keep a close eye on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical.
That certainly, they need to prove it. Otherwise, she might just be banned again.
It's a roller coaster.
It is a roller coaster. Currently going down, but then it goes up at the end.
Pace fan, very good. Very nice. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's the same draft.
Lens, it's your first time against Pays, isn't it?
It's the same draft. Same draft, except there's Yumi.
There's a Yumi.
We already know what this draft is meant to do. Meant to skirmish, meant to snowball. Same for the bot half, but this time we do have the Kassadin to add certain scaling to the KT comp.
Spanning game one, not this time. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2. Why does everybody play this Sejuani skin?
I didn't even see which Sej skin it was.
It's like it's I don't know. The boar that she rides has like a very plain face. That's my best description of it.
Okay, well
it's kind of blue.
Yeah, there's a ton of those. I don't know the name of the skin. I think I've seen it a lot.
You're a Sejuani person.
Yeah, I really like Hextech and what's the other one? The Firecracker one? Those are my favorites. Firecracker is the big piggy.
Yeah. That one's a good
really
one.
nice.
But nobody ever plays that. Maybe it's banned in Pro. Not sure.
Yeah, I feel like we used to see it a lot. I don't know. I have
don't
a very,
remember that.
very bad memory for skins, but maybe you do too. I don't know. I don't know, Velda. So Yuumi is back. To remind everyone, Champion was intended to be removed from the game by Riot. They were like, yeah, this is clearly not the type of gameplay that we want, so we're gonna completely wreck her auto range, which generally kind of ends champions, and then also give her a bunch of normal nerfs. So, good luck, Delight.
She gets increased auto range when her bop and block is up, though.
That is true. Also, Paze has gone for early Doran's Blade and PTA. So this will, I assume, be the good old Kraken Slayer Essence Reaver build. A lot of frontline shredding power. But I'm just still... Why is there a Yuumi in this game? And is Genji Icarus in their hubris trying to emulate their opponent's draft? Although I'd argue a bit better because KT ended with Kassadin instead of...
Yeah. Chovy missed the CS, guys.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. Actually, he missed 2.
Wow.
He's on 10 after the first 2 waves. It's time to pack it up. That's it. We got to go to game 3. Anyway, Peanut is down on the bottom side. He's looking for this angle. Aiming on the Draven, though, pretty fast. As here comes Peanut. Immediate exhaust, as they're probably going to be looking for Lahens here. In the brush, but spotted. Will get the flash out. Red buff onto the Nami. But Lahens just walks away. As a trade gank here in mid, Chovy really putting on the pressure. BDD, I don't think he's really going to be able to join this fight. So, yeah, Cuz just going to come in and try to help him push out the wave, which he will do excellently.
And early trades of summoners favorable here for Genji. As the gank on Chovy didn't really phase him. Just going to walk back. Is still a good gank here from Cuz. Even if without getting the kill, you relieve some pressure for BDD. Going to be able to pick up an early tier. Make sure that he starts stacking that. Chovy did also go for tier on the level 1. So really just looking to try and scale that up as early as possible. And with that bot lane play, also have Lahens and aiming kind of on the back foot here.
Delight's like, I can still auto, right?
Yeah.
Just walk right up to the Draven's face and take an axe, I guess.
Come on, Jonas Strong. You don't have to do that.
He caught right as Doran missed the CS.
Yeah. That's what he does.
Suspicious timing.
He's a visionary.
Yeah. Look at Doran getting in there, trading. Keen about to hit Meganar. This big wave hitting Doran's face. He didn't care.
And in the previous game, we saw what happens if the Camille doesn't respect the Gnar. In her case, she was level 5, but pre-6 in general is where it gets very tough. Post-6, not necessarily immediately something that is winnable, but at least you have windows if your jungler does visit the top side, which is never, because it's jungle in 2023. But once you have your Sunderer and Keen oversteps, there are some opportunities, especially if you misposition near a wall. Chovy gonna keep doing what Ryze does in the Kassadin. And
yes.
The complete lack of make pressure is going to remain a problem. Hopefully Genji will be able to turn this into some early objectives in a way that KT wasn't able to in the previous game.
Doran getting pushed in a little bit. It's kind of what you can expect. Keen again. He should be the one hitting level 6 first in this one. And then after that, the Camille starts to get some items and changes a bit as Peanut, returning to the bottom side, is about to face check a Sejuani, but you can see that KT's bottom side of the map plus jungle do not want to fight.
Because of this guy. Chovy, first roam timer, immediately heads towards bot side. Make sure that if Cuz did go for a fight, goes out to back up his team. Keen is those. If we get a repeat, I swear, Valdez.
You saw Jonas Strong was like zooming in on the minions too. He's like, you want those minions. Are you going to walk into Meganar range? And thankfully
lane gank angle for Cuz here. But Peanut's there because bot lane is a 3v3 lane.
Yeah, it's 3v3. And it's about to be 4v3. I mean, BD does not have TP. He is Kassadin. And yeah, Chovy at a moment's notice can get down to the bottom lane relatively quickly. aiming, even going to go for a back, as KT once again reaffirming that they don't necessarily want to fight this at this point in time. Level 6 here for BDD can actually get into range, but again, just, you know, no damage. It's Kassadin with the tier.
Ooh, Peanut. He's on the hunt. He's prowling.
Yep. Chovy, level 6. Could look for this. Just going to let Peanut do a little bit of poke and take the Drake down.
Yeah. Like going for Drake here. See what mid-prio can lead to. Chovy doing expert job here at actually utilizing the rise pressure. And it also is such a good showcase of, even with how strong Kassadin is, why the Victor, a pick that we don't love, is so successful into this. Because look at how much pressure Chovy is creating right now. And obviously it's not leading to kills. It's not... No, why the Victor is good into the rise. Because with what Chovy is able to do now, if he's playing into a Victor, he wouldn't be able to. Which is what he did to BDD last game. Because BDD did have like, what, 1 or 2 roam timers and neither of them worked out.
Yeah.
And here we see, yeah, BDD is not going to get killed, but that is a first dragon. And if Gen G keep playing the way they have thus far, should also be able to turn this bot side prio into the second Drake, which is not a great one, which they'll take. And then the pressure, now that Doran does have his 6 available on the top side of the map, into the opportunity to maybe pick up a Herald and start snowballing a lot better and earlier than KT was able to in the previous game.
Yeah. Chovy, he is a guy that got very popular for just insane performances in multiple games in a row, but also in singular games. Everybody remembers his Yone performance, but also definitely one of the biggest plays from 2023 so far was just a simple Realm Warp into stopping a TP to get his team a dive in the top lane. That was on the rise. He's back on the rise. I would expect him to be continuously even more proactive here, especially in a composition like this where they're going to require him to be all over the map essentially alongside of Doran. So very excited to watch Chovy in this game.
Peanut is 6 right now. And is going to get it back in, and then top half camps are all up, and the Herald is a juicy objective that they should be able to go for. The one thing they need to be careful of, which we haven't really talked about, is that KT, if someone mispositions, still has a considerable amount of burst. BDD currently sitting on Ignite. Kassadin, not great, but with the auto reset can really enable Sejuani to get the permafrost stacks very quickly. And then add Keen, maybe getting an auto or 3 in, and you can run into some troubles for Gen G. And as a result, we do see the defensive vision setup from KT is really nice here. There is a lot of knowledge of where Peanut is, but that isn't going to really change the outcome here as Pace. He's going to get caught by Cuz.
Yeah, could definitely go into this one. Yeah, he's not going to quite get away as... Oh, actually he will! Just over the wall with the Blast Plant. Very happy those are in the game. Gen G going to take down the Rift Heralds, as probably not a good idea to just run into the river when your team is doing the Rift Herald, by the way, for Pays and Delight, so hopefully they learn from that.
Ooh, that was a... Maybe we Realm Warp?
Yeah.
Walk there from Chovy, not going to be the case. And yeah, would love to see what happened there. A bit curious of an example. Another note that we see that Pays and Delight are not playing for lane right now, and we see this for more Lucians, but in the previous game this was mostly because they were actually pretty far behind, is that the Dirk is getting skipped. Right? With the Nami, we see that the Dirk is picked so that you can really apply as much pressure as possible in lane. In this game, looking to get to the Kraken Slayer as soon as possible. And they got the Herald as well. This is exactly the type of game you need to play. The key thing for KT is you know that Gen G is going to look for a really aggressive play to try and really accelerate. Like, find a multi-man top play, find a multi-man bot play, and then use the Herald to really ham in on that lead. And if they can counter that and can buy themselves a lot of time, might have an angle. We do know Peanut is here, and Keen, as he should, with Mini, and no awareness of where the jungler is, he's going to play it very safe.
That's what you got to do now. As top lane going to look very different. Keen is ahead by like 8 CS, but not a big deal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Bottom side very even. Even mid lane, pretty even. BDD has done a good job of just sticking in it.
And if the game state remains this way, and remains even, then KT can look at it very differently. Their front to back is quite strong, have really good front line, a lot of big AoE teamfight ultimates, and one of the ultimate win conditions in the Kassadin when it comes to the later stages of the game, although that is still a large amount of levels off, as Peanut's here. They should know this.
Yeah. FaZe no summoners, but still KT not willing, especially because guess what? Chovy is active. Cuz now trying to get on top of Chovy here on the rise, just trying to zone him away from the lane, it feels like. Doran took a big chunk, as he is going to hit that one, but not going to continue, as Keen will get the hyper proc. Force Doran out of lane.
Wonder how close Doran is to Sunderer. That's a big spike for the Camille. Gonna give you a lot more sustain in the lane. Chovy again taking some trades because he's been very active. They are sitting on a ward here.
He bought it.
Very nice.
Here's the Rift Herald. Gonna be a big chunk of gold in the bottom side here to the side of Gen G. We do have Cuz and Lehen spotted.
BDD on his way as well, but don't forget about Realm Warp.
You know, kind of getting caught out here. He is going to get stunned up, and even in the clone, he just is not able to get that out fast enough. First blood goes to Nami.
Ooh. That goes to Draven. This game is looking very good. Now, it's okay, but definitely could have been better as... Ooh, Chovy.
Yeah, trying to get a trade on the top side of the map. He's going to wait until Keen goes in. Guess what? No hop. And now no flash. Flash on in from Doran, and Keen is in a lot of trouble. Not able to go into the Mega Gnar. Very nicely handled, as Gen G will get a trade in the top side.
Clean setup by Doran, and even with Chovy missing a single orb, doesn't matter. Really nicely done here by Cuz and Lehens. Completely predict where Peanut is going to go with his W, and as a result, we'll be able to get the CC chain into death. But again, very unfortunate that Nami dies as, yeah, this is just, like, the positioning from Doran to push Keen away from the turret as well, just really, really nicely done. Good setup there, able to pull off that play, and now Kraken Slayer is done. So big spike here for Pace. Chovy gonna get further accelerated as well with that assist, and Doran gonna feel a lot better in this lane now that he has been able to pick up a kill onto that Gnar. And if they can get a second Draker early on, Gen G is playing perfectly according to the clock.
Yeah. Peanut as well, even though he did die, he didn't burn his flash or anything, so he's gonna have it for this follow-up fight. Speaking of which, he's trying to get on top of Cuz, but not quite going to work out. Cyclone now down.
Ooh, not great. Peanut, not as good a game as he had in game number 1. Using that ultimate might mean that they can't actually contest for the Drake, or at the very least go for it. Yeah, this is Mega Gnar.
Yeah. Still, good trade to Doran, but not an overcommittal.
Well, that's my point. That's Mega Gnar, and he's trading like that.
Yeah.
Good cancel from aiming there. So that's bad. That's that's a very bad sign.
Yeah, Sunder, big one. As we do have a fight here, 2v2. That's actually going to hit Chovy, and he's quite tanky, actually, right now with the rod. So he says, cool story, Rose, even though this is KT. And now can just take control, keep control of this mid lane. Top lane continuously now in favor of Doran as well.
And even though these mid lane plays or these kind of scuffles don't actually end in Gen G getting a lot done, they still keep KT on the back foot, but this is okay for now. But KT is holding on, right? Like, yes, they are behind. They haven't really been able to find a lot of proactive plays, but they're also not at the point where, like, okay, there's nothing that they can do. They are still very much on track for BDD scaling up. The Drakes haven't really been accelerated in the way that I think Gen G ideally would be looking for. They're still contesting for objectives very proactively, and now we're going to get the roam up here from Doran. But that will be a big investment if you actually do want to go for that.
Especially because the individual Drake is kind of whatever, but would get you one step closer to the soul, as Doran has other ideas in mind. Wants a good trade onto Keen. Neither of these top laners having teleports. BDD goes up into the top river, but Doran playing respectfully.
Gen G seemingly opting into the Herald instead, saying, we don't really care, and cracking open those outer turrets and turning this gold lead into an even bigger one. Good way to accelerate the game. Look at the Merc threats as well. Like both Peanut and Chovy, so hard to lock down for Sejuani. The BDD damage at this point not going to be very respectable yet, so that is going to help them in that regard as well. You saw in the previous fight, right? Like Chovy is like, yeah, like I don't care. Just gets hit and doesn't matter at all.
Here's Doran again, and this is going to be huge. I mean, Keen, they pinged it a couple of times. I think they know, actually. Seems like, okay, well, Doran's out of the lane. I don't think he backed, so KT playing this one respectfully as they're trying to actually collapse onto Doran, but he gets over the wall with a nice buffered one as BDD goes in onto Doran as now he is just completely on the run. There is going to be no escape for him. I don't think he does get back over the wall, though, as a surprisingly low cooldown on the ult, even at level 11. Level 12 here, he is going to be able to get away.
That's a really big win for KT. Yeah, the Drake goes over to Genji, sure, but not giving up a kill on the cast in. BDD gets out alive, has a lot of CDR already, and looking just fine here. If they can get this kill on Chovy, that'd be even bigger.
Yeah, he
doesn't have Realm Warp.
Okay, he's got a friend, though.
Fine. Doran?
Doran?
Yeah.
Doran?
He really wants
Okay, I guess they just want to fight this, as that is a huge chunk of damage, but it is Meganar after all, as here he goes in onto Doran, and that will be the kill. Chunk of damage, not enough, they say. So KT able to get a kill down on the bottom side, and now going even farther beyond. Nope.
Yeah, KT are matching the pace more than nicely. I think they're looking not great, but good enough. That's all you really need. Is this Drake or fast Drake take then leads into a really nice Realm Warp, but crucially, if they invest like so many ultimates here, right? Like, so they Realm Warp on top of him, and then there's Flash, and then there's Peanut like going in with Cyclone. And Chovy. He's like, oh, we can win this 2v2, and the land shows up, and they're like, no, not happening. Chovy runs away. As did PDD just steal that with Spellbook?
I don't think he got it.
Oh no, because otherwise they would pick up the eye.
Yeah.
But is zoning them away. Yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't pick it up. Well, we couldn't because he didn't get it.
Let's see. I mean, actually, he is able to get on in there. Will he have to pay for it with his life? He is quite fast. The hook shot is pretty nice. He's doing a bit of damage here, but okay, Peanut actually going to commit as well as they can't. Oh, Pay's coming in from the bottom side. Able to get a culling in and trade that one back. They also get the teleport out of Keen, as it took them, KT, a very long time to kill that Camille.
Still, overall, it's looking messy here, and messiness, good for KT. Now, plenty of scaling for Genji. Still, they have Ryze, who skills immaculately, and even though Yuumi got nerfed, those were mostly lane nerfs. The one big change up in how she plays out later is obviously that the movement speed won't be there, which is big for especially AD carries in terms of how much, and for bruisers, how much playmaking they can reliably do. But nonetheless, your scaling's fine, but this is not looking like the Genji we saw in the previous game, and it's much more going to be how well do you execute the fights. Yeah, Doran stays alive with the hookshot, unfortunately for him. I think it times out, might have gone back in, not 100% sure. And the kill, crucially, does go over the Drake. I don't know how much he got. Maybe, hopefully we'll get a graphic. But that is aiming, cashing in immensely. And would expect him to be in a much better spot in this game. Henceforth, as Pays, indeed, there is the Essence Reaver. Quick Blades sure to follow. Next.
Surely.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you'll go Rapid Fire Cannon.
Ooh, that hurts. We'll see. See what he goes for. As this is a much more even game. KT now taking the gold lead even.
I'm liking their position.
Mountain Soul going to be relevant to both sides here. He has some support, so he's playing pretty far up, and looks like he should be okay unless Peanut wants to force a fight.
I love how close Chovy and BDD are in terms of, look at the itemization in the stacks. It's actually perfect.
Whoa.
Yeah. Let's everyone in chat pay attention. When are they gonna hit 8? How close to one another are they? So I'm just gonna keep going for those orders. We'll be fine, but it's only 3 more minutes. Or 3 more levels rather. Not 3 more minutes, that would be kind of nuts. Yeah. Well, it is 3 more minutes for Roa, but you know what I mean. Until the game becomes a lot harder to play. Now, crucially for Genji, if you get a Mountain Soul, even Kassadin becomes a lot less scary. And for KT, fighting on the next fight, even with the golden aiming god off of that kill, he probably is going to finish his IE as he goes back here, assuming he goes for IE. Don't know if he wants to go for BT. No, will
Yeah,
be finished.
He bought the Vamp Scepter and then he sold it. Doran's trying to kill this turret. I don't know why he keeps doing this, but he's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to trade back now onto BDD, but even he's not too confident. Okay, flash away from the one ult. As now he's got some support, the huge bait, as Doran is going to pick up the kill for his team. Delight actually gets it, but that was all Doran, all the way.
Oh, that's such a tilter! Yuumi coming back from the grave! Chovy?
Oh no. Chovy should win that, I think, actually. Yeah, he's going to Realm Warp in. As now Keen looking to flash the wall, and there he goes. And all of a sudden, that's a Mountain Drake now to the side of Genji. Look at how quickly things can turn on a dime. When the game is this close, Doran baits in the Kassadin. BD is not alive. The team gets it.
That's a generous interpretation. Doran, with his 2 pickaxes, walks up to the turret like, I can take it down. You're like, pickaxe 1. And
best debate I've ever seen.
The turret still stands. Somehow. And if you're BDD, you get that kill, and you further accelerate yourself towards that level 16 Kassadin. You get maybe a third item online.
Let's do Baron.
Looking immaculate. That is really we either win the game or lose the game right now.
Well, I mean, Hayes is back. They might have seen him backing, so...
They are.
The Sejuani.
Yeah, I don't love this.
Okay, guys.
I think you peace out.
Okay, they're trying to get on top of Doran here. The ult goes into Chovy. Look at the damage now out of Doran, but he's being isolated in the top side. Big ultimate from him, just trying to stay alive, but it's not quite enough.
This is here.
As the fight has been baited out very nicely. That is a big final chapter, only going to catch the Megadar. As now front to backing, Chovy not able to get away from aiming. He's just running, but the rest of his team is going down, and he will be executed by aiming, and KT will turn this one around.
And BDD, yeah, I think you're fine here against Peanut. Does have his ultimate, but even with that, look how little damage he's taking. Nami's there!
Yeah, he's trying to get this kill onto BDD. Will be able to. BDD missing a couple of ultimates onto the monkey.
Wait, is that it? No, he doesn't have, oh, he does smite. No, he's not, he's not gonna get it.
Maybe he will, I mean, no.
Keen does a good job.
All right.
That was a 4 versus 5, friends. Or actually a 3 versus 5, because neither Yuumi... I want to see this again.
I can get the turret.
I have 2 pickaxes. He sweeps in as well! So, gets the shield, flashes the next ultimate, goes back in, gets the grasp and Q proc and the Sunderer heal, and then Yumi's there. And then this is great.
나이스, 뭐야 이거.
Nice, what was that?
갔다 미드 텔 타고 전력할게 바로 용 치자.
But then here, they can play it slow. You don't have...
They had vision of the Baron pit too.
Yeah. Even if they get Baron, like Pace and Chovy, or Pace and Delight aren't there. And then this Yumio doesn't get anything up. Look at the damage here from aiming. Oh my god.
What AD carry.
Yep. Aiming on the Draven, looking real hot, and then this is just a sick play from Peanut. Involves some BDD mistakes, sidesteps there, gets the full Cyclone off, and even with lands there, gets the stealth, gets the flash auto. Nicely done, but the Baron still goes over.
Yeah.
And now the gold lead in favor of KT. BDD is level 16, cleanse at the ready.
Cleanse.
And
the cleanse Kassadin.
I'm pretty sure we're going to a game number 3, Valdez. From this point on, KT should be feeling mighty fine.
Let's see how it goes. Certainly the Kassadin in the side lane is now going to be a huge threat. But we have seen some mistakes already in this game, and it's been wildly back and forth.
Yeah, I shouldn't call it too soon. It's a very good point. We do have...
Chovy's also, you know, he's on similar level because of his own rod, and he's been farming it out very well. As that's going to be a miss on that one, but no hook shot for Doran. He does have the stopwatch, which has to be broken. And it looks like KT will accept that for now.
Good vision control as well. Lots of flank wards here to make sure that they don't get caught off guard. And thus far, the Yuumi not looking too hot. It's a good sign. We haven't really had a lot of the kind of 5v5s that we've seen her excel in traditionally. Aiming doesn't have BT yet, which is big. And it all comes down to the next fight. If Gen G can get this soul, either with a flip, or preferably with a one-team fight, they might be fine. Outside of that, like once Aiming gets his BT, BDD is going to get a Zhonya's as well, and it's going to get harder and harder to chew through that front line. I don't know how close Pace is to his quick blades. That will be a really big spike for him to hit as they go into the next fight. But I don't even know if he has the time, right? It's 30 seconds. If you have to fit in the back, wonder, based on his movement, not going to be the case. So that is, there it is, BT for Aiming. Going to be very, very tough to kill. And as you point out, like, what are you going to do? Try to side lane against the level 16 Kassadin? Try to split push 1-3-1?
That's what Chovy said. And he does not quite have Zhonya's either. Just buys a couple of parts. Should be very close.
2 broken stopwatches for Gen G. Whereas, hey, KT, Lens has 1, BDD has 1. It's looking good for them.
Peanut's got vision of this. He's kind of snuck into here, but they do spot him on the bottom side now. And they're just going to try to rush it down and zone away Peanut. Looks like Gen G will give this one away. So that is the 1 Mountain Drake to the side of KT and a denial, most importantly, of the Mountain Soul to Gen G.
Individual Drakes really big for KT. A lot of health stackers on their end, because Keen both going to be very happy with that. And even BDD at this point is getting to pretty respectable health numbers. We see the same for Chovy, right? I think he has like 3.4k HP. Yeah, there you go. Pretty substantial amounts overall. And Aiming, if he doesn't die in these fights, you're not going to win. Gen G, Pace is able to... it's not just Aiming, that's the problem. BDD now also finishing a stopwatch. Is it going to be a soul flip into a quick GG, or is KT just going to set up around the next Baron, take that shove in, and force Gen G to respond?
Yeah, the next Baron, I think, is going to be the key objective here. Both teams are going to be gunning for that one. KT, if they pick that up and they continue with their lead, it's looking pretty set in stone. But if Gen G are able to get a decent fight, if they're able to somehow get position on the Baron, this could go differently.
It's not done yet, crucially, but KT is in a commanding lead here. And as long as they are able to keep their carry safe, should be fine. The one issue is Doran. Doran definitely doesn't die very easily and should be able to dispatch of Keen rather handily. Although, due to how a lot of the plays went, even with Doran surviving a top half plays, still substantial amount of gold behind. His counterpart, Keen, a lot more fed, extra assists, a decent amount of extra CS as well.
Junglers find each other, Cuz not scared of anything at this point in time. It's quite tanky.
Peanut does have a good setup, being both Wukong and having his cleaver finished, but you know, this game is not going to be decided by who wins the 1v1 between Sejuani and unless things get really weird.
They can test it out. See, you know, who's going to get ahead in the 1v1. Peanut's cheating, though. He's got a cat on the book.
Yeah.
With him.
We are seeing the cat resurgence here, but is it enough? Is Baron about to get started up? Good vision control here. KT grabbing Prio in the top half of the map. Doran and Keen both have teleports available as well. And the item really mostly parity here. The gold leaf for KT, not that big a deal. Much more about how the fight will play out, as Pace is able to pick himself up a Lost Whisper.
Yeah, that is going to be...
It's really one
pretty
misstep.
Nice for the Sejuani and I guess the Gnar. But KT do have full control over this Baron area at the moment. The split pushing not really a thing right now for Gen G.
Yeah, I would love to see KT be a bit... Oh, there we go. That's proactive. That's what we want. Because if you don't do anything, then at some point Gen G is also going to, like... Camille's going to get a GA. And Camille also scales insanely well and is one of the few things that can actually threaten aiming in the back line. If Chovy or Peanut can get that line access as well. So, would love for KT to try and force Gen G to make a mistake. Thus far, not really happening yet.
They know exactly where they are. Like, pings are going down. Okay, they're there. Like, Lucian W goes out. They blue ward the Baron. But eventually, you know, you run out of blue trinkets. Kind of have to go back. You have to buy some stuff. There are some moments as, yes, GA is complete for Doran.
Yeah, they're giving them too much time. Well, there we go. Thank you, KT.
Okay, we're going to start it up. They notice that Doran has gone back. Will he even TP into this fight? It doesn't look like it, as Relmore, just to get some vision into the pit, they try to pull off, as now Toby, they know where he is, but immediately just trying to run away with the phase rushes. In goes Genji trying to take this fight, but take a look at how tanky Cuz is, as Doran trying to team fight here as the Camille. It's not going very well, as BDD and aiming just doing giant chunks of damage in the river. And they will be able to take down 3 of them and look to push mid.
And that should be the game. And KT, the hubris of Genji to draft the same thing.
Yeah.
Not going to pay off for them, BDD. Cathartic moment there. KT going to run down mid. Nicely done here by the team that showcases again from game to game. They can look completely different.
Yeah. Game 1, KT, and Game 2, KT are 2 different teams. Yeah, at least in this series, because much better stuff. It was a very even game until KT eventually just got ahead. And now they're going to be able to break into the base, take down the turrets, and Doran can't do anything except bolster his damage numbers. KT will take game number 2, and we have a series on our hands.
There's one big upside to this. Veldis, you know what? Cat's still dead.
Cat's
still dead.
Still dead.
And
seemingly.
I'm taking it. She lost. You know, people are like, had no pressure in lane, didn't do anything. Ults looked lackluster. There's no movement speed anymore. I can do the big zoomies outplays. Not a thing. And KT, after a game 1 where they overforced, this time around, they literally, partially helped by Genji, picking the same draft, pay it back. You know, very cognizant of what the Genji comp is trying to do. Able to, yeah, sure, you know, we have some misplays left and right. There's a couple of Drakes that are being stacked, but those don't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. And it's really that pick on Doran on the top half of the map, where aiming picked up the gold, that the momentum really started to shift, and that bought BDD all the time he needed. As a result, Genji going to get equalized here by KT in a very nice game number 2.
Yeah, 32 minutes, BDD eventually got online, and it was just good for them to basically all go even for about 20 minutes.
All they needed.
They didn't give up the Mountain Soul. They were able to take the one and only Baron, and just a much more solid game from them. And it's going to be interesting. I don't think we're going to see Yuumi anymore, but what will be the draft priority, especially now that KT have shown, you know, once again, they're not just going to let you get Lucian Nami.
Today has been marked by the, or at least in this series, the superiority of Red Side, and also, what happened to Varus? Where did he go?
Who is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Not in the game.
I don't know who Varus is. Not with us. Either way, guys, we are done for this game. Let's take a break and go to the space afterwards.
야 카밀 50 노플이야. 50 궁조심해.
카메
없어. 야 50.
오고.
야 라이즈.
라이즈
위로 가자.
위로 가.
이게 드릴.
미드.
미드.
가자.
라이즈 미드 준다.
라이즈 달려.
탑라인 트면 돼.
라이즈 풀 있을만하다 이거.
라이즈 프리 있으면 나 이거 박아줄게. 박아줄게.
나 버프 줘.
봤어.
잡았어.
오케이 굿. 나이스.
미드.
미드 타워.
끝났다.
생각할게.
카밀 라인 끊는 것만 조심.
네,
가인이야. 이제 가인이다.
가인.
이거
상대 6분 10초 남았어.
얘들아 이거 카멜 잡고 타워 쳐. 카멜 잡고 타워 쳐 얘들아.
카밀 잡다.
카멜 어그로 끌려 들어올 듯?
나오는 거 결국에 다
타워
죽였을
치자
것 같아.
타워. 어때? 타워 치는 거 어때 그냥?
카멜 잡고 타워 쳐. 타워. 야 타워만 치자.
타워.
야 내 설 치자.
타워. 오케이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into a KT series, you generally have to ask yourself, how do you predict the unpredictable? How do you calculate the uncalculable? Well, I am thankfully blessed by having Prophet Wolf by my side. During the break, we have lunch provided, and I was asking Wolf, I'm like, Wolf, what do you think lunch is going to be today? And he doesn't have a horse in the race. He brings his own lunch to work, but he's like, I have a feeling it's going to be that rice with the big egg on top. Walk past the lunch was the rice with the big egg on top. And then I'm like, so Wolf, how do you think our next series is going to go? And he's like, well, either KT gets a 2-0 or Genji wins game 1, then picks a very overly ambitious draft in game 2 and loses, and then KT or Genji will win game 3. Atlas, that's how it's going to go. And so far, everything has come to pass.
Hate to be right, sometimes, but
it was hilariously too perfect.
Well, let's talk about the Yuumi here, because the Yuumi did get locked in, right? Instead of the Sona, you didn't know yet what the bottom duo was going to be. You knew the Nami had been picked away from the Lucian, right? Likely to be a Draven, so you could feel like, okay, realistically, could be a Zeri, not sure, so they end up going with the Yuumi here. In the laning phase, it looked very weak. Later, Spell Thief's Edge. But outside of that, really helped Peanut out a lot. I don't think this game was decided based around the Yuumi pick in particular. It was really just about how Genji played the early to mid game, where Doran, he had a game that was not as good as his game 1. And it's not about Camille, like both of these top players having a bit of a weak game on the Camille. But he gave enough space to KT in the mid game to finally allow for that Draven cash-in to come through, and the naming just popped off for the rest of it.
Yeah, he definitely did. Managed to get that cash-in, and everything was looking pretty good from that point on. But yeah, like you were saying, Doran definitely not having the best time on the Rift in this particular game, doing his best Keen from game 1 impression in a lot of ways, as this was the teleport in to help Chovy.
He TP'd into this one, and Chovy will, narrowly escape, but then there was this moment here where he comes in to secure the eye, and it's a lot of money that is given over here when he is, of course, inevitably picked off. And aiming, not able to pick this one up, unfortunately, because the kill was stolen by Sejuani, but still.
No, he was actually.
Did he get that one? I thought that was on the next fight where he got the first.
The first one was stolen by Lehens, which we thought might have been an
Okay. I actually thought he missed that one too. So he gets that cash in, gets another one in the next highlight we're going to have, where things get very disastrously wrong for Genji around the Baron here at 22 minutes. And this is a moment where Doran once again is kind of out here in no man's land trying to punish, and you have a very hard to lock down Caster who's going to do a lot of damage in this fight, but really this is the story of aiming, who after dealing with Peanut here in the initial part of this fight just gets to pop off. He's untouched, and there's just so many threats here, and Keen, super tanky on the front line. You can't kill him. It's a great front to back.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And look, sometimes you pick Ryze with Cassidy open. Sometimes you do that. I don't think it's a very smart idea. And from this point on, we don't need any more highlights from this point. I mean, yes, Peanut manages to kill said Cassidy, but honestly, it doesn't matter because he manages to then get control of this game from that point onwards. You can't actually teamfight into BDD on this Cassidy when he reaches the level 16 plus mark, starts putting together 4 or so items. It just really becomes a real problem. And now there is only one last question really to be had, Wolf, and that is, who gets the POG? You're the prophet here on this desk.
I voted for aiming, but I think that it will actually go to Cuz. I think Cuz will pick up POG, even though I voted for aiming.
Wow, that's an even better prediction to know. We'll have to see who exactly picks this one up, as I believe Genji will have chosen red side as well. So red side supremacy in this series thus far. And we'll see whether that's actually going to be enough to get them across the line, because I honestly think side selection hasn't played too much of a part when it comes to how these drafts have gone.
Yeah, not
the
really.
Decisions made.
Exactly. It's really been about the gameplay. Like we said after the first, space here, is just, do you perform well with the draft you're given? Both these drafts good for both teams, and some problems on the bottom side of the map for KT in game 1, some problems on the top side of the map here for Genji. I want to see the execution for both teams elevated going to the third one, so it's not just a one-sided mid-game into Nexus explosion.
Yeah, and so much over the last few weeks, even though the patch hasn't really changed all that much. Yeah, you don't need to ban Yuumi anymore. It's been exemplified in this particular game, although it wasn't really about her. It's swaps. The side selection and who has the most power in these drafts swaps each time. And I find it very difficult to keep up with whether or not it's blue side, whether or not it's red side, and who is actually in the best position.
Yeah, a lot of the time I think it's about whether teams use the soul lanes as their win condition or if it's about that bottom side where getting that first pick and controlling the jungle matchup is more important, which sometimes you get on blue side, you can get that Maokai, for example. If both teams are like, all right, well, they're not doing the Maokai trades, we're not doing any of this stuff, like, we'll take red side, we'll take that counter pick. Both these teams, I think, very soul lane focused right now in this meta.
Yeah, I think so too. And we are getting closer and closer to POG. I think it is actually coming up right now. Let's put it on your screen. And it's going to be aiming.
Maybe my vote. Yeah, I voted correctly for aiming, but I thought Cuz was going to win it. So it's my first time being wrong today.
Well, I mean, you're right, but wrong at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for the POG that won, but I thought others would have a different opinion.
Well, he did have a fantastic game. I think aiming really did sort of stand out in this one. And I do agree with you that the Draven, he got the cash-ins, but also positioned expertly well towards the later stages of the game, especially here, as you can see. That hook shot just narrowly avoided.
The spacing is so good. And he knows that with the BT he picked up, he's got a lot of survivability. He's going to be able to heal through a lot of that damage, so he can kind of frontline against what is a longer damage output. Is only four Cuz votes, so fairly close.
You could have almost pitched it to the other side if you had have voted for Cuz, but it wouldn't have quite been enough. Both you and Chronicler, though, on the same page when it comes to the voting, and we'll have to see whether Wolf is going to remain correct, as I think likely a Gen G victory if the Prophet has anything to say about it. We'll see whether KT can answer back in Game 3.
Thank you, Atlas, and whatever that was on the screen alongside a Wolf. Yes, we are getting into game number 3, and this one should be quite interesting. Of course, we are swapping back the sides. Does this mean that red side will win all 3 games in a row, or will KT actually get a big upset victory against Gen G? Could happen.
I kind of dig it. If Wolf shows up with a long flowing, black hair wig tomorrow, I wouldn't complain. I thought he pulled it off very nicely. Shout out to him.
A little bit. I might complain a little bit.
Well, you're going to be on your own in that one, Valdez, as Gen G back to red side and hopefully won't try to mimic their opponent's draft and fail like their opponents did before them. We'll see the Castellan ban come through here again. And we really are just back on our usual scheduled bans.
Same as game 1?
Yeah. Caitlyn gonna come through as well from Gen G. What the KT banning game number 1 again? The
Cassante, they might ban by here, and they do. And that's just because they saw what Peanut did in game 1, and they did not want that to happen again. So they did this in game 2. That does mean Cassante is open. So we'll see how the draft changes from here.
Lucian.
Last time it was Nami first pick, actually.
Well, why waste prep work that you've already done, Valdez?
Yeah, let's do it again.
Yeah, come on.
What could go wrong?
Ooh. So Gen G, gonna go Zeri Wukong? Is my guess.
Lucian Nami.
Pace? It's gonna be Lucian Nami. Pace's Lucian
what up?
Hasn't been as impressive to me as his Nami has been, or as his Zeri has been. I don't know how his Nami is. I'm gonna assume it's great. Not going to give the opportunity to pick it away either, so we'll see.
What are the chances that Gen G picks Wukong?
0. There are situations where Wukong top can still be viable. Jace's matchup that historically it has been very good in. Yeah, it's Wukong here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, I thought you meant KT.
Gen G.
No, 95. No, I thought you meant KT. I was getting confused.
Is it going to be Poppy? Look at Peanut. He's like, no, I don't know. Just kidding. It is Wukong.
How dare you?
Yeah, this is my job. I just get the viewers' hopes up, and then we just drop the Wukong on them. Remember when Wukong got buffed and he was like the cool new thing on the block?
Yeah.
Now he's played in like every single game.
Yep. Turns out having 2 big AoE knockups and the ability to find creative gank angles now that his W goes over walls is not really going anywhere, regardless of him being nerfed repeatedly. The One ban here signaling a possible Azir R4 for Gen G, which would create still continue the hilarious tradition of just not letting BDD play his 100th game of Azir. Maybe we can see how long we can keep him stuck on 99.
Yeah, just stay on 99 forever. It's a good number.
Wow.
Wayne Gretzky, King in also using 99.
Okay.
His jersey.
Yeah, this is Cassante R4, though, if it doesn't get banned here. With that Jax ban. That's a Cassante.
They've been a little bit scared about Chovy's picks. Like, the Akali got banned once, the Jace has been banned multiple times now by KT. But you're right. I mean, this is going to be the first time that Cassante is left available. So instead, they're just going to ban Gwen so that Keen can't counter it.
Yeah, that's... Well, the take then is that they want to R4 Azir here, or any mid laner, really. Ryze is another option, especially with Cassin not being available. And then you can pick Cassante without getting bullied. Doran is going to, again, just take the hit, blind the Gnar. Not excited about it, but that's what you gotta do.
Is the Cassante blind not just better in this position?
Ooh, I tend to say yes.
Is it gonna happen? Yes! BDD's 100th game of Azir.
A lot of cheers on the
You guys are here.
Side. And Keen getting his hands on this Jace as well. Really strong pick. We've seen how quickly that matchup can devolve into a very unfortunate time for the Gnar, so Doran can't allow that to happen. Talia pick.
Play Akali.
Oh.
That's what I want to see. I just want to see Chovy's Akali. He is going to play Sylas. And this was a matchup that we talked about a lot, you know, into the Azir, stuff like Sylas, stuff like Akali can be good into. But Sylas has really taken a big dip recently. He's not quite as dominant as he has been in the first 3 weeks.
And the Gen G composition, very short range, but in that short range they do have an incredible amount of power. But I gotta say, like the KT comp a bit more, you have a lot of range, you have amazing disengage between your Azir and your Lulu, and you have really good ways to poke at range with your Jace and with your Azir. 100th game, as mentioned, for BDD, so Gen G gonna have to be as proactive as they were in game number 1,
Please,
but cleaner than they were in game number 2, because game number 2 was kind of all over the place, and if they do that with this comp, I don't think it's gonna end very well.
Well, this is pretty interesting. I think there's a lot of pressure on Chovy in the Doran in the top lane, because he looked a bit tilted on the Camille in game number 2, and now he has to play this matchup. And they decided to pick the Gnar blind again with Sylas available, with Jace available, with, I don't know, Camille, Aurelia, like all of these different things, Fiora. That could have been picked in, but they banned the Jax and they picked the Gnar, and they say that's good enough. We'll see if it works out for them. Keen's Jace is back on Summoner's Rift, and that is scary enough for me. As we are ready, guys, let's jump onto the Rift here for Game 3. Here we go. 7-man bot. I was able to do that math on stream.
Cool. Yeah. Nothing happened.
I'm pretty good at this. What do you mean nothing happened? There were 7 people in the bottom lane.
Yeah, nothing happened. They cleared a ward.
Huge. That's GG right there. I mean, KT got the big early lead here. The ward clear, and that was the end.
Game is very snowbally. Eventually, we get to a state of League of Legends that's so advanced. It's like, as the first minion dies, like, yeah, late's over. Game's done.
Oh, man, they were able to get control of bot, and they hit the minion first.
Yeah,
well,
it's game.
That's it.
It's immediately, we bring back FF votes. And it's just like...
It's just like best of 15.
Average game time goes down to 5 minutes. Because at that point, we're like, yeah, no, you can't come back from this.
The game is accelerated so much.
And I am not the biggest fan of Gnar Blind. None of us are. But I do want to...
return of orange buff.
I don't know. That Rascal Birdle match was really bad. As there we go. 100 games here.
100. And Driller has played more games of Ezreal than BD has played of Azir, but keep in mind, guys, that this is the second player ever in the LCK. Even Faker. You know, Faker is a guy that plays a ton of champions, right? But the second person ever to play one champion more than 100 times. That is a huge achievement for BDD. Very happy to be here for it.
And it's been a much better split of BDD after what was such a painful and frankly kind of depressing split that we had for Nongshim last time around, as Lehens and Aiming are going to take early control, as we have seen many times.
GG.
Yep, we're bringing the fourth votes, as we do have Peanut pathing top. I have never seen this in my life.
Maybe I'll just do a full clear and then go bot. As Exhaust going to be used here, cleanse immediately, but double summoner from the side of KT's bot lane compared to just the one from Pays.
Yeah, if you needed a kind of by the numbers guide of how quickly the dynamics in this matchup can shift, that's a good example. Level 1, Zeri Lulu wins. Level 2, Pays dashes in. It's like, oh,
yeah,
immediately piecing out.
But like, the Zeri Lulu can push first so they can hit level 2 first.
Exactly. But
so
then
it's like they have control until the Lucian Nami hits it, and then you see like the Zeri and the Lulu back away.
Yeah, and then
pretty cool.
Lucian Nami will take over again. And as much as we joke and as much as I would love a more diverse meta, I do firmly believe that moments like that you don't really start getting until you've played as many games of this matchup as we have, because maybe it's just me coping, which, you know, that's okay.
Sure.
I'm willing to accept that, but I think that's kind of cool to see the matchup develop over time. At first we were like, oh my god, how dare they pick Zeri Lulu into Lucian Nami, and then they just always got bobs. Now, of course, this duo has been nerfed, and it's not the biggest nerf, right? But it still matters.
Still counts.
Still counts, but still, it's cool to see, and that's maybe just what I need to tell myself to stay sane as I cast. Oh, Peanuts!
What is going on here? Okay, Keen has Flash, and he's going to use it at the end. Too late! First blood given over to Doran on the top side in the Gnar versus Jace matchup, as Peanut was kind of insane.
Not even kind of! He's a madman!
People don't do that, okay?
The dabbing ping wing super gank, and the waste state's not good. Want to reiterate that for Keen. Keen has to immediately TP back.
What are we doing here? What is this?
It's the Yubi room. Doran crucially hasn't TP'd yet. Right, Keen needs to TP immediately back to this wave to fix, but any trade that Doran can get now, oh man, it's gonna feel very good when he goes back. The extra, you do have to get Doran. You have to get the cannon. He didn't.
Yeah.
Very sad.
It's okay.
Sad times. He has a kill.
Keen got a fast back for the tier, so he's gonna have that, you know, charged up before normal. Before the normal average time, you'd have it all filled up.
Front left of the trade goes well, as Doran going to pick up the early plated steel caps. Going to feel very good into the Jace with the amount of ODing that he does do. And head off to Peanut. Creative gank. He was kind of the king of, I don't want to call it cheesy, but Doran, you have just TP'd back to lane. What happened, my guy? I don't, we're probably not getting.
He bought plated steel caps. He's like, yeah, I'm ahead. Tried to take a trade and probably got dunked, even though Keen missed the shock blast.
Well, we will never know, but that's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, that's
maybe the guys on space can tell us.
Oh, Doran is 6.
Okay, we're gonna see this. Who cares about that trade?
I guess nothing happens.
Yeah.
god, the fact that this works. Like Doran hopping on top of him, then getting 2 autos, and then the final auto with the flash Peanut. Really cutting it close there. If he dies, this is
calculated.
That's basically game. Because then he dies, then his jungle is open.
Calculated.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, and I mean, he's probably done that before, right? Like, I make jokes, but he's done all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Like we've mentioned, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that has happened in a solo queue game or something, or in a scrim. Chovy just gonna eat some plants as his fellow mid laner is going bot, or at least looking to go bot. Maybe he's also eating some plants.
Yeah, a lot of some still available, and no 6 yet for aiming at La Hens. So don't want to take the risk, because...
What?
I don't know. Well, that's it's our 5th game today. Games getting
lost our
weird.
minds here.
Well, we have. Maybe it was just you and me.
Uh-oh, trying to trade here, but look at this. Meganar about to be hit. Doran really trying to force that with Peanut on the top side of the map. Doesn't amount to much, as there was a ward.
Good disengage from Keen. Respects the Mega.
Good stay.
Is going to be fine. We'll be able to catch his wave. Doran gonna get the cannon and then head back to base and probably feel a little bit better. Keen gonna be up about a wave here. As the overall game state right now, not looking too exciting for either team here. As
I love doing that. I love when players do that right now.
Yeah?
Yeah. It just makes me happy.
And Cole has been picked up for aiming already halfway through it. Early Drake are going to go over to Genji in a much more leisurely pace.
Yeah.
This third game. Neither team wanting to make the mistake that if you do make an early mistake, just kind of ends the game rather quickly. That's been a bit of a trend.
Yeah, especially in the bot lane. I like how Peanut not only ganked top lane, but he did the insane gank that he did. I don't know. It's just like nobody does that. What has gotten into Peanut this season?
Who could is Umpty, and that's the only guy.
Yeah, Umpty.
It's just no one else.
I feel like Umpty is a great learner.
Umpty,
you know,
Umpty's
Umpty's
gonna do this next game.
He might. He's very good at watching Peanut and saying, "I can do that," and then doing the same thing. So I actually wouldn't be surprised. Here comes Cuz. He's the jungler with the top counter jungle percentage in the LCK.
Get himself some chicken. Pace. Take a bit of a beating here. And do note, Zeri very, very strong in these type of situations where she's allowed to just really hit the turret. Very happy aiming. Also, post 6. Now the Zeri and Lulu are ahead again. And then when we get mandates and Guild Force, it's going to change again.
Yep.
I definitely haven't said this like 15 times already.
But how can you know so in depth, Chronicler?
Yeah. BDD, you're a bit far up, my friend.
Yeah, and he just uses little dasharoonie. Here comes everybody and the kitchen sink.
Are they not too late?
Trying to get on in there, but the smite not in place. As Cuz is going to dash away. Ult stolen, doesn't matter. And they get away with robbery. They steal it, pick up the eye, and just run away. And the big rotation up into the mid lane, even from the bottom lane, doesn't amount to too much.
No, definitely behind the play is Genji. Rotate 2 people up, maybe looking for a fight. Would have given up a considerable amount of playing towards the bot half of the map, but isn't even going to come to fruition.
Is KT a strong team?
We still don't.
When are we going to decide?
We're never, I don't think we ever can, because the moment
maybe we're not allowed to, yeah.
No, you know how there's the great mysteries in life? This is one of them.
Yeah, like Atlantis.
Atlantis is a great example of one of the great mysteries in life. It's tough. If I say the great mysteries in life, you'll be like, oh yeah, but then what actually are those? Like, what are the great mysteries of life?
Atlantis.
Well, that's one.
Yeah, what, is there another one?
Well, I kind of feel like there should be. Can't think of one of the top
pyramids.
Those are not. Those are not. What do you mean? What do you mean mysteries?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Stonehenge.
Stonehenge. Okay.
Stonehenge.
You got it.
There
yeah.
you go.
Maybe
that's
that's
another
what I
one.
was thinking of.
Pyramids and Stonehenge.
Yeah, you know.
Well, they're both made of stone, Valdez.
Structures that are made of stone. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I feel like the similarities end pretty quickly, though.
I do want to say that Keen, he's having a pretty sad time in the lane now. He's just sitting in the back rush, just trying to shock blast things and not be in range.
That does sound sad.
I think that Peanut really did a number to him. Mentally. Like,
yeah.
It's just like, okay, well, I can never get near you again.
I mean, it's true. This is one of those matchups that can be very much whoever gets ahead kind of runs with it. And for the Gnar, it's very straightforward, right? If Keen mispositions, he gets 100 to 0 very quickly. Doran has a bit more leeway, although there is a substantial amount of people making their way up towards the top side of the map to possibly look. We do have the response coming through. Peanuts on his way. Doran should know, and very aggressive play across the border coming through from KT. They look
a lot of
really
plates.
Good.
Yeah, they do this pretty sneakily before Genji can really respond. You see that Nami, Delight, is kind of in the middle of the map. He's like, oh, well, no point in going top anymore. And once again, Genji not able to respond on time to the movement around the map. Now, FaZe will be able to get some solo gold and XP down on the bottom side, but a full turret already at 12 minutes. And they get the Jace out of the Jace Gnar lane.
Yeah, it frees up Jace. It also kind of shows that FaZe and Delight being so far on the back foot in that lane meant that as a result, KT, or Aiming, was able to get a free base, right? He's able to shove in the wave because he has priority, then walks up the top, and by the time that FaZe could possibly respond, after he shoved in his wave, turret's already gone. So you can't really rotate, you just have to accept that you have an unfavorable trade, and goes back again to Genji, rotating up two people, failing to actually get anything out of it, not even getting the Herald, not getting a fight, and now being put on the back half pretty substantially. And it's very interesting because in game one, Genji really was on the upper hand, had the upper hand.
Yeah.
Like they were the one dictating pace in the game. And now they need to kind of find a way to wrestle back some of that tempo that they clearly are not in possession of right now. They do have a Gil for spike on pace, but that alone...
Mountain again.
I don't think is enough. Well, at least we have relevant Drakes. That's nice.
Yeah, Mountain just feels like every game. And that's going to be big for both sides, of course. Everybody's going to be building some amount of resistances, and you have some natural tanks as well. BDD has been put on Gnar duty in the top lane, as Wild Growth was stolen by Chovy. Huge. Looks like he's going to go bot now. That's kind of been his place. You know, I wanted to talk about it in game one, where we all like to make fun of Chovy just farming off in a side lane, but the amount of pressure that he puts on and his ability to identify like game states and say, okay, now is when I need to be bot and pushing and putting on a lot of pressure is part of the reason why he gets such high CS numbers and why it always feels like he's in the right place at the right time. So I've been very impressed by his kind of map plays so far this season.
And it's been something that Genji have also relied on. Because right now, they are going to have to look for a team fight. Now, the game state, obviously, is still pretty even. My issue is just that if Genji don't accelerate, they always have ways to win the game. Like, the amount of wombo combo that they have available is insane. And the Lucianami, especially when Delight finishes his mandate, which hasn't happened yet, which is not a very good sign, can swing a game off of a single mistake of KT, and the amount of acceleration that Genji then can force is really good. But just go in on even footing and like allow Keen to hit Manamune, allow Cuz to really beef up, allow BDD to get to a second item, allow Aiming to scale. And your game is going to be incredibly hard to actually play out, because if you don't somehow find a way to both get on top of Aiming or Keen or BDD, one of those three, and then also deal with BDD's ultimate and deal with Lulu, right? Like it's really, really tough.
Yeah.
So I think Genji, you have like 10 more minutes to really take control of this game, and otherwise KT might get themselves an upset win here, which I don't even know if it's an upset. It's KT. Who knows?
Are KT a strong team?
I could genuinely see them win this and like look really good in this game and then drop like 0-2 to DRX. But I don't know.
Let's see their next matchup. Just curious. Yeah, they're playing against DRX.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday.
Perfect. So I'll take one win. I'll take one win here to go, and then next week a loss to DRX. 0-2.
Seems very KT. I think you're on to something here.
Well, I'm not Wolf, so I don't want to make any grand statements, but
we're not all prophets.
No.
Unfortunately.
Maybe it's better. You know, you really want to be cursed with knowing?
Yeah, imagine if you just knew everything. Life would get pretty boring, you know? Be like, well, I know what's going to happen next.
Don't want that. How far in Dune are you? Completely unrelated question. What? There's multiple Dune groups. How many?
0.
Okay. Well, we'll put a pin in that one.
We'll talk about that next time. Here we do have a fight. This is the second referral. Both teams have decided they desperately want this objective. Desperately. As it looks like Huz actually stole that, as a ton of damage on a door in here on the right side. As in goes Keen just frontlining into 5 people. And he put the fear into the hearts of them, and a massive divide comes through from BDD, gets 2 of them, and the double kill even as he secures his rightful kills. And is now 2-0. KT are running away with this one.
Avert your eyes when we get to the replay. Don't look at Doran. I don't know if you caught what happened, but you you're not gonna want to look. No mandate done for Gen G. Team fight gets completely blown out, and I'm pretty sure that this might be a game-deciding victory here for KT. Wouldn't be surprised, although the back cancels are bigger because this does mean that Gen G can get themselves another Drake, and Gen G clearly not giving up just yet.
Yeah, should be able to get this Mountain Drake.
Seconds though. I don't know if they have enough time, even with the back cancels.
All they
can do is take control, as this is a tragedy about to unfurl in front of our eyes. That's hop 1. That's the ult, and then watch this flash. He was not Mega anymore. He was me.
What?
Yeah.
What?
My assumption is that he thought he was still Mega, so he flashes, and then he would slam aiming into the wall. Yeah. Very unfortunate.
Both of them did not have flash, so BDD just says LOL.
This is a must-win fight now for Gen G. Doran though, Steel Mantle. Not going to be too bothered. As
I'm not sure about that, Kronk.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, he's playing aggressive.
I think there are some other players on this rift that have some
I'll not
better
read into
mental.
it too much.
That's all I'm going to say.
It's both sides of the same coin, okay?
Okay, alright, sure.
And yeah, Gen G not going to get this actually. Pays, he got massively chunked. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Keen in mid when they were just trading it back and forth before this fight even began. So now you have your Jace in a really good spot. Your Azir is gigantic. And built the Giant's belt, by the way. And, okay, Doran now just moving forward into 4 people, because maybe trying to check the angle as they gear up for a push at least onto the turret. Tidal gonna be used. And
a lot of ultimates.
Okay, yeah, that Cyclone at least decent. Hits something, you know, better than hitting nothing.
Don't do it aiming. Don't listen to the. Don't go in.
Don't listen to the demons in your head.
We've seen where this goes with your Kaisa. Okay, he doesn't. Okay. Man.
Oh yeah, remember
Good for
Kaisa?
you aiming.
Forgot about that.
That's not a champ. Maybe we'll get, by the end of the split, when everything is nerfed, we'll get Xayah Kaisa again. That's been a while. That's
I'm down, yeah.
I like that.
Sounds fun.
It's just because it's new. So, KT pulling ahead. Get themselves a dragon. Keen is very low. He's lucky that there's a turret there. That was
Save the turret.
Yeah, got the turret. Good enough. And Gen G, it's not doomed, but it's, I don't know, what's a lukewarm version of Doom? Yeah, Toughy, but not good. It's bad. It is a bad game state for Gen G, and they are going to be reliant on finding either an amazing teamfight angle with a big flank or an overextension of an individual member of KT, or somehow reach Supreme late game and get item parity.
Uh-oh, Doran is in Mega. Has the ult, actually, is not throwing it out just yet, trying to get away, but dodged expertly by Keen, as Chovy thought maybe he could get in there, but not going to happen, and so Keen now with 2 big items, is able to even chew through the Mega Gnar.
I will take back my previous statement regarding Doran being
Yes.
not tilted. I take it back.
It's okay, you know, you're new to the LCK. It's only been, what, like over 2 years?
Wow, I thought you were going to give me a little bit of leeway. Thanks, Valdez.
It's okay, it's okay.
God.
We all make mistakes.
We do.
Doran, unfortunately, has had troubles with emotions in the past. He's gotten better about it, though, which has been very nice to see. Just, unfortunately, I've been seeing a little bit here in this series, and we don't wish that on anybody, because we know how great of a player he is. As forcing the cleanse out of Pays, always going to be good. You're going to get that Sedge ult up before the cleanse ult. The cleanse ult. It's only been 5 games, Chronicler.
Has it?
Yes.
Well, today, but in general.
Yes.
And Keen, really great use of the phase rush, movement speed, and then yeah, that sidestep. Because if he hits that Gnar and then stuns you, then you could probably trade.
Okay.
Yeah, Doran knew. He was ready for that one.
Yeah, Doran was playing the side lane so well in game 1 when he had to deal with like a Ryze and a Camille, but then like all of a sudden it's a 1v1 that, you know, obviously Jace is Jace, and if he gets the jump on you, it's going to be difficult, but he did push quite far out, whereas in game 1 he was extremely respectful.
BGD?
Okay, Chovy. Interesting spot here, but they're not going to be able to chase him down.
Is BDD going to get a... It would be so poetic for him to get a win in his 100th Azir game. Well, at least Pays does a lot of damage. So this... we got another win con. There we go.
So you're saying there's a chance. I mean, this game is still, you know...
It's salvageable. This is nothing that KT can't throw. Let me put it that way. We know this team very well. But if they can get their hands on the next Mountain Drake, then it also allows them to make way more mistakes. And I don't know if Pays is going to be able to finish his Infinity Edge before that Mountain Drake comes through. And in that case, you can't really fight, or you can try. Chovy is still in a pretty good position in this match, but like Doran is obviously very far behind. Peanut doesn't have his Black Cleaver yet. That's Starrick's done. So if you have like Starrick's Cleaver and maybe Pays can get his IE, then you can possibly fight, but I don't think you're going to hit all of those. And without them, will be quite a tough ask with all the aforementioned advantages that KT have, because if KT have control of an area and they get easy prio in almost every lane at this point, you're not going to get into their backline.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I mentioned the Giant Spelt earlier. It is double mask for BDD.
It's BDD.
And, well, I mean, you say that, but how many times have we seen not only him, but other Azirs build Crown into full damage? This is another way to become a bit tankier while also doing a lot of damage.
Well, the items are not done, and so Gen.G doesn't fight. Very straightforward. Nothing about their positioning indicates that they're going to be looking for this. And the resistance is so big. Like the amount of extra armor and MR that KT is going to have access to, with Sejuani that already gets a ton of extra resistances, right? With Frostrum is already gone for Warmix first. Even BDD's build, Demonic Embrace, when you have this much extra health, actually works very nicely. So KT gonna be feeling quite good going into any subsequent fights, and for Gen.G, it's all about the wombo combo. You know, Doran with a multi-man ult, or Chovy hitting a big shuffle into Pays, then having the freedom, because Chovy is level 16. Pays does have his IE available. It's not impossible, and in terms of gold, it's still relatively even, but do keep in mind that the actual gold deficit due to the Drakes is a lot bigger.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Mountain Drakes worth. Chemtech doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, you have Lulu.
Okay, it exists a little bit.
It's not even that bad.
Well, the Double Mountain are going to be much bigger.
That is true. I'm not trying to prove a point.
Double Mountain.
That is definitely more important,
And the
yes.
singular Chemtech Drake are going to be very nice for the side of KT.
Indeed, fellas. Indeed.
Curious to see what objective they're going to try to set up here, because they could try to go for this. By the way, Cleanse available now. He's going to get it back as a bit of damage coming out from the tower. Cuz is ginormous! Look at how large he is, but now he's maybe dead. Okay, he's going to flash away from that one, as the culling actually doing a large amount of work here from the side of FaZe. But a lot of low health bars here, and with the amount of poke that KT have, does look like Gen.G are not necessarily willing to step up to the plate.
More importantly, that's 2 teleports forced. Now Doran and Chovy, neither of them can join a fight at a moment's notice. FaZe's Cleanse is on a relatively low cooldown. That's not going to be the end of the world, and Cuz was also forced to flash.
Okay, Tranenar, fantastic from aiming. Immediate response, as now Cuz, again, frontlining. This guy is so tanky with the double mountain, and just the amount of health that he has stacked up at this point in time.
Well, you are seeing some of the angles, though. For Gen.G, FaZe is a monster at this point. Does have a Nami, so can play a lot more aggressive. Has the Gale Force, the Rapid Fire, and the Infinity Edge, and they're playing on the edge here. Still, quite a tense match. They're going to keep going.
Yeah, Cuz just kind of putting his face in it right now. He knows he's got the backup, but is it enough? No, they're going to burn through it, and his team not quite able to put in the damage. Aiming, though, on the chase here. Gonna force Chovy over the wall, doesn't even have to go. And so Cuz just dead.
That's a kill for pace.
Yeah.
Ooh, Valdez.
It's getting a bit spicy.
I dare I say it's very spicy. We went from oatmeal to, I don't know, ramen? Maybe?
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings, sounds good as BDD gets spotted.
All right, could do a number here. BDD, actually, there's a lot more people over the wall. I don't think he even noticed, but he's able to walk it off here. Chovy took a ton of damage on his way out, and FaZe could not get in range as a Shock Blast. Gonna hit FaZe on the run now.
Ooh, that might open up a Baron opportunity here. They got very low. Used a bunch of ultimates.
TP.
Not able to get that much.
Okay, they're gonna fast track to mid, actually. Take a look at how fast they rotate over. Very good stuff as they push in mid. Not gonna do the Baron yet, though.
So, let's take stock of what actually happened with all the summoners being blown and either side trying to get a definitive edge. As long as Chovy doesn't die here, not really anything too exciting happening. Will not overextend, so we'll be okay. So, we have aiming, still has flash. That's very big. Cuz doesn't have his available yet. Pace will almost have the cleanse available. Also got a last whisper as a result. As I applaud the willingness to try and force something, but this is, especially with the Mountain Rift, such an awkward position. Like the rest of the team just can't go into the choke point. Yeah. Can't do it. And even with the game state as it is, giving Pace free reign is a mistake. You need to either set up shop and get a lot of poke, land that on the Lucian. Like that, Ooh. Very good, Keen. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's really good stuff.
But Gen.G have trials.
Yeah, they're going to first push, and they move towards the Mountain Drake.
TP's Chovy's almost up, because he does have Cosmic Insight.
KT do have an opportunity to rush down the Baron. They have an insane amount of damage with aiming and BDD.
They can send Chovy to this Drake here, but I don't know if they want to. Oh, Pace, he's clearly bait here in the mid lane. Oh, look at that.
Another one. Lahen's trying to be bait himself. Doesn't want to be left out. As Doran's going to hit Meganar on the, I guess, the Drake. As now he's here on Vision.
Yeah, we do have fresh backs coming through. Aiming has his Infinity Edge finished.
Yeah.
BDD has a stopwatch as well.
Meganar now down.
Barely a gold lead for either team here.
Yeah, KT can kind of just bully their way through. Chovy is on the other side of mid. He's actually not here with the team just yet. He's looking to push the wave.
I got Prio here.
Yeah. He's going to be able to do that, but again, no Meganar. You see that KT are trying to set up this concave around the Drake. Ooh, nice dodge from Pace as well. Gonna stay at full health.
Don't hit. Good vision here. He not on a flank angle.
I don't know. They don't know about Peanut, and there's aiming. He's going to get Wild Growth, but where's the follow-up? It's not there. Lahens goes down, but do they care is the question. Now they're trying to take down Sejuani, and they will. In the end, that's 2 kills for Gen G as they make it work. Not the highest value kills, but still, now it's a 5v3.
Oh, the poke is still there. The most dangerous members of KT are still alive. This Drake, they're not going to go for. But I also don't know if Gen G can actually go for a Baron here. As, man, that was a big flank from Peanut. Starting it off, Chovy coming off the side as well. Oh, he's on the ward.
They might be able to take him down here. Or at least
Roscoe.
Stop. Oh!
Yes!
Knocked in the air. Peanut, he has flash, but it's a little bit too little, too late, and 2 of them get beaten into this. As now BD is in a rough spot. He has to go into the Zonius. He's going to go down. But aiming and Keen, the 2 of them, they take out Pace, and Toby's going in there. He's got the Zeri ultimate of all things. He's aiming pretty low on health. So many stopwatches in this game as well as, oh man, a huge star into the wall from Doran. He's able to turn it around with Chovy. Do they have the damage to take it out aiming though is the question.
Cuz
is gonna chase him.
I don't think he kills Chovy if Chovy is W.
Big brother coming on over. There's the ult. He gets onto the minions. He lives! And the zap might be enough, but no, he just gets over the wall and down goes Chovy. As nearly everybody on the side of Gen G is dead, but same could be said for KT.
By the end of it, Drake was taken. That was it. What a sequence of events here. Starts off with a beautiful flank from Peanut here, is able to dodge the wards on the bottom half of the pit, and then gets on top of aiming, but crucially only aiming. So the Wild Growth comes through, and Lahens tanks this calling here. The downside is that even with aiming still alive, this gives Pace free reign of the top half of the fight. And if Peanut doesn't back on a ward here, the game state is way worse. But the fact that aiming is able to set this trap, and then Peanut doesn't get the blast cone, Pace and the Light get dated in as well. And I guess...
do Baron. Okay. That's the call. We do the Baron.
They got it. It's gone.
Yep. KT not able to get in position here to do anything about this, so Gen G's going to take a free Baron. And they will retake the gold lead.
When do I rechange my mind about Doran being I don't know.
That's the thing about this player, you never know.
I don't know.
He's off the charts. Both ways.
Just not on vision initially, but KT just a split second too late, right? Like, the wards come through. It shouldn't come as a surprise that they're looking to do a Baron at that point in time. KT maybe feeling that they're unable to actually walk up. Oh boy. I don't know what's more KT at this point, winning this game or losing this game. I can't possibly say Valdez.
Yeah, I don't know.
Game's delivering.
Oh man, and it feels like, you know, this Baron is going to be huge. Chovy's level 18, like he's beginning to really slap on the Silas, and some of the plays have been pretty massive in terms of team fight, kind of game-changing abilities that he's able to get off. So certainly he's been doing a good job. Doran able to get a massive Gnar in the last fight.
It's everyone on Gen G in terms of team fighting. Even Pace, clearly the least experienced player on this team, but has been able to weave in and out of the fights very, very nicely.
This Baron is going to put a really big dent into KT though. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucianami.
Lucianami.
Remember?
That's why we started pulling them apart.
Yeah.
It's like one of those relationships where like they're too annoying when they're together.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
you gotta pull them apart.
Get a room
for everybody's sake.
And Gen G snowballing the game to a degree. And the most important thing here is that they equalize all the items. Gold getting to be a lot more close. But crucially, KT doesn't lose any inhibs. So they won't lose complete control of this map, at least for now. Next Drake probably going to go to Gen G still with the amount of shove that they still have and the Baron buff lasting for another 50 seconds. But then what?
Does new Future Fire work on Nami?
Not very well, no.
Huh.
Well, if you hit everyone with your wave.
Yeah, I mean, if you if you hit them, Huh, interesting. Double Oblivion Orb, we have it on both sides, but take a look at the amount of stopwatches.
It's okay, Val. Lance is also going to buy Putrifier, so at least we're...
Maybe he will.
At least we're even.
I guess so. We have 4 stasis available for Genji.
Oh, Lord Dom's also done for Paige.
Against
aiming is
2.
Oh my god.
4 against 2. I'd say the big stasis lead here for Genji, and not even memeing. At this point in the game, that could be the difference maker. Depends on how the fight does begin.
You see the Lucian playing so far forward. Poke landing even on Sejuani.
I guess if the wave bounces, it also procs. That's a lot of damage.
That should be Drake.
Maybe Delight's on
although
here.
Kaz does have his Warmogs.
Yeah, he has Warmogs.
Not going to take too long, but with the damage, they should be able to get this. It's more about what else can we have happen here.
Oh, Kaz not able to regen either. Little boulder into him. Now he's not quite as strong, and Doran just doing a good job of zoning. Now Kaz pretty low on health, has the Aftershock, but nearly gets his head taken off on the way out. So Genji control the objective. And now they're the ones on 2, as in goes the Wukong. Trying to get that engaged on the front line. Not quite going to work out as aiming pops the ult and is now kiting them excellently. The Azir and the Zeri are just doing so much as they kite back Genji's engage comp.
Oh, but there's no Baron on the board.
Yeah.
If there's a Baron here, then KT can take it with the health lead that they found for themselves. But
we need a 3rd objective in this game.
Where?
Can we add like a...
like a boss in the alcove?
Yeah. Like an alcove boss, you gotta like go underground or something. League of Legends 2.
You gotta go underground?
Yeah.
Where? In the alcove?
Yeah, underground. There's like stairs back there. It only unlocks when one player hits level 18.
Tell me more, Val. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, it gives you a 25% damage buff.
If you kill it?
Yeah.
So it's worse Elder.
For 3 minutes.
What if it's permanent?
Ooh, I like that, actually. It's like a permanent buff. It's like a Drake. Anyway, guys, enough theory crafting. We have a crazy game on our hands. As I'm taking a look, you know, like, Delight's really bouncing those waves onto the front line. They're not, you know, Sejuani's not healing up.
Yeah. Pays no cleanse. Let's just move past it, Valdez.
I'm enjoying it too much.
And the current map control allows Genji to still maintain vision, and there isn't really a way for KT to actually get back in. But with the game state as it is right now,
GA?
Yeah, that's GA, and Chovy also should have Death Cap on his next buy. So we're just completely full build. It will all come down to execution.
Yeah.
The Drakes are basically equal.
I like how aiming is playing it.
You have
very aggressive Zeri.
No, both AD carries are the only thing that matters in the game at this point. Even though BDD and Chovy will do very respectable damage, it kind of pales in comparison to the amount of damage that Paze and aiming are going to be able to output. Paze up front, and aiming if he is left alive in the fight.
Paze up front. Wow, that's very nice.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah, and Paze is in the front. He's doing a good job just trying to poke them down, but does not want to commit to the culling. Do have a Mountain Drake soon? Well, not very soon, actually. It's just the Baron. As Doran, one step forward, Sorelia's procced, and you can see that KT considering an angle, but Genji not having any of it.
Next team fight's going to decide the game, Valdez.
It should.
At this point, if you get a clean team fight win, you can just...
Clean team.
Yes, which I guess with these two teams you won't. But if you do, just straight run it down mid lane. Just end the game. Oh, and this game matters so much because Genji gets shared first place, or first place right now, but probably share... Oh!
Ooh, Paze trying to go forward as you see aiming.
Nerves of Steel. Oh, Delight gets tagged.
He's trying to chase King down after that. He wants revenge as the Lucian is massive, and you see that Paze with his aggressive play. Gonna put Genji in a good spot, but Chovy goes too far forward, has to go into the Zhonya's and goes down to the Shock Blast. And Chovy takes one step too far forward. And now it's a 5v4.
And Baron on the cards, but the problem is I don't even know if you can do Baron here, right? Because Peanut's still alive. There's still plenty of damage available.
Oh,
they're calling the bluff.
Here we go. Join me on the roller coaster as the Baron. Also, Peanut still here. Of course, it was Doran who did port to the bottom side. A lot of poke damage coming in. Peanut in the pit, but a little bit too early as he's getting it lower, but still the smite will go the way of Cuz. As you see that Keen just gonna back. Says, yeah, cool story. Doesn't even lose the inhibitor.
That might be what ends up deciding the game. It feels a bit anticlimactic, but right now...
You said the last time.
Well, yeah, I thought it was right the last time as well.
Mountain Soul in 15 seconds.
Chovy will be back up. Peanut will not be. Unless they can win a fight 4 versus 5 at this point in time. That's going to be Mountain Soul for KT combined with the Baron buff. Going to be almost impossible to then still find an angle back into this game if you're Gen G.
Yeah, they're just going to leave it. Not going to fight over it. Down will go the Drake.
For the amount...
Not very hype at this point, but it is Mountain Soul for KT.
For the amount of mountain dragons we have in this game, I'm not seeing enough void stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get finished soon, or so we assume, as looking back at this fight, Pace able to go in extremely aggressively. Chunk very heavily, but then Chovy, a crucial overstep here, goes in a little bit too hard on lands, and then goes down in the ensuing fight, which buys so much freedom. Keen with a crucial snipe there. And then here, yeah, Peanut a little early, they don't have the vision, they don't have the know-how. If they get this Nash, then it might be worth it. Not the case. Clean smite from Cuz. But it's just Assault. It's not Elder. It's not as free win as you might think.
Gain shield after avoiding damage for 5 seconds. Yep, that is the Mountain Soul
as well. That's a big shield. We're also
Zeri has 180 armor.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't want to make any definitive statements because this is KT we're talking about. I can't do that to him.
Neither mid laner has a Void Staff still.
But that's going to be a duel. Okay, I trust Chovy. That's going to be a duel.
It should be. The Blighted Jewel, of course, part of the Void Staff, and a good start towards building the Void Staff. You can see some of those near completed builds, or completed builds in the case of some players, mostly the 80 carries.
Okay, what are the odds that this is not going to be decided on this Baron buff, and that we're going to get an Elder Flip?
I'd say they're pretty high, actually. Maybe like 2 to 1. Hayes, nice
like
chunk on the Cuz. Do you like those odds? All right, well, let's see if it happens. 43.5 minutes in already. Aiming is over the wall. In goes Cuz, able to get on top of Doran, who has a stopwatch, and now Peanut's able to get the Cyclone. Cuz getting extremely low, but now Pace has to go back. He goes into the GA, and that is enough. The shuffle not even needed, as finally KT will be able to break into the base, but Pace is trying to kite it back as he's not going to get shock blasted. But it looks like KT have done it, Chronicler.
That's going to be it. KT about to end this game.
Pace, he's down. They finally get the Lucian out of it. And KT, are they a strong team? We'll never know. But one thing we know for sure is that they beat Gen G 2-1, and they are strong enough today.
Nerves of steel in a game as long as this. KT Rolster, the experience of this team, pulls through. So many game-deciding moments in that one, Valdez. What a beautiful, beautiful game. To end the day, Lance getting his revenge as well. Oh, who do I vote for? I have no idea.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That was.
I wonder.
I went for Keen. He had
that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I could have gone for aiming as well. I don't know.
Keen aiming. BDD had good moments. BDD might get it. C Production saying here the BDD Pog. Yep.
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with BDD.
I think BDD's gonna get it.
To me, was a true roller coaster from start to finish.
Yeah. You know,
And
there
it
was
was-
that fan that had the sign that was like 1 to 2 KT, and then there was the roller coaster going down and then up at the end where it finishes with the 2-1 victory. She knew it. She's the real prophet. Her and Wolf.
Oh, words kind of fail you after a game like that. No big celebrations, just bask in the glow of the victory that KT just found.
Show me your aiming. That's what that said. Everyone on this team had pretty good aiming in this one. Especially Keen. I'm excited to see his damage number.
Oh, I can't wait to see the charts.
And BDD got his 100th game a win on Azir.
Against his old team?
This is like too many narrative points. Just gonna like all collapse all together. Maybe
Happy
they all.
faces.
Yeah, there's the sign. Look.
There it is. She was
1
right.
to 2 KT win.
She knew.
She knew. Look.
Yeah.
How did she know?
That's a true KT fan right there.
Genius. She's been on this roller coaster before.
Come on, Lance. Oh.
What? Oh, the donut. Wait, that's a bagel.
Is it the donut churro? Bagel? I don't know. It's a combination.
Yeah, I was like, that's got to be a donut because I immediately thought of Donut Churros, which of course was the old nickname for Genji, but it was a bagel, so I don't know. Now I don't know.
It looks like a donut. Good enough for me, Valdez.
Close enough, close enough.
They had that prepared.
Maybe he's like doing the Kwangdong bite it celebration. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna bite it. And he did. Whatever it was, if it was a bagel or a donut or a circle treat.
Clean 2-1. Nothing
to see here.
Nope.
Why is Aiming holding it now?
I don't know. Maybe he's hungry.
He's like, well, I don't really want to hold this thing that you just bit. Lahen says, yeah, I brought in the secret strats from Genji, and I taught my team how to do it. So, of course, now that KT defeated Genji, they're probably going to lose to DRX next week, right?
Are really the only thing that makes sense. Yeah.
This insane gang from Peanut. Really redefining jungle paths.
What an awesome game. Came down to a couple of really we forget this. This is not so good. This is not so great. From a mechanical perspective, you're a KT fan. This is where the victory started, but not where it ended. Because where it ended was really that one catch on Chovy, which is about 20 minutes into the future here, as we do see again. As much as this is all leading up to a KT win, I was extremely impressed by Pace. Do want to highlight it. That Lucian gameplay was
he handled himself really well.
Incredible for a player of that little experience. But looking at this, I think the BDD vote is one that makes sense. But
I'm like, yeah, hot take, by the way. BDD was also really good.
Yeah, he really was.
Yeah.
He really was, but
don't want to like catch anyone off guard with that take.
No. It turns out BDD on the Zero is pretty good. And the players on this KT team have been around for, especially the top half of the map, for quite a while, and they've gone through so many ups and downs in their career. And this, to me, this was the moment where it ended. Chovy, the chains were telling him yes, the game was telling him no, goes down here, leads to Baron, leads to then the Soul.
You know what's weird is Chovy actually, I remember a playoff game where he got caught there on Half-Life Esports that led to their eventual loss. It's weird how history repeats itself. I don't want to coin a Chovy spot, but it is what it is. As it is chaos in the comms towards the end.
Can't believe no one died on KT at the end there as well.
Mountain Soul.
Well, yeah, definitely helped.
And then they said, nice, sir.
Oh, look at the...
Lahen's turned around and cheered with the crowd.
Before the game was
like,
done.
We did it!
Oh, classic Lahen's. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, man.
This is his first split.
Is this where someone makes like a snide comment on Twitter, like, get Pays a team?
Well, that'd be a horrible take.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I'm just saying.
Could see it happen. Wouldn't surprise me.
We all know the internet.
Man.
Clean 2-1, nothing to see here.
Clean 2-1, nothing to see here. Awesome game. Keen and BDD both doing an unreasonable amount of damage. Oh, the first 4 games of the day were so one-sided.
Yeah, and then we got a real game. A League of Legends.
Oh, look at the KT
Keen
fan.
Pog, Lehen's Pog.
Live for the roller coaster.
We'll see. It's fun to be a KT fan because sometimes it sucks, but then sometimes it's amazing, right? So you get the high highs and the low lows. Today was a big high for them. We are done here on the Caster Desk. Very fun day for us, but let's see what the guys on the space had to say about that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the space. I'm indeed Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're here to break down that incredible KT victory over 3 games, and of course, the King of Azir himself playing his 100th game and picking up a victory. A very happy BDD after that one always makes you...
It's time to get excited, Atlas. It's time to get excited. I will get excited. I will get excited. I am going to say it out loud. I'm going to tell the world.
After the series is over, I guess, is kind of okay, but just not before the next series, okay?
I'm excited for KT Roaster right now. Like, how can you not be excited? That was their best game of the season, and they have had so many ups and downs this season, but also this final game, there were so many pitfalls, there were so many holes they could have fallen into. They almost lost control of objectives. They gave over so many of those drakes, but the crisis management was real. It wasn't a perfect game from KT, no, but they made the right decisions and the right calls, and they made them quickly enough in this game that it gives you hope if you're a KT Roaster fan that, like, maybe this team could make it to top 4. Like, this could actually happen. Maybe this team makes a run through playoffs. Maybe they actually get that second round double elimination, second round of playoffs spot. I think, like, if you're not excited about this, like, objectively, I mean, what is going to get you excited, all right? I can't hold it in.
I think
I'm not even going to pretend like I'm not excited.
Secretly, I definitely am. I'm holding it in. I'm keeping it on the inside because I was actually a KT top 4 predictor for the end of the season, so mine is all out there for anyone to see. Just not going to double down. To talk about the draft just a little bit, the only one question mark that I had was picking Gnar with the Jace still available. We've seen Jace absolutely smash that matchup over and over again, and Keen did the same thing.
Yeah, even with the kill going over to the Gnar early, that was set up by Peanut, of course. That was a really nice gank for Peanut because he's like, oh man, if we get this kill on the Gnar, it gets his early steel caps, and then Jace can't have as much power. Keen was like, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm actually going to kill him in sides over and over again. Doran made a lot of mistakes in the mid game, made up for it though in some of those late game team fights where he actually almost brought his team back into the game. But overall, that was the only thing we really didn't like about the draft, and probably jump into some highlights here.
Yeah,
because
let's hop into the first replay here. The fight around the Herald that really did set the tone for KT advancing on this game.
Yeah, Delight has to heal early in this fight here, and even though he has a nice tidal wave through the choke point, look at the angle for aiming. BDD and aiming both able to do so much in this fight, untouched, uncontested. Loved BDD's build with all the health stacking here into double mask. He does so much in these fights. Shuffles forward here, grabs 2. After the fight is already won by KT, he's like, no, we're going to get 2 kills too. I'm going to look for this opportunity. I'm going to force it. Clean stuff from BDD again, the Emperor of Azir, 100 games played, as we've talked about a few times here. But the start of the fight looked good for Gen.G, right? You had the tidal wave control. You feel like, all right, aiming's over on the side here, but we could turn on to him, but he doesn't get hit by the tidal wave. The crossfire they set up with BDD on one side, aiming on the other side, and so many of these fights means if you try to go on one carry, the other one slips through your fingers.
Yeah, and Gen.G did find a few windows here and there. I think the mid-game really started to slow down for KT because their level of coordination and their commitment to a lot of these fights just wasn't quite there. That is the decisiveness necessary to find those team fights where you need to. I liked how Cuz was playing, especially, to be perfectly honest. Like, he was throwing out ultimates, he was getting cleanses off cooldown, but they didn't have enough to follow up with that. They didn't actually go for that play a second time quickly enough to make that one work. But what they did do was win this fight right here, and it starts quite early on, right? This is KT trying to bait Gen.G in, and it almost works against them because Paze does a lot of damage.
Chovy misses first chains here. He has the Sejuani ult. And notice when the funnel comes through on the right side, he actually goes left, misses his ultimate, and then flashes for the chains. And once he's in Zhonya's here, he's doomed. There's no way out. Aiming has so much damage he can do if there's any sort of follow-up here, and Cuz has ult too. So he's just like, all right, well, you've made yourself a perfect target for me because once you come out of that stasis, I'm not going to miss. Chovy really messing up that one moment, which leads to Baron, which leads to Mountain Soul, which leads to full map control here for KT Roaster. So I think we could be living in a very different world if Chovy doesn't make that call and they actually chase aiming on the bottom side and then play around bottom trying to push that inhibitor, because Because you can see in this replay too, Doran tried several times to actually get the inhibitor on the bottom side. This is one of those clutch calls where KT teleports Keen back. He actually holds the recall. He's like, I say teleport, but he recalls back. He holds recall, and they're trying to come over and stop him from getting back so Doran can get an inhibitor. He holds the recall, nothing hits him, he actually gets back. KT just not panicking under pressure here.
Maybe they're cool kids as well, much like Live Sandbox, but it is now time to reveal our POG. Will it be the gentleman with a large cannon towards the top side? No, it will not. It will be the Emperor of Shurima himself, BDD, on his Azir in his 100th game. I think a little bit of a narrative vote here, but he had a great game. It did have a few of those big scoops to make things work.
This one in particular.
Honestly, it was a KT performance more than any particular player.
I completely agree with you. Everyone was on the same page. The shot calling was fast. And games 1 and 2, you couldn't really say that. You know, there were some errors from Doran when he was playing the Camille, and that was what gave KT that opportunity to bring this to a third game. In the first place, game 1 wasn't clean, but this one was the one where everyone was really together. And it is a split vote.
Yeah.
5 for Keen, or 5 for BDD, 4 for Keen, and 2 for Cuz. The 3 players you and I were both kind of saying, like, these are the ones to vote for.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with that split. I think they're the 3 that deserve the votes, and BDD picking up the extra 1 to push him over the edge does make a bit of sense, considering the fact that now it's time to head towards an interview with the Emperor himself in his 100th Azir game after a victory. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, joined by KT Roasters, BDD and Aiming. Congratulations. Congratulations on a huge win up against Gen G. And you guys are the one keeping the winning streak. Aiming, how are you feeling about this? I'm so glad that we were able to take down the first place team and keep our winning streak. It feels amazing. What about you, BDD? Same. Today was a must-win series for us, and I'm so relieved. It was indeed a very crazy series. KT Roaster was able to get ahead in game number 1 early on the bottom side. However, Peanut was able to showcase some great early gameplay, and they took over the game early. Yeah, we were winning lanes, we were trading really well, and then I got killed by the jungler. So we had a lot of feedback around that. I personally had a lot of things to go through and think about it more. And then we had the Yuumi, the nerfed Yuumi, back in the meta. What did the KT players react to that? Well, I kind of expected it because we kind of removed their Nami option, and we know how to deal with it, so we always just wanted to keep that in mind. Lihan said, Lens already knows about that matchup, so he was really confident. He was telling me, I'm gonna win this matchup for you. And then with that performance, KT's bottom duo was able to carry the game for sure, and Draven was popping off in the late game. What was the turning point for Draven? Well, I was able to get through lane pretty easily. I got very fair amount of passive sacks already done for me, and I got like 1,000 gold with a kill. Ever since then, I was pretty confident about winning that game. I was on the same page with you. And BDD in game 3, it looked like KT's favorite picks were available. For example, Jace for Keen and your BDD as well. It was your 100th game here in the LCK, and you two popped off in game 3. How did KT's player feel about the draft? We were on the blue side, and then Chuvi, has a very deep champion pool, and then Azir was let through, so I was so relieved to be able to get my hands on it. Did you know that you were playing your 100th game of Azir? No, after the game. I heard it like before, and I forgot about it, and then I realized after the game was over. Speaking of game 3, it was a roller coaster ride for sure. The entire game 3 was a roller coaster, and then there were moments where actually you guys just gave away all the gold lane when Gen G was able to sneak that Baron away. Yeah, we were talking about something else at that moment, so we definitely blanked on it. Indeed, and it was a very close game between the two teams. How were you able to focus up until the very end? And when was the moment that you were confident that you'll be able to take down the enemy Nexus? We were like one team fight loss will be the entire game away and a series away. So the one who wins the final fight will be the winner. So I just wanted to concentrate on team fights. And that last team fight was so decisive. And BDD, even though you said you didn't know you were playing your 100-0 game, but still you won POG on a very meaningful game. Well, I didn't really care about the record. I was just so happy that we won the match. I mean, playing 100 games on one champion is a great record. What does it mean to you? Well, I thought my iconic, champion would be Zed, but now it is for sure Azir. What will be your next? I'm so curious to find out your next iconic champion. Hopefully it's gonna be Zed for you. And we have so many KT Roaster fans out here with so many creative fan signs at Lowell Park. And Lian did some ceremony. He was biting off that donut. Who planned that? Lian's. He's an attention seeker, He prepared all that and went for the ceremony, I think. Did you guys prepare anything special for the win moment? It seems like BDD has something. I don't. No, I don't. I don't either. The fans are so excited to check out BDD and Aiming's ceremony, but they promise next time they will do some ceremony for the fans. Next match will be up against DRX, and it can be an extension of your winning streak. Aiming, how we're going to prepare for that match. Yeah, it is true that we are on a winning streak, so I want to make sure that we can continue this win streak. What about you, BDD? I hope this win will be a turning point for us, and we will keep working hard. This will be the end of the interview from Aiming, BDD from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the phenomenal translation of the interview. Really great stuff. Great to hear from both Aiming and BDD after that victory. Who are KT? What are KT? We may never know. However, they are one step closer to being better here in the LCK as they move up to 4th place.
Yeah, they have DRX as their final opponent in round robin 1, and then they have Nongshim as their first opponent in round robin 2. Looking like this team shooting up to 7-3.
Yeah.
Might be able to dethrone Live Sandbox for 3rd place. This team is right now a top 4 team in the standings. Do we expect D plus Kia to beat Hanwha tomorrow and actually pass them? I don't. I predicted Hanwha. But we'll see what happens. I'm pretty excited right now, I'm not going to lie to you, Atlas. KT looking good, a new challenger to our top 4.
Exactly, and tomorrow is actually super interesting. Given the fact that Hanwha Life Esports have now moved up to 4 and 3, they can dethrone D plus Kia and move them to the eastern side of the standings. Which is absolutely crazy, because we were putting D plus Kia and T1 in a league of their own at the beginning of the season, and that's no longer the case. After that, of course, T1 versus DRX. Should honestly, it's a bit of a trap game for T1, to be perfectly honest. If they don't win that, we'll be extraordinarily surprised. But that first one, that is a real barn burner. I'm really looking forward to it. We'll see whether Hanwha Life can continue their meteoric rise. But that will do it for today's LCK. And we'll be back tomorrow for more, so we'll see you there.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. looking down.